Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack food delivery application in React Native using the React Native framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So in this project, we are gonna implement the admin panel. You might have already seen this in the title. So we'll be building a full end-to-end admin panel. So we're gonna use a phone-based application itself for this, and whoever is the admin, that is in this case you yourself, would be adding all of the products to the backend, that is all of the products and the categories. So whatever products and categories the admin has added, or whatever products and categories are there in the backend, the same thing is going to be reflected to the front end as well. And we've also implemented pagination as well, that is this time. So even though we do not require pagination over here because we have obviously less number of products, our backend is going to be pagination ready if at all you want to upgrade the application to let's say about 1000 or even 2000 3000 products or categories. Our backend should be pagination ready, so we're going to implement that. So yeah, let's get started with the demo of the video. So here towards the right hand side is the initial home screen that's being shown. Okay, so here all of the categories that you're seeing is directly coming from the backend part that the admin has added. So once you press on any kind of category, you go into the category screen. So let's say I'm going to press on mutton over here, and boom, just like that, we're coming into the category screen where we have about, let's say, 6 products under this particular category. So each category we can have around, let's say, 10 to 20 products. So depending upon how many of our products you've added in the backend, obviously the same products is gonna show over here in the category screen. Okay, so here once you press on button over here, we're going to show all of the categories that are there within our application. And just like that, we have 3 categories. So let's say I'm going to press on fish. Automatically we are going to show the products that are present under the fish category. So I'm going to press on fish over here, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the items under fish. So let's try to add a item to the cart. So here we're going to make use of Zustand for simple and easy state management implementation for the application, and I'll be teaching you how exactly to do that in a very simple way. So I'm going to press on add, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to add that particular item to the cart, and we're able to see this bottom design which says view cart. So once I press on view cart, this should take me to the cart screen just like this, where we're able to see the cart containing the items that we have added. Okay, you can even decrease the quantity as well as increase the quantity from the cart as well. That's a good feature. And you can also directly remove this item from the cart as well. Okay, and you can also add some items that are going to be present over here which says exclusive offers for you. So let's say I'm going to add in this one, and boom, just like that, even this got added to the cart, and you can even remove this from the cart as well, just like this. Let's remove that. Okay, so now let's press on proceed to checkout. So here, as you can see here, we're going to show a bunch of details, that is details with respect to your user address and delivery slot and the payment method. So here we have implemented payment as well in this application, because in the previous video there was no payment being implemented. So here we have your Razorpay payment gateway, or you can implement cash on delivery as well. And here this is the default address that is selected, that is my home address. So let's say I'm going to press on change, a bottom modal is going to open up, and these are the addresses added by the user. So if you do not want to choose any of these addresses, as you can see, this is selected, that is in green color. You can press on add new address. I'm not going to show that now because my phone number is visible in that screen. Okay, so again, a new screen opens up, that is going to be a full overlay, and in that particular screen the user is going to enter the details, and once they save, that particular address is going to be stored over here. So currently we have 2. Once you press on add new address, enter those details, come back here, it's going to be 3. You can choose that. I'm going to choose this itself and cross this. Okay, so now let's say I'm going to do a Razor payment gateway, and as you can see over here below this, we do have the order summary as well, that is what we have ordered, as well as the total and the delivery fee. So here we're going to implement the payments using webhooks, so that's a really good feature. So I'm going to press on continue. Automatically the Razor payment gateway should open up because we have chosen the pay online method. So let's press on continue, and boom, just like that, we are opening up the Razor payment gateway. So this is basically considered to be in test mode, because once you go to the Razorpay dashboard, I have just enabled test mode. You can actually make it in production as well, that is you need to enter your own details for that. So I've just enabled test mode, and it gives you 2 things, that is your Razorpay key as well as your secret key, and with the help of that we can try to implement this. So here I'm just going to choose the UPI option. Let's pay through UPI, and I'm going to enter my number at OKHDFC, and I'm going to press on continue. And just like that, it says open your Google Pay app and complete the payment. So it's going to process the payment, and there you go, confirming the payment. This will take only a few seconds. And just like that, payment is successful. So now we should be automatically redirected to the order screen. There you go, order placed. So now this order would be basically reflected in the admin panel application. So currently it's not online. So once I record this bit, I'm also going to show up the admin panel application. That's how exactly it's going to look. Okay, so once I reload now, we also have the splash screen being implemented. So there you go, you were able to see that splash screen being shown. Let me just show that again, reload. And just like that, we were able to see that for a second or less than that, and it automatically locks in the user. So now once I press on store, here, whatever order this current user has placed, it's going to show up over here, and boom. We also have skeleton loading as well in this application. Let me show that again. Let me reload the app. We should see that skeleton loading coming. That's a really good feature. Even it's there over here as well for the categories. Let's press on store, and boom, just like that, we do have the skeleton loading for the orders as well. And just like that, we have a really good UI, as you can see on the screen, containing all of the details for the order, that is order ID, when it was placed, and the delivery address to deliver. And we also have the status, as you can see, that this is a paid order, that is the one which we just did, and even this is also a paid order. Alright, so that's pretty much it about your order tab or the store tab. So you can actually try to implement a orders detail as well. Once you press on this, you can navigate to that and then show that particular screen. So that's it. So now once you come back to your account screen, we do have a nice and detailed account screen over here with a pretty good design. And here it shows the user with which we are logged in. So currently this is my test email that I've created. So I've logged in with coda09@gmail.com. So basically over here we have two pieces of authentication, that is Google sign in as well as sign up with email. So let's press on logout. Automatically the user should be thrown back to your login screen, just like this. Okay, so this is basically a simple and very minimalistic login screen with basic design. So you can sign in with Google, and if at all you do not have an account, press on this, you can sign up as well. And we also have implemented React hook form, that is to show all of the correct details to the user. That is, if at all you press on sign up, automatically it's going to give the error. As you can see, email is required, password is required, as well as phone number is required. So already have an account, come back over here, you can sign in. I'm going to sign in with the same email. Let's press on sign with Google, and boom, just like that, continue. I'm going to choose the account that I've added over here. So let's press on continue over here, and just like that, we're able to log into the application. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the user end of the application. Whereas in the admin panel end, let me just open up that application and then come back. So this essentially is your admin part of the application. So here we basically have three tabs, that is your categories tab, your users tab, as well as the orders tab. So here in the categories tab, whatever categories the admin has added, it's gonna show up over here. So as you can see, we have three categories, and these three same categories were being shown in the front end, that is the user part of the application as well. So once you press on any kind of category, you should be navigating to the product screen, where all of the products added for that particular category is going to be shown. So you can delete a product, you can edit a product. Similarly, you can delete a category, you can edit a category as well. So let's say I want to delete chicken. It's going to say, are you sure you want to delete chicken? This will also delete all of its 4 products. So I'm going to cancel it for now because I want it for the next part as well. So not going to delete anything as of now. So let's come back to the next step, that is the users tab. So that's a basic understanding about your category section. So within the users tab, so there you go, we have 2 users as of now. So if at all the user has done a Google login, we're going to show it with the name. If at all they've just logged in with your email, then it's just going to say name is not provided because they have logged in through email. So as you can see, this is the email. It's correctly showing fine. Okay, so once you come back to the orders tab, alright, so for some reason it's not showing the orders. We can fix that later while building up the application. So here essentially once a user places an order, here it is going to show up, and we're also going to have the order details screen as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it about this application. So we're going to build this much in this project. If you found this interesting and if you want to build this project, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with the project right away. So before moving further, first of all, let's discuss the backend part of the implementation, that is what exactly we're going to build and what different kinds of features we're going to bring in this project. And we're also going to have a brief canvas that is designed over here in the canvas tab. Okay, so let's get started. So here in this project, we're going to make use of Prisma for writing all of the schemas, and we're going to make use of MongoDB as a backend. So we're going to connect your Prisma with the MongoDB. So that's going to be a new feature add-on that we're going to do in this project. And we're going to have your API versioning for all of the APIs that we write. So this also implements a smooth future migration. So let's say if you want to implement from V1 to V2, so we can, migrate easily. So we're going to have the API versioning, and we're also, going to implement rate limiting as well to cap your abusive traffic. And furthermore, we're going to have a structured backend folder. That is, you're going to have controllers, routes, your utils, your loggers. Okay, so in this application, you're also going to implement a proper logging and monitoring for the backend, such that if at all there is any kind of issue while executing any API, automatically that log is going to be shown to you so that you can fix it easier. Okay, so we haven't implemented this in the previous project, so I thought this would be a good feature to try on. That is to implement logging and monitoring for the backend part. Apart from that, as I already told in the demo part, we're going to make use of webhooks for your Razor payment gateway. So it's going to be implemented while we do the payment part. You can learn about that as well. And the next one is for the authentication. As I said, we're going to have your JWT setup. We're going to include the JWT authentication with the help of both your Google login as well as your email login. And we're also going to have a front-end API service layer that is known as API client.ts, where we would create a simple kind of Axios instance, and then we're going to reuse that for each kind of function. So you would be understanding that better once when we implement this. Okay, so these are some of the points that I've added for each of the routes. That is for categories, products, your users, orders, and your middlewares that we're going to use. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to have utils. Okay, and we're going to have your logger as well as email queue. So once any user registers to our application, automatically we would be sending a mail to that particular user, sending a welcome message to the user. That is, you might have seen this in many applications. That is, once you log in with Google or email, they would send you a welcome message to the user's email. So you're going to implement that as well. And we're also going to send the mail once a user places an order. So we're going to show all of these order details, as well as we're going to send a PDF that is in the form of an invoice that is for that particular order to the user's email. Okay, so this is again a good feature to add on, and database is going to be Prisma schema. We're going to define the models and we're going to have it integrated with MongoDB. All right, so this is the board and the canvas over here. We have users app, as we have discussed over here, home tab, categories UI, users, browse categories, add items to cart, come down to the checkout, select address, choose two methods, that is your payment gateway or COD, create order, and we store the order in the backend, also visible to the admin as well. So admin app is pretty simple. We have categories, products, users, CRUD functionality. It's pretty simple, and then orders for the orders tab as well as the order details. Okay, so this is going to be implemented over here, and this is a small sequence diagram. I know it's super tough to understand this, but if you want to look at it, you can take a look at it. I'm just going to zoom in. So here I've just added in all the different kinds of actions that each of the part is going to do in our application. That is, let's say browse categories, view product details, add to cart, then view cart, remove from cart, and all of these are just interlinked. So whatever I explained, this is just a system workflow that I have defined it over here. So obviously this is complex to know, so not required for now. So just this part is enough, and you can go through the backend implementation. That is what exactly we're going to implement over here. So hope you found this useful. So now let's get started with the project. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code, and I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So I've just opened up my terminal over here, as you can see. So here I'm going to say cd build, and here I'm going to execute npx at React Native community /CLI init. The next one is going to be the project name. In this case, it's recipe AI, and then I'm going to choose the version that is 0.79.0. So here you can give any project name you want. So since we are building a food delivery application and it is related to meat, I'm just going to say, let's say a meat app, something like this. And I'm going to press on enter over here. Okay, it says meat app is not a valid name. Let's remove that hyphen and let's press on enter again. So there you go. It says welcome to React Native 0.79, and it is currently installing all of the required dependencies. So let's give this a couple of minutes to load and download the project. So it's going to create the project structure for us. Once it's downloaded, we're going to go into the project structure and then look into all of the files that React Native has given us. So let's wait for some time. So here it's asking, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So by default, the option would be set to no. So I'm just going to press on enter over here. And there you go. It has generated the project for us. So it is given some, run instructions for Android as well as for the iOS. So for Android, if at all you're using Android, so just make sure you have an Android emulator and then go into your project directory and then directly try to run npx react native run Android. So if you're on your iOS, so these are the run instructions for iOS. So make sure you go into the project directory. So we need to install Cocoa Pods. So we need to go into the iOS directory basically, and then we need to, hit bundle install. So after that's executed, we need to run bundle exec pod install and then come back to your main project directory. We need to execute this command, that is npx react native run iOS. Whereas if you're on Android, directly you can execute that command, that is npx react native run Android. Since I am using a iOS device, I'm gonna follow the second step. So I'm gonna say file over here, open folder. I'm gonna go into my build folder as well as the first app, that is meet app. Okay, so this is the folder structure or the file structure that React Native gives us once when we initialize a bare React Native project. Okay, so we're gonna use native info styling as well as TypeScript for writing down the code. So here essentially I'm gonna add in my compiler options. I'm going to set the module resolution to be of node. Save. Alright, so yeah, this is the main entry point of your application. So once I run my app, whatever is there within your return block, as you can see, we have some return block over here. Essentially, this design should be shown onto your iOS simulator. So first of all, let's try to open up that and let's first of all try to run this project, right? So I'm going to press on terminal over here and then new terminal. After you're on Android, execute that steps, and here I'm going to use iOS. So first of all, we need to install Cocoa Pods. So I'm going to say cd iOS. I'm going to say bundle install. Let's press on enter. So this should install all of the dependencies as you're seeing. Let's wait for this to complete. Alright, this is done. So now I'm just going to say bundle exec pod install. So bundle exec pod install. Let's press on enter. So this again should take in about 2 to 3 minutes depending upon your network. So yeah, let's wait for this to complete again. Okay, so it's pretty quick today. That's good. So here I'm just going to do one pod install and then I'm going to run my application. So let's wait for this command to complete. And this is happening inside of my iOS directory, if you can observe. So once it's done, I'm going to say new terminal over here. So as you can see, I am in my correct project directory. So here I'm just going to say yarn iOS and then I'm going to press on enter. Okay, so as you can see, it has opened up the launch package command prompt and it says info found xcode workspace, that is meet app.xcode workspace. It should open up the iOS simulator. And there you go, iPhone 16 Pro is opened up. And we can see info building this particular app. Okay, so let's show the simulator over here. Just like this, the simulator is opened as well. So this should take about, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes again, depending upon your network. So once the app loads, as we previously discussed, whatever is there within your return block, that is going to be shown onto your simulator over here. So I'm going to wait for a couple of minutes and then come back once the app loads. So as you can see, it's currently bundling, and finally there you go. It is, showing the correct output onto the simulator. So whatever is there in the return block, the same thing we are seeing onto the output of the simulator. So the first step is complete, that we are able to successfully run the React Native project onto your iOS simulator. So now the next step is, let's first of all, let's try to, initialize and integrate native wind into the application so that we can start writing all of the native wind styling. So let's come back over here and I'm going to search for native wind over here. Just go to this, that is nativewind.dev. Let's press on get started. And since we are using frameworkless, that is we are not using Expo framework, just press on the second tab over here. All right, and let's install all of this using yarn. So copy that down, come back over here and let's try to enter it and install all of these dependencies, right? The next step is to do a pod install, and we also need to do a setup for Tailwind CSS. So let's include this, copy this down. Let's create a root file that is known as tailwind.config.js. So I'm going to say new file, tailwind.config.js. Let's try to add in this, save. So next, let's try to create a CSS file, and we need to include all of the tailwind directives. So copy that down and let's create a global.css again at the root level. I'm going to say new file, global.css, and then enter, save. So the next step is to include the Babel preset, and then we need to include the native wind package over here within your babel.config.js. So let's include that. Okay, I think it's still installing, so let it continue, and let's come back to babel.config and let's try to add it over here. Okay, so save. So now once that is done, the next step is to modify your method.config.js. So we need to create a method.config.js. We already have that, and then add the following configuration. So I'm just going to come down to my app and then add the configuration over here. Yeah, so I think the installation is complete. So let's say I'm going to go over here and then include the native wind package. So just try to add it just like this and then save. So you can take a look at it. So this part is done. So now the next step is you need to import the CSS file into your main app.tsx. So let's do that step, and before that we need to make some changes within the tailwind.config.js, because this is with respect to this content, whereas we are going to have a src folder, and over there we're going to have all of our subfolders. So accordingly we need to enter the content, so the tailwind classes is going to get applied. Okay, so I'm going to say add in this one. So it's essentially going to be the same, just try to change the content over here according to our folder structure. Okay, so format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, this step is done. Let's try to do a pod install within iOS over here. I'm going to say pod install, enter. Okay, so this issue is with respect to your React Native worklets package. So let's try to add in that within your main directory, yarn add React Native worklets. Let's also install tailwind package, even that is required. Yarn add tailwind css, enter. Okay, that's complete, but this would actually install your tailwind 4 version, but that is not actually compatible with your native wind, so we need to make that change. So come back over here to your dependencies. As you can see, it's being installed. It's installed, that's version 4. Make this change. Okay, I'm going to install 3.4.17, save the file, again do yarn, so that version gets updated. Okay, so now we can do a pod install. Let's press on enter. As you can see, it's installing all of the required dependencies for your native wind. So once this is done, I'm just going to clear off the app and then rebuild it from the starting point. So clear both of this and even clear off the terminal for now, and try to import your global.css as they have suggested into the main app.tsx. Here I'm just going to say import global.css, save. Here I'm going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So this should rebuild the application with all of the fresh packages in a new way, and basically if everything is working fine, we should be able to add our native wind design or native wind styling to your app.tsx. So let's wait for that. I'm going to wait for a couple of minutes and then the app should be rebuilt again. Alright, so it says the app is being loaded. So for some reason I'm just able to see a white screen. Not sure why. Reload it. There you go. Let's try to check if at all the native wind is working correctly or not. So for that, let's come back to the return block. So here I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to say class name text red of 400, save, and there you go. Just like that, it's getting changed, and we have successfully integrated native wind into our application. So that's a good starting point. So now the next step is let's actually design the bottom tab. So this is essentially the design containing all of our screenshots. Okay, basically. So here, first of all, let's get started with designing the navigation part. So in this app, as you saw in the demo part of the video, we have two kinds of tabs. One is the dashboard or the home tab. Next one is the store or the orders tab. Okay, So for that, we need to set up the navigation first, and before that we have a bunch of icons that we're going to use in the application. So for that, we need to install and initialize the React Native vector icons. So let's go do that. So currently I'm just going to come back to my terminal and I'm going to paste in the code for this. Okay, so make sure to install all of these, and we might not use all of these, but it might be required if you are using different kinds of icons. Okay, so it's essentially going to be yarn add React Native vector icons / different kinds of icon families. Let's press on enter. So if you want to check the documentation, you can do that. Let's come back to Chrome. You can search for React Native vector icons just like this, and you can go on to the first one, which says the GitHub version. Here you can follow along the steps for your Expo, React Native, as well as your other option as well, that is web. So press on React Native. So try to install the packages and then update your info plist for iOS. And for Windows, I don't think there is any other issues. And for Windows, I think it's pretty simple. You can take a look at the steps for Windows as well. All right. I mean, for Android, it's just rebuild your app. My bad, I was talking about Windows over here. Yeah, next, so for iOS, we also need to include the list of icons within your info.plist, just like this. Okay, so once it's installed, we also need to install your common package. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native vector icons / common. Make sure to install that as well. Next, let's come back to your iOS directory. We need to make changes for the info plist file. So let's go on to the topmost part, I mean the bottommost part, and here below your false stack, try to add it over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so I've just essentially added whatever is there in the documentation, but with a lot more icons. That's the only difference. So let's try to save this file. Let's do a pod install over here, and then again rebuild our app. So once this is successful, we should be able to use all of our React Native vector icons into your project. Let's remove this. I'm just going to say yarn iOS over here one more time, enter, and let's come back to your app.tsx. Let's initialize our basic folder structure. I'm going to press on new folder, src. Within src, we're going to have in all of our subfolders. So I'm going to say one folder for the screens, one folder for your navigation. Okay, then we do have a folder for the constants, components. I'm going to say components, then your constants, enter. Then we do have it for the utils as well as for the store as well, since we're using Zestend. Okay, so src new folder store, src new folder your utils. All right, so these are some of the required folder structure that we're going to use. I think there is also API. We're going to have the API client while we have all of the APIs in the further part of the video. So I'm going to say API, enter. Okay, so the build failed basically. Let's look into that issue. I think some issue with respect to your iOS itself, that is, I mean the info.plist change, because previously it was building fine. Let's do it one more time, or let's do one thing. Let's actually cut the terminal. Let's try to reload this from scratch. So let's see if at all we get that error once again. Yarn iOS, enter. All right, so while that's happening, yeah, API is created. We can actually head over to React navigation and then set up the dependencies required for including React navigation into the project. So let's head over to Chrome, and I'm going to search for React navigation bottom tabs, or this is the documentation basically. Head over to reactnavigation.org / the getting started. We're going to start from here. So I'm going to use yarn. So this is the first one to install. Copy that down. Okay, so still the build is failing. Yeah, so some issue with respect to your info.plist itself. So we're going to fix that. Okay, so let's first of all install the dependencies for React navigation. Include that. Then the next step is we need to install the React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. So since you're using a bad React Native project, we need to install with the help of this code. So copy that down and we're gonna paste it over here, enter. Apart from that, let's move on to Hello React navigation, and then let's try to set up and install the native stack over here, enter. And as you can observe, we do have some bottom tab, so we need to install that package as well. So just search for React Native bottom tabs, that's the one, and press on the first one and let's install again using yarn. Copy that down and then let's try to solve that issue, that is the info.plist error. Yeah, so all of the dependencies for React navigation have been installed. So let's look into this. It says unable to read property list from file info.plist. The operation couldn't be completed because we have done a pod install after doing that, but not sure why it's not exactly taking it. Let's do one thing, let's remove everything, come back to the previous state where icons were not added and the app was building fine. Let's do a rebuild over here, yarn iOS. Okay, so info building, and you should actually verify all of the dependencies have been installed or not within your package.json over here. As you can see, all the dependencies for React navigation have been installed and initialized. So let's try to fix this issue. Not sure why exactly it's coming. So I think that's the only change we have made. After all, you check out the documentation. These are the, okay, my bad. I think I got to know what's the issue. I didn't add the UI app fonts. That's definitely the issue. So let's add it out again. So this time the app should build. Yeah, there you go. That was the issue. So let's come back to info.plist. So I just added the array, but along with the array, we also need to add the key. That is whatever we are specifying. So in this case, it should be UI app font. I just got it once I saw the documentation and I remembered I just copied the array and not exactly with the key. So let's make that change. Again, below the false tag, I'm going to paste it again, but this time with the key. As you can see, make sure to add the UI app fonts. Save the file and do a pod install again. So now we should be able to run the project and no issues should come, that's for sure. Okay, so it's also installing dependencies for your React navigation, that's good. Now let's try to rebuild the app. I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter, close the file, the build should go fine. So now within the navigation, let's set up a few things. So here we're going to have in essentially navigators as well as the routes for the entire project as well as a navigation.ts file. So here I'm going to say new folder, all of your navigators, include that. Apart from that, I'm going to have in not a new folder, a new file essentially, that is going to be routes.ts. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have the navigation.ts as well. So new file at the root level, navigation.ts, enter. So let's first of all include all of the routes, because this would be useful while setting up or writing the code for your bottom tab navigator or your stack navigator as well. So here this includes all the route names as enums for your type safety and easy reference. Okay, so this is going to include basically your both routes, that is your auth routes as well as main routes, with the param types for that is basically required for navigation. Okay, so here I'm going to say export enum routes. Here I'm going to say your auth stack is going to be equals to your auth stack, and furthermore I'm going to have in my main tabs, that is going to be equals to main tabs. As you can see, the build is going fine, which is good. Let's format once, save. Next, let's similarly define it for your auth routes. We're going to have in two parts. So I'm going to say export enum auth routes. Here login is going to be equals to login, and the next one is going to be for your sign up, is going to be equals to sign up, just like this. Next, let's try to export your main routes, or is whatever you're going to have. So I'm going to say export enum main routes. Okay, we're gonna have in all of the screens now itself. Later we need not come and add it individually once we create the screens, right? So this is for the home, that is for the dashboard. Store, that's the next one, or the order, you can call it whatever you want. Next I'm going to say product details is going to be equals to your product details. Alright, next I'm going to say checkout is going to be equals to checkout. Okay, next we can have your profile, that is going to be equals to your profile. Furthermore, your category, so I'm going to say category is going to be equals to your category. Next we have is for the cart screen, so I'm going to say your cart is going to be equals to cart, just like this. Next we're going to have it for the add address. I'm going to say add address is going to be equals to add address. Furthermore, next one and the final one, edit address is going to be equals to edit address. That's it. These are the types of main routes. Let's try to export the root stack parameters as well as the auth stack parameters as well. So here essentially I'm going to say export type root stack param list is going to be equals to initially your root routes dot your main stack, your auth stack, that's initially going to be undefined. Next one is going to be similarly for your root routes dot your main tabs, again undefined. Here let's try to export your auth stack param list similarly, that is for two things, login sign up. So export type auth stack param list is going to be equals to your root routes dot, sorry, not root routes, it's going to be auth routes. Here I'm going to say auth routes dot your login is going to be undefined. Next I'm going to say your auth routes dot your sign up is going to be undefined as well. That's it. So the next one is going to be for your main tab param list, or instead of that we can actually try to export the main stack param list instead of the main tab param list. So here I'm going to say export type main stack param list is going to be equals to an object containing all of the details. So main tabs is going to be equals to your navigator screen params, include that, import that package, navigator screen params of your main tab param list. Okay, we need to have that as well. So main tab param list, just like this. Just try to include that over here onto the top. You can take a look at it. And your navigator screen param should come from a package, that is from React navigation / native. Okay, so apart from this we're going to have it for all of the other screens. So I'm going to say over here main routes dot your product details. Here we can have in your product ID as a param, that is going to be of type string. Here next one is going to be for the main routes dot your checkout, that essentially is going to be undefined. The next one is going to be for your main routes dot your profile, undefined as well. Next I'm going to say your main routes dot your category as well, undefined. The next one is going to be for the main routes dot your add address, undefined as well. And the final one, main routes dot your edit address, we can have an address ID over here of type string. Let's format once. So these are all of the routes that we're going to use for the front end part. Okay, and we're going to have some more folders for the admin panel if at all we're going to build that once we complete this step. Okay, so save. This part is done. So now let's initialize the navigation.ts, and we're going to have in 3 implementations being done. So yeah, it's already there. So the first one is going to be for the navigation ref. We're going to create a reference for the navigation container. Here I'm going to say export const navigation ref is going to be equals to make use of react.createRef of the navigation container ref, this one, and here we're going to say root stack parameterized from the routes. So let's essentially understand what exactly this does. So this, as it suggests, we are going to make use of the react.createRef. So this basically creates a ref and it points to your navigation container. So essentially this react.createRef gives you an object like current that would be initially pointing to null, which will later hold the navigation container instance once the app is mounted. Okay, that's the basic usage of the navigation ref that we are creating. The next one we're going to use is the parse and log route. This is basically a function. So let's try to write that over here. I'm going to say export function parse and a log route, which in turn is going to take in the state that is going to be of your navigation state. Import that from React navigation or under find. Here I'm going to check the condition that if at all not of state, then directly try to say return. Okay, so here I'm going to say const routes comma index is going to be equals to, it's going to come from the state, and I'm going to say const current route is going to be your routes of index. So let's understand what exactly this function does, that is parse and log routes. So this function, essentially looks at the current navigation state, whatever is present, and logs the currently active route and params if any. Okay, so if no state is passed in, it exits. That is what we are doing over here. That is, if no state, return. Else try to access routes and index from the state. And actually now we're gonna write a logger functionality within the utils folder so that we can make use of the logger, and then we should be able to see which state is currently active in the navigation. So let's come back to the utils folder, create a logger.ts file. First of all, save this. So utils over here, I'm going to say new file, logger.ts. Here I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to an object containing 2 methods, info. This in turn is going to have in your message of type string and data of any. Here I'm just going to say console.log, make use of backticks and access the info over here. That's going to be $message, and if at all the data is present, use that or a empty string. This part is done. Next is going to be for your error method. So I'm going to say error over here. This again similarly message comma, message is going to be of type string comma data of any. Here I'm going to say console.log backticks error. I'm going to say $message. Again similarly add in the data or a empty string over here. That's it. Here let's try to export default logger. I'm going to say export default logger. Let's try to format over here. I think this is going to be a semicolon. Save. Now again let's come back to navigation.ts, and here let's try to use the logger over here. That is, after the current route, I'm going to say logger, import that from utils dot, as you can see we are getting the methods, make use of info, and I'm going to say your current route is going to be name. I'm going to say current route dot access the name, and params if any, I'm going to say params is going to be your current route dot your params. That's it. And here I'm going to say export function is the third method. I'm going to say set is navigation ready. So this is just a function that would log into the console once the navigation is mounted onto the application. It is going to say navigation is ready. So set is navigation ready. Here I'm going to say logger dot info navigation is, let's write that properly, is ready. Alright, let's try to format once and then let's try to save this file. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to initialize and define all of the navigators within our application. So here essentially we're going to have 4 navigators: your auth navigator, main tab navigator, as well as the root navigator. So let's create all of them. So I'm going to say navigators, new file, auth navigator.tsx, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of these functional shorthand code snippets, make sure you have installed ES7 within your systems. So that would be available within your extensions tab itself. Go on over here and you can search for ES7. There is this one, ES7 React, Redux, or React Native snippet. So make sure you install this and you should be able to get all of the shorthand code snippets for the functional components, just like this, right? So this is done. So similarly, 3 more navigators. One is the main navigator. I'm going to say new file, main navigator.tsx, rnfes, save. The next one is going to be main tab navigator. I'm going to say main tab navigator.tsx, again rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Finally, your root navigator. So root navigator.tsx, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. So first of all, let's look into the design of the bottom tabs. That's going to happen in your main tab navigator. Okay. So here essentially, let's try to create a tab. It's pretty simple. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. You can actually get it directly from the documentation itself. So let's come back over here, and this is the one, and paste it over here. Here I'm going to say bottom tab navigator, include this just like this. So here, instead of returning the view, I'm going to return a tab.navigator. So tab.navigator, within that we're going to have the first tab.screen. So let's actually try to create all of your screens now itself. Okay, so we're going to have the home screen, store screen, as well as the cart screen. So over here I'm going to say screens, home screen.tsx, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save. Next is your store screen or your order screen. So store, what am I writing? Store screen.tsx, and then rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. All right. So for now, these things are NF, and then your login screen as well as sign up screen. Login screen.tsx, rnfes, save. Next is your sign up screen, .tsx, again rnfes, and then save. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back to your main tab navigator, and for the first part, let's try to write the name. So this name essentially is going to be equals to your main routes, import that, and it's going to be the home screen, main routes.home, and component to render for this is going to be equals to your home screen. So component home screen, import from the screens folder correctly. It's looking good. And here we need to have in the options for the icon part. So here I'm going to say options is going to be equals to, I'm going to say tab bar icon. This in turn is going to take in the color, and this color is going to be of type string. Add in that just like this. Here essentially we're going to show a font awesome icon. So I'm going to say font awesome. over here I'm gonna have name, that is going to be equals to home, size is going to be equals to 28, color is going to be equals to color. So I'm going to add in the font awesome icon right onto the top over here, just like this. So make sure you import that, format this over here. Okay, so I'm just going to add in the tab.screen a couple of times, or just one more time, that is for the next tab over here. Here essentially it's going to be main routes dot your store, and component to render for this is going to be equals to your store screen. So I'm going to say store screen, and here the icon is going to be equals to shopping cart. You can change the icon if you really want to add something different. Okay, so format and then save. So that's pretty much it. And for your main tab navigator, we need to provide in some screen options. So I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to initially your tab bar active tint color. So I'm going to say tab bar active tint color is going to be this color code, that is hashtag 1E8 and then 8E5. Furthermore, I'm going to say header shown is going to be false for all of the tabs. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So that's it. So this is the code for your main tab navigator. Let's similarly write it for the auth navigator. It's going to be pretty simple. So let's come back to auth navigator tsx. Here we need to install the, not install, we need to initialize the stack. Const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Again, let's try to get that from the docs itself. Let's come back to hello React navigation. You can import this one, that's the one we're going to use. Create native stack navigator from React navigation native stack. That's it. So again, instead of your view, I'm going to say stack.navigator. Within the stack.navigator, we're going to have the stack.screen. All right. Here, pass on the name for the screen. First screen, it's going to be your login screen. Import auth routes dot login, and component to render for this component is going to be equals to login screen. Add in that, and options over here is going to be equals to, oh yeah, I think we can skip this. There is nothing for the options actually. So the next one, this case is going to be your sign up. So auth routes dot sign up, component to show is going to be equals to your sign up screen. Import sign up screen correctly from your screens folder, save the file. So yes, that's pretty much it. Let's pass on the screen options over here. I'm going to say screen options. Again, header shown is going to be false. So I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. Save. So the next one we're going to write is for the main tab navigator. I mean, not main tab, the main navigator. This also is going to contain a stack of screens. Let's come back to main navigator tsx, and over here, let's try to initialize the stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Import that correctly. And again over here, we're going to have the stack.navigator being shown. So stack.navigator, within that stack.screen. Here the name is going to be equals to your main tabs. So I'm going to say main tabs. Component to show is going to be your bottom tabs. So component to show equals your main tab navigator. This is the one that we just defined, that is this one, main tab navigator. Import that, and that is going to be the first part. And any other screens, that is the internal screens apart from your home screen as well as store screen, which are going to come, are going to be shown up over here, such that we can navigate from any screen from the tabs. Okay, so that's the reason I've added a new tab navigator for this. I mean, not a tab navigator, a new stack navigator for this. So save. So this part is done. So let's finally include the root navigator over here. It's already there. So here essentially again it's going to have in a stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, import that, and here we're going to first of all having a condition that is const is authenticated is going to be equals to true by default, and once when we have the authentication set up, we're going to make it look dynamic. All right, here I'm going to say stack.navigator. I'm going to check the condition stating that if all is authenticated is true, then over here we can try to show the first stack. So stack.screen, if it's true, show the main navigator. Name is going to be equals to this time your root routes.main tab. So root routes dot your main tabs and your component to show. So component is going to be equals to your main navigator. It's like that. And here let's try to access this. So here the second part, if at all it's not authenticated, if at all the user is not authenticated, show your other auth navigator. So here I'm going to say root tabs dot your auth stack. All right, component to show this time auth navigator. That's pretty much it. Let's try to format once and then save. So now let's try to include the code within the main app.tsx with the help of a navigation container. Okay, so let's come back to that point, app.tsx. Let's remove everything that's currently present, and over here I'm going to have in my navigation container. That's important to have for any application. And for this navigation container, let's pass on the reference over here. I'm going to say ref is going to be equals to your navigation ref. Okay, and I'm going to say on ready is going to be equals to set is navigation ready. Import that from your navigation folder. That is the same file from which we have imported navigation ref. Okay, so that's it. So this part is done. So now within this we're gonna directly have in your root navigator being shown. So I'm going to say root navigator from your src. Let's try to format once. Let's try to clear off the app and then let's try to rebuild it from scratch. So save this file and I'm going to cut out the terminal. Here I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. So if we have done everything correctly, we need to be seeing two tabs being shown because obviously your is authenticated is set to true. So it should essentially show your main tab navigator, main navigator. Within the main navigator, we are showing the main tab navigator. So main tab navigator means it should show these two tabs. Okay, that's what it means. So yeah, let's wait for a couple of minutes and then let's wait for the app to load onto the simulator. So there you go, the app has been finally loaded, but we are seeing some issues. But over here we are able to see the correct tabs, that's home tab as well as the store tab. But we need to fix the header. So header should not be shown essentially. So let's look into each of the navigator. So for the main navigator, I think I've made the mistake. Okay, we need to pass in the screen options and then header shown as false. So screen options equals header shown is going to be false. Okay, there is one more point where we have the header. I'm not sure from where exactly it's coming. Okay, I think it's from the stack navigator, this one. So again, screen options, header shown false, and there you go, that was the issue. So this part is done. So we are able to see the home tab as well as the store tab, which is looking good. So let's start off with designing your home tab. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so essentially this part where we have all of the categories is going to come from the backend, that is from the admin app. Whatever the admin has added, those products are going to be shown, and these are for the UI related design. So let's get started. So essentially from your home screen.tsx, we're going to start doing the design part. So here first of all, I'm going to have in my safe area view being initialized. So I'm going to say safe area view from your safe area context, from your React Native safe area context. And for this, I'm going to say edges onto the top, and I'm gonna pass on the class name flex of 1, bg green of 700. Save. As you can see, that's being applied correctly. Fine. So yeah, this part is done. So here I'm going to have in my status bar with a light content as a bar style. I'm going to say status bar import from React Native. Your bar style is going to be light content, bg color is going to be this one, that is hashtag 158 as well as 03D. Okay, I'm going to say translucent is going to be equals to false. Save. Okay, here the next step is we need to add in the green header block. That's going to look something like this, right? So for that, have in a view. This in turn is going to have in a header component being shown. So I'm going to say header over here. Let's come back to your components folder. I'm going to say header.tsx rnfes to get the shortened code snippet. Save the file. So let's come back to that component and then let's try to design the header.tsx. Okay, so here essentially I'm going to say const nav is going to be equals to your use navigation. This in turn is going to take in your native stack navigator prop. So native stack navigator prop, this is the one, and here it's going to be of type main stack param list. Alright, so here let's look into the design for the view. So within the view, we're going to have in a text which says delivery starting in. I'm going to say delivery starting in. Save the file. Let's make sure to import it over here. Save. As you can see, that design is being shown onto the screen, which is good. So for this, let's pass on the design. So class name, this in turn is going to have, a text of white as well as a text of SM. And for the outermost view, I'm going to give it some padding, px of 4 and then a py of 4 as well. I mean pb of 4, not that one, and rounded bottom to XL. Yeah, that's looking good. So below the text, we're going to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. And here we're going to have in a text, which is going to say 15 minutes. I'm just going to add in the text along with that icon over here. So save. As you can see, 15 minutes with that flash symbol, so flash or lightning symbol. And here below that, we're going to have one more view, which is going to have in that detail as well as the address part. So below the view, below the text, have in the view. This view in turn is going to have in a text, which is going to say 560024 and then dasarali. Save. Okay, so for this, it's going to have a white color design, so text of white. Then I'm going to say font is going to be of medium. All right, below the text, we're going to have your iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons. Here, let's pass on the name. It's going to have chevron down outline. So I'm going to say chevron down outline. Okay, let's pass on the size for this. This is going to have, let's say 16. Color for this is going to be white color. Let's say F. I'm going to say some style, internal style itself, some margin left of 6. Let's try to include that icon basically. Copy any one of them and then make the change. This should be your iron icons. And it should be from iron icons family. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the view, it needs to come into a row fashion essentially. So class name for this, I'm going to say, flex of row, items of center, empty is going to be of 1. There you go. That's looking neat. So now towards the right hand side, we're going to have 2 more icons. So that's going to happen right below this view. This view. Having a view, this in turn is going to have in your pressable. Here I'm going to have in your icons. Just try to add in this, make the change. So the name is going to be your heart outline. So let's try to add that over here. Okay, size is going to be again not 16, 22. Color is going to be white. Format and then save. Okay, so copy this down one more time. This is going to be the next one. That's going to be a person outline. So I'm going to say person outline. For the view, I'm going to pass on the style. So class name essentially flex of row, items of center. Okay, save. Yep, that's looking good. And for your outermost view that's containing this design as well as the icons, we need to push it towards the rightmost part. So we need to have a space of between. So for this view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name. Okay, I think I messed up one more view. Not for this. We need to pass on the class name for the outermost view because it contains this one as well as this one. So we can directly give the flex. So for this view, class name, flex of row, your items of center, not items of center, items of end, justify of between, save. There you go. That's looking good, as well as empty of 1. All right, and we can actually give a gap as well for this. Let's say gap of 1 or 2. Yeah, that's looking neat. So yes, this part is done. So now let's move on to the next part, that is your search bar.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to create a new component. Here I'm going to say search bar.tsx. Let's try to say rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So here essentially I'm directly going to say export default function search bar. It's going to have your value as well as on change method. Let's try to define these two. Value question mark of string. On change basically is going to return a void. I'm going to say on change of type string, which is going to return a void. Here let's try to return a view. I'm going to say return view. Within that we're going to have your font awesome 5 icon. Import that. And here I'm going to say name is going to be equals to search. Okay, size is going to be equals to 16 and your color is going to be this color code. So let's add in that. Here I'm going to say 9CA, then 3AF. All right, below that I'm going to have in my text input. I'm going to select input from React Native, import that. Your value is going to be equals to value. So this is going to come from the home screen. Basically we're going to write that in just a bit. So value is going to be value. Then your on change text is going to be equals to on change. Write that down, and your placeholder is going to be equals to search chicken. Next is your placeholder text color. Basically same kind of color code that we gave for the color of the icon. Just try to copy that down and then add it over here. Next one is going to be for the class name over here. I'm going to say ml of 3, ml3, flex of 1, text of base. Let's format over here and then let's try to save the file. Let's come back to home screen.tsx and then let's try to give the design for this. Okay, so right below your header, so home screen.tsx. So for the view essentially we have to give again bg green of 700. So class name bg green 700, and header is done. Below that we have another view where we're going to show the icon. Not the icon, your search bar, my bad. So import search bar from the components folder. Let's initialize the state for the query part. I'm going to say const query comma set query. is going to be equals to use state, initially empty string, and search bar is going to be equals to value. It's going to be equals to query as well as on change. I'm directly going to say set query over here. That's it. And for the view, let's provide some internal spacing. So class name px of 4 as well as a pb of 4. Save. Alright, so I think I've messed up the design for the view. Yeah, so the view design is not given, so that's the reason it's not looking white color. So come back to your search bar to tsx, and then we need to give a bg of white for this. Class name bg white, rounded full. As you can see over here, the search bar is rounded. So pass on rounded full, and I'm going to give it a height of 12, flex of row. Alright, then I'm going to say items of center px of 4, and I'm going to say shadow. Save. And there you go. Just like that, our design is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. Okay, so now the next step is, let's try to show the remaining components. So we're going to have basically a carousel kind of design that's going to come below your view. That is, let's come back to home screen or tsx. Right below this, we're going to have the scrollable content. I'm going to say scroll view. So the first one is going to be the banner. I'm going to say view over here. Within that, we're going to have in one more view, and let's try to render a banner carousel component. So component over here, new file, banner carousel dot tsx. RNFES to get the Sujan code snippet. Save. Here, let's try to show that. So banner carousel. As you can see, we're able to show that onto the screen, which is good. So class name for the scroll view, give it a flex of 1. This is going to have a bg of white, and rounded is going to be onto the top. So bg white, and I'm going to say rounded top of 3xl. Save. And boom, just like that, our design is looking pretty neat, and we're able to see the banner carousel being shown. That's looking fine. And for the inner view over here, I'm going to say give it a class name, and I'm going to pass on a pb of 10. For this, pt, some padding top, because it's almost touching the top part of the container. And there you go. That's looking good. So let's look into the design of the banner carousel. It's going to be pretty simple. We're going to have two banners that's going to be scrollable. So banner carousel.tsx. All right, here we're going to have a scroll view instead of this. So scroll view from React Native. This essentially is going to be horizontal because this is going to be horizontally scrollable. Okay, so I'm going to say horizontal, and I'm also going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Within your scroll view over here, let's try to have a view. This in turn is going to have image, import image from React Native as such. Copy this down one more time and save. I'm just going to get the link for the image along with the styles being passed for both of them. I'm just going to add the design for this. You can take a look at it. I'll be sending all of the image links, whatever I use in the project, in the description. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this is the image link, and make sure to copy down the class names. Width of 80, height of 44, rounded of XL. Resize mode is going to be cover. Image is already imported. Save. And there you go. Just like that, is looking fine, but we need to provide some spacing. We can give that directly to the scroll view itself. So class name px of 4, px4 as well as pt of 4. Save. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking neat. Okay, this part is done. So now the next design is, let's come back to the home screen. So after this, we're going to have your categories being shown. So as of now, let's not design this. We can directly design it once when we implement the admin panel. We can directly show the categories. So for now, I'm just going to write the code for this, and then I'm going to comment it out. Okay, so right below your banner carousel, we're going to have the categories design. Then I'm going to comment saying that categories. Okay, So here we also are going to implement the skeleton loading as well. If you would have checked out in the demo part of the video, we're going to implement that as well, which is a good feature for our application. So here categories are going to show up. So let's have in a view, and we're going to comment that out for now. And below that, we're going to have your design, that is for the flash sale as well as view all design. So below this, I'm going to say view. I'm going to have in a text which says flash sale. Here having one more text, we're going to say view all. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, first of all, for the view, we're going to pass on design. I'm going to say class name over here. I'm going to give it a flex of row. I think I messed up one more part. We need to have in one more view over here. View. Yep, within that we can add in this one. Here essentially again flex of row, items of center, and I'm going to say empty of 3. So for the flash sale text, let's pass on the design for this. So class name, text of XL, font of bold. Alright, for this let's provide some internal spacing. So px of 4, empty of 3. That's looking good. Let's actually pass on justify between here itself. So yeah, so the view all should go towards the rightmost part. So I'm going to say justify between. Okay, that's looking good. So here I'm going to have in a class name for this, for the view all. It's going to have text purple of 600. Safe. As you can see, this is looking pretty good. So this part is done. We can actually skip this design. That's not required. We can directly design this Pujo special components. So right below this view, have in one more view, which in turn is going to have the text. Okay, so essentially the same design itself. Copy this down, add it over here. This is going to say, instead of flash sale, Pujo special. Okay, and here again view all. So here below this, I'm going to have in my scroll view, I'm just going to get the link for the products or the data for the products. So I'm just going to go on to the top and then add in the products over here. Okay, so these are the only hard-coded datas, and once when we implement the admin panel part, we're going to make it dynamic, that is with respect to all of your category items over here. So yeah, so this is again an array of objects containing your ID, your name, your price, as well as the image URL. I'll be sending all of this details as well in the description. You can take a look at it. So minimize this, save the file. So over here, let's come down to the scroll view, map over the products. I'm going to say products dot map for every p. Let's try to render a view. This view in turn is going to have in one more view, which in turn is going to have in your image. Import that from React Native. Having a source, which in turn is going to have in your URI, that is going to be p.imageURL. Okay, so class name for this, it's going to be equals to width of full, height of full, resize mode is going to be cover. Save. Alright, I think we need to give the design for the view so that the image is going to be shown onto the screen. So class name, height of 32. Alright, so I've currently opened up a new Visual Studio Code application so that we could create the admin panel app, that is by using the Expo framework. Okay, so again, I'm inside of my terminal. I'm going to go into my build folder. So I'm going to say cd build. So here I'm going to execute the command, that is npx create expo app, image art -- template, and then blank TypeScript. You can change the project name to whatever you want to. I'm just going to say admin panel app. Okay, so that's the name I'm going to give, and -- template and then blank TypeScript. So let's press on enter. As you can see, it is downloaded and extracted the project files, npm install. So it's going to take in about 2 minutes to set up the project for us. So let's wait for that. We can clear up this application so there is no work as of now. So let's wait for this to complete. Alright, there you go. It says your project is ready. To run your project, navigate to the directory and run one of the following npm commands. So you can go to cd admin panel app and then npm run android if all you're using android device, npm run ios for ios, for the web npm run web. Okay, so I'm going to say file, open folder, and I'm going to say come back to the build and just choose the admin panel app. Okay, so this towards the left hand side is the initial file structure that Expo gives once when you initialize a fresh new Expo related project. Okay, so let's start off this. First of all, over here I'm going to say module resolution, set it to be node. Okay, so that part is done. So here within app.tsx, first of all, before looking into anything, let's try to run the application. So I'm going to say terminal, new terminal, and it's pretty easy to run Expo apps as well. It's going to take in less than a second. So npx expo start, enter. Okay, we can actually cut off this port, quit terminal, terminate. I'm going to again run this command. As you can see, started metro bundler. So we have a bunch of options to see the output onto the simulator. For Android, press on A. For iOS, press on I. I'm going to press on I over here. So there you go. It is opening up the application. So once the app loads, we need to be seeing this text onto the screen. So it says new update available, and it's downloading and building all of the JavaScript bundle. So let's wait for this step to complete. Okay, so the app might slow down if at all there is some issue with your Watchman. Okay, this might take about, let's say, it's showing 30 seconds now. It might go up to 200 seconds. That is almost about, let's say, 3 minutes to 4 minutes. If at all there is some kind of issue. So while this happens, let's actually try to implement the native int. Again, here we're going to use native int. So again, we need to implement native int into the application. So as you can see, this is the admin category part. So we have 3 tabs: categories, users, as well as the orders tab. Okay, this is how your categories is going to look like. So let's first of all design this. So again, we're going to use native int for designing and TypeScript for writing the code in your admin panel application. So let's head back to Chrome, and I'm going to search for, I'm going to come back to the same thing. Come back to native.dev, again press on get started. Since we're using Expo, copy down the Expo command over here and install all of these dependencies. Alright, and then over here I'm just going to say into a new terminal, paste all of this, enter. So while that's installing, let's try to set up the next step, that is set up the Tailwind CSS package. So copy that down, come back over here. Okay, that was pretty quick. So here I'm going to say new file, tailwind.config.js. I'm going to say paste that over here and save. So now apart from this, the next step is again create your global.css and then add the Tailwind directives. So copy that down, again a new file. I'm going to say global.css, add it over here and then save that file. This step is complete. Next is going to be the Babel preset. So let's try to add that over here. So in Expo apps, there won't be a babel.config.js file. We need to create that and include that over here. Okay, so Babel is not there. I'm going to say new file, babel.config.js, and that over there. Okay, so this is still waiting. Let's try to open it up manually. I'm going to go to Expo and press on the first app, that is admin panel app. So let's exactly see what's going to happen. So yeah, while that's happening, let's try to do the step 4. That's going to be initialize and create your method.config.js and then add in this particular code to include the native int package. So come back over here. I'm going to say new file, method.config.js, and add this over here. So let's try to save the file. Alright, this part is done. So now next step is include the global.css. That's the only thing. So let's do that. Okay, so still our app is not yet loaded. That's weird, because for some reason, some issue with the Watchman, it's not exactly able to watch the project. So include it over here, save. So hopefully at 280 seconds, it should, show us the output. It's 2:30. All right. So now, yeah, I think that's it. So I think I need to modify my Tailwind config according to our folder structure. So for that, I'm just going to scroll down. Come back over here and then go on to tailwind.config.js and then paste in this piece of code. Okay. So our content is going to look something like this. So let's try to save the file. So while this is happening, let's actually try to set up the folder structure for the admin panel backend part. Okay. So not sure, still it's taking some time. So let's create a src over here. I'm going to say new folder, src at the root level. Within src, we're going to have again similar bunch of subfolders: navigation, API, screens. Okay. So I'm going to say new folder, navigation, and I'm going to say API. Next, I'm going to say screens. These are the required folders as of now. So for navigation, I'm going to create 3 stacks, and also let's try to install and initialize the dependencies required for navigation. Okay, so this is not yet working. Yeah, finally it's working. So watchman watch project, it's working. So now let's try to directly open up the application, close this. Now it should properly work, no doubt in that. So okay, cannot find module React Native worklets. So even over here we need to install that. Yarn add React Native worklets. Enter. So once this completes, let's try to reload the app. So hopefully we should be seeing whatever is there within the app.tsx. So I'm going to say reload over here. Okay, so I think we need to do a hard reload. So again, cut the server. So hopefully now again the watchman should watch the project earlier itself. So I'm going to say npx export start. Okay, some issue is present. Cannot find Tailwind CSS package. So yeah, we need to install that. Yarn add Tailwind CSS. Enter. Yeah, so this got installed. Again, we need to make the change. Come back over here, and I'm going to make the change for this package because that is not compatible with native wind. Again, say yarn. Now let's try to do a export start from scratch. So npx export start. Enter. Let's press on I. So as you can see, it says created native wind env d.ts. So hopefully we should be seeing your native wind styles getting applied. I think again we're going to get that issue. Hopefully not. Yeah, I think there is some command to delete the watchman and then again start the service. Let's actually check what exactly is that, because yeah, if this happens again I have to wait for 2-3 minutes. Watchman won't let me start any of my React Native projects. Okay, yeah, I tried the following: watchman watch delete, then watchman watch project, that particular project. Okay, so shut down the Metro server simulator if it's running, turn off and clear watchman cache, and then watchman shutdown server, and then watchman watch delete all. Then it says start your React Native project. Okay, let's do that. So still it's loading, which is bad. I'm just going to say watchman shutdown server. Enter. Yeah, it says shutdown server is true, which is good. Next, I'm going to say watchman watch delete all. All right, nothing seems to happen. Yeah, so even that got deleted. So hopefully now we should be able to get this working. So npx export start. Nope, I think it's still in the same position itself. Okay, because still it's not able to watch the project. So there's no need to give watchman full disk space, nor should you. Okay, let's just search in GPT once what exactly and how to clear this. I'm going to say GPT. enter. Yeah, so it says the same thing. We have done this. Reinstall or upgrade Watchman. I've done that previously. Start Metro fresh. Okay. Yeah, after all, let's export. We need to clear the cache and run it. Let's do that once because still it's taking a lot of time to run. All right, npx, I mean just expo start -c to clear the cache and then run the app. Enter. Okay, I think it's npx expo. I'm going to say npx expo start -c. The cache should be cleared. Nope, I think I still am seeing that issue. Alright, so the app has been finally started after a long time. So we're able to see the text that's being shown onto the screen. As you can see, whatever is there within your app.tsx, it is gonna be shown over here. So let's try to actually verify if native wind is being applied. I'm gonna say for this one, class name, I'm gonna say text red of 400, save, and boom, just like that, you're able to see the text on the top of the screen because I've removed the style for the view and it is in red color. So this is being applied correctly, fine. So now let's install the dependencies required for your React navigation. It's not yet installed, so let's come back over here and I'm going to search for reactnavigation.org, same documentation. Let's come back over here, install the navigation native, that's the first one, add it over here. Next one, let's move on to hello React navigation, install the native stack, add it. I think I forgot to install this one, that is your screens as well as safe area context. Copy that down, add it over there. So that part is done. We also need the bottom tabs, so back, and then yeah, this is the bottom tabs one. Let's install with using yarn, copy that down, enter. Okay, so we have implemented all of these things. So here there is no authentication kind of implementation because there is only going to be one admin and they're going to just manage the details and the data for the user app. Okay, so we're going to have basically 3 files within your navigation: your category stack, your order stack, as well as your route navigator. So first of all, let's come back to your navigation. I'm going to say 3 files. First is going to be route navigator .tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Let's try to save the file. Here I'm going to start writing the code. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. Let's get that from the documentation itself. It's pretty easy. Copy this down and add it over here. Okay, here I'm going to say bottom tab navigator, and within the return block, let's try to return it. Instead of the view, I'm going to say your tab.navigator. Within that, we're going to have in your tab.screen. I'm going to say tab.screen. Here, let's have in the first one, I'm going to say name is going to be equals to your categories tab. So categories tab, and we need to define the other stacks as well. Here I'm going to say category stack. So categories stack.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Furthermore, we're going to have your order stack. I'm going to say orders stack.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save. And let's come back to route navigator. So here the component to render is going to be your category stack. So I'm going to say component, but yeah, we need to define what screens are actually going to come in the category stack. We're gonna do that in just a bit. So category stack, and I hope the title is there. Yeah, title is going to be present. So I'm going to say options. You can directly enter the title over here. I'm going to say title is going to be categories. So format once, and yep, apart from that, we're going to have the next one, that is going to be your users. So this is going to be a single screen. I'm going to say screens folder, user screen.tsx or users screen.tsx rnfes to get the shortened code snippet. Let's try to save the file. And over here, I'm going to say the name for this is going to be users. Component for this is essentially going to be your users screen, and title over here is going to be users. Let's add that over here. And the third and final tab is going to be for the order tab. So over here, I'm going to say orders tab. That's going to be your name. And the component in there is going to be orders stack. That's already generated. So let's try to add it over here. I'm going to say order stack, and title is going to be your orders over here instead of users. Format, and then let's try to save. Alright, this part is done. We need to set up the icon part. So let's do that onto the top. So I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to an object. This in turn is going to take in the route basically. So I'm going to say route just like this. And over here we are going to say your tab bar icon is going to take in the focused color as well as the size. Alright, here I'm going to check let icon name take that variable is going to be equals to, let's say, key of type of your iron icons dot glyph map equals to home. Let's try to import iron icons from the expo icons. It's built in, so it's pretty simple. Okay, and here I'm going to check if at all my root dot name is going to be equals to categories tab. Then in this case your icon name is going to be focused. In this case I'm going to say icon name, if it's focused question mark, I'm going to say it's going to be list, else it's going to be equals to list outline. Okay, so else over here I'm going to check if at all my root dot name is going to be equals to users. I think spelling is wrong for this categories tab. It should be capital C. If my root dot name is going to be equals to users, then in this case my icon name is going to be equals to, again, focused question mark people, else it's going to be people outline. So I'm going to say people outline. Next I'm going to check the third condition. If my root dot name is going to be equals to orders tab, then over here I'm going to say your icon name let's write that correctly. It's going to be equals to your cart, focus, check the condition, else it's going to be equals to your cart outline. So apart from that, it's also going to have tab bar active print color, it's going to be tomato, and we're also going to have tab bar inactive print color, it's going to be gray, and header shown is going to be false. So let's try to save the file. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So here I've just added the bottom tab navigation options, and here we're going to take in the root as we have earlier written, and these conditions are same. So we just added this return along with these three options, that is going to be tab bar active print color, tab bar inactive print color, as well as header shown is going to be false. And here we're returning the iron icons with the name, size, as well as color. All right, so if that's pretty much it. So this is your code for the root navigator. So we can come back to your app.tsx, and over here I'm just going to remove this code. We can directly try to render your navigation container. Here we can have your root navigator being shown. save, and boom, just like that, categories, users, as well as orders. We're able to see all of the design being shown over here. So let's implement the category stack. We're gonna have a bunch of screens. So let's try to create two screens, that is categories screen initially. So I'm gonna say screens over here, new file. So categories screen .tsx rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. So within the category stack, let's say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. I think it's not coming, that is the auto import. Okay, it came, that's good. So create native stack navigator, import that. And over here, let's try to make use of stack.navigator instead of the view. So I'm going to say return stack dot your navigator. Within that, I'm going to have the first screen. So stack.screen name is going to be equals to categories. So I'm going to say categories, and then your component is going to be equals to category screen. Import that, and options over here, I'm going to say title is going to be categories. Save, and there you go. Just like that, it's looking neat. And let's pass on the screen options over here. I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to header style. This in turn is going to take in your background color. I'm going to say bg color, that is going to be equals to tomato. Next, I'm going to say header tint color. So header tint color is going to be white. That is basically your categories color text, that's going to be white. Save the file. As you can see, that got applied. Then header title style font weight is going to be bold. So header title style, I'm going to say font weight of bold, and there you go. Just like that, this is looking fine. Let's try to format once and save the file. Okay, so that's it. So for now, let's actually try to initialize the design of the categories screen, because that's the first step. We can do the users later once when we implement the authentication part, because there is only showing of users over here as well as showing of orders over here if at all any user has placed the order from the user part of the application. So over here within the category screen, let's come back over here, category screen.tsx. So whatever is required for adding, let's just show that is add button as well as categories. Okay, so over here I'm gonna have in my navigation, so I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Save. Here within the view, I'm going to pass on the design, class name flex of 1, bg gray of 50. All right, and within that we're going to have one more view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says categories. Let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking good. Here I'm going to say class name, text of Excel, font of bold, as well as text gray of 900. Okay, that's looking good. So apart from that, towards the right hand side, we're going to have the add button. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, having a text which is going to say add. So class name over here, I'm going to say flex of row, items of center, justify of between, px of 4, as well as py of 4. There you go, that's looking neat. So for the touchable opacity, we need to provide that a background, and apart from that, we're also going to have your iron icons over here. So I'm going to say iron icons, the name is going to be add circle. First of all, we need to import it as well. So let's say from the root navigator, we're going to get it, copy that down, and let's come back to category screen, add it over here. All right, name is going to be add circle, wrong spelling. Apart from that, I'm going to say your size is going to be equals to 18. Color is going to be equals to FFF. So for the text which says add, it needs to be in a white color. So class name, text white because the background is going to be blue, and font is going to be semi bold. So add that. For the reachable opacity, class name over here, I'm going to say, flex of row. It needs to come into a row fashion. Item center. Furthermore, I'm going to say BG blue of, let's say, 600. PX of 3. Apart from that, PY of 2. Rounded is going to be LG. And save. So there you go. Just like that, this design is looking pretty neat. So that's it. Let's try to format once. Okay, and we can give in a ML of 2 as well for the add button so that it spaces out from the icon. Okay, so that's it. So the next step is related to the backend. If at all there is any kind of categories, we're going to show over here. So once you press on add, we come into this particular category which says add category. Okay, let's design that quickly and then we can set up the backend part. So I'm going to say add category screen. Let's first of all create that screen. So screens over here, I'm going to say new screen, add category screen.tsx, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, save the file. Let's come back to your category stack, include this as the second screen. Copy that down. Here we can give it a name that is add category. So I'm going to say add category. The component to show for this is going to be equals to add category screen. Let's try to save the file. And over here, the title is going to change. Obviously, it is going to say add category. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back to your add category screen. First of all, let's initialize the on press within your category screen to navigate to add category once they press on the add button. So let's come back to over here category screen where we have the reachable opacity. I'm going to say on press, take in a function. Here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to your screen name that is going to be add category. Save. Let's press on that and there you go. We're coming correctly to the add category screen. So let's try to design this in a very simple way. We have two things for a category, that is we need access to category name and we need access to category image so that we can show it onto the user screen. So this details should be stored in the backend for each category. Okay, so let's come back over here and then let's design the initial part. First of all, let's have in the design for the view. So over here I'm going to say class name, flex of 1 as well as a BG gray of 50, some internal spacing padding of 4. So instead of this text, we're going to say add new category. Save the file. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to say, text of LG. So text LG, font of bold, text of gray 900, MB of 2. Okay, that's looking good. So below that, I'm going to have it one more piece of text. I'm going to say, text over here. This is going to say, give it a short, clear name. Give it a short, clear name. Let's pass on the class name for this. Okay, so this is going to have a text of small and then, text gray of, let's say, 600 as well as a MB of 4. Save. As you can see, that's looking pretty neat. So below that, so here, if you would observe, you're going to make use of something known as the React hook form for implementing this. It's obviously used a lot and it is a good practice to use React hook form. So we're going to use that and we're going to implement the input fields over here. So install that package, yarn add React hook form, enter. All right, so this part is done. So here let's try to have in the first input. So we're going to make use of a controller for that. Before that, having the text which is going to say category name. So I'm going to say category name. So below this text, I'm going to have in your controller from React hook form. So this in turn is going to take in a bunch of props starting off from the control. We need to pass in that. So this is going to be control. We need to define what exactly this control does. Okay, so here I'm going to say onto the top const control, comma, your handle submit. So I'm going to say handle submit, comma, your form state. You can actually check out the documentation of React hook form. That is how exactly it's being implemented. So you would understand how this is actually working. So React hook form, the first link, you can press on get started. Okay, so install React hook form only takes a single command. We have already done this. Okay, so we have already done this step. So now you can actually check out this example, but I think this is done without using the controller, whereas we are using the controller. You can actually check for React hook form for React Native, and you can actually go through an example as well so that you could understand what exactly we are trying to implement. You can check out this documentation probably. So you can take a look at this example. It's pretty useful. So we are going to implement something similar to this itself, right? So you can, try to import controller. We have imported that. And this is going to take in a bunch of props. That is the name, the render method, as well as the control. So they have defined the control over here, something similar. So this takes in 3 things, and we're going to make use of the use form hook that is going to come from React hook form, just like this. Okay. So let's try implementing something similar. So we're going to say const control as well as handle submit and the form state, which in turn is going to have in your errors. This is going to come from use form from the React hook form. So here I'm going to say your name is going to be of string and image URL. It's currently optional, but we need to pass it to show the image onto the user app. So here we need to pass in your default values. I'm going to say your default value is going to be name, that is going to be empty, image URL also empty. You can take a look at, let's try to format once. So that's going to be your control. Okay, make sure to copy that down, and over here control is passed. The next thing we're going to pass to the controller is going to be your name. Name is going to be equals to name. Access that directly. Then we need to pass in the rules. I'm going to say required. Category name is going to be required. So if at all you do not enter anything, this is going to be shown in red color. So I'm going to say category name is required, and I'm going to say min length value should be 2. Min length in an object value is going to be 2, and message is going to be too short. If at all they have entered just 2 characters for a category, we cannot accept that. So we're going to say too short. These are the rules for this input. Next, we need to pass in the render. That is compulsory. This in turn is going to take in the field. I'm going to say field over here. And here we're going to have in your on change as well as the value, whatever the user writes in the input. And here we need to render a text input. Import text input from React Native. All right. So on change, so C should be capital. That's how it's written. So for the text input, let's pass on your placeholder. We're going to say example beverages, like this is a category. So beverages value is going to be equals to value. On change text is going to be equals to on change. Let's write that down. I'm going to say on change text is going to be equals to on change. Let's pass on the class name. That's for the design part. Here essentially bg white, and I'm going to say p3. Okay, not over there. Padding of 3. Rounded is going to be LG. So rounded LG. It's going to have a border. Then we're going to say border gray of 200. So border gray 200, and then let's try to format once and then save. And boom, just like that, this is looking pretty good. I think it's better to provide some margin top because it's almost touching the top piece of text, or we can give that design to the category itself. So class name over here, this in turn is going to say, text of SM. Then I'm going to say font of medium. Then text gray of, let's say, 700. MB of 2. There you go. This is looking pretty neat. This part is complete. So let's try to having the same thing for the next one. And if at all there are any errors, let's show the error just below your controller over here. So here I'm going to say errors if it's present. So this is basically going to come from your use form itself. Okay, that is from the hook itself. So we're going to check if at all errors dot name. We're going to check which specific error it is. So if it is from the name and I'm going to say render the text over here. That is what exact error it is, so that we could show it to the user. So it's going to be errors dot name dot your message. Okay, so this should be in red color. So I'm going to say class name text of 500 and empty of 2. That's good. So let's try to have in the controller one more time, and then let's try to implement it. I'm going to paste it over here. Save. As you can see, we have the next one. So here we're also going to have empty of 4. The name is going to be image URL optional, but we are going to enter the image URL because we want to show it onto the user app. So image URL, enter that, and controller is going to be same thing itself. Name is going to be image URL. Access the same spelling whatever we have given over here, that is at this specific point. Okay, so that part is done. So apart from that, your rules, this is going to get changed. So we need to have in the HTTPS link itself. So if at all the user enters some gibberish characters, we're going to say that this is not a valid HTTP. So I'm just going to get in the pattern for that. So I'm just going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. These are the rules for the image URL, and this should match the pattern. Okay, so next is going to be for the render. Again, we're going to take in the field on change value. We're again going to render the text input. The placeholder this time is going to be equals to example. I'm going to say https example.com/image, something like this. Let's try to save. There you go. That's looking good. And value is going to remain value. On change text is going to remain on change. This is the same class name. And let's try to show the errors over here. This time it's just going to be the different name, errors.image URL. Here it's going to be errors.image URL.message. That's it. So next we're going to have the create category button. Let's try to add in that. That's going to come right below this. Here I'm going to say pressable, import pressable from React Native. Let's import your icons. We're going to have a text which says create category, and let's pass on, or let's import your icons from any of the other screens. Add it over here. Okay, and first of all, let's give the details for the icon. Name is going to be essentially safe. I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 18. Color is going to be equals to FFF. So for create category, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say text of white and font of semi-bold. Let's pass on the class name for the pressable, empty of 6, BG of black. Okay, then I'm going to say PY of 3, rounded of LG, then flex of row, justify of center. So it comes towards the center part of the screen, as well as items of center. So it's centrally aligned. Save. There you go. Just like that, this is looking neat. And for your create category, we can give an ML of 2. So that it separates itself from the icon, just like this. So for your pressable, let's provide the handle submit. So here I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle submit. So here essentially we're going to pass in one more function that's going to be your on submit, because we're going to make use of the TanStack query, okay, as we have previously discussed. And we're going to, first of all, push the data to the backend once we have implemented the backend part. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as is, that is handle submit. Okay, so let's try to save the file. Okay, so that's the entire design for the add category screen. So we can actually jump into the next part. That's going to be the backend part, where we're going to initialize the schema. That is, we're going to make use of Prisma for that, as we have previously discussed. And we're going to first of all push the schema to the backend part, and then we're going to write the endpoints for creating a category, creating a product, editing a category, and then editing a product, or deleting a category as well as deleting a product. So this is going to be the next step. So let's start implementing that. So over here, let's try to include a backend folder. I'm going to say onto the root level, I'm just going to say admin backend, and then enter. All right, so here I'm going to say cd admin backend, and let's create your package.json file over here. So here I'm just going to say npm init. So let's press on enter. So this is going to ask us a bunch of questions. So make sure you are doing that in the backend folder. As you can see, okay, I think I messed up. Admin backend. Yeah, we need to do that over there. So cut the server. I'm going to say cd admin backend, enter. Yeah, so now it's a correct directory. Again, npm init, enter. For description, I'm going to say backend. Again, for the remaining things, just press on enter. Yes, so you should be seeing the package.json file getting created for the admin backend, which is good. So now let's try to initialize the Prisma into the application. So here we're going to use the Prisma for writing the schemas. So if you had followed the previous projects on the channel, we were basically using Mongoose, that is for writing the schemas as well as connecting to MongoDB. So in this video, we're going to start using Prisma. So make sure you have installed the Prisma as well as Prisma client. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's first of all install Prisma into the package.json. So I'm just going to say yarn add Prisma /client, enter. So this should be installed within your package.json, that is within your dependency object. I think we also need to install Prisma as well, forgot that. So yarn add Prisma and some other dependencies as well. Let's do that right now. So there are a bunch of dependencies, that is express. We need access to JSON web token, then your node mailer, your node mon, then your PDF kit, then we need access to Winston, okay, buffer, we need access to course .env, that is required, use that, then your body parser, include that as well, then bcrypt.js for the password encryption details. So I'm going to say bcrypt.js. Then your next one, I think Zord. Yeah, Zord is also required. Enter. So these are some of the dependencies that we're going to use in the backend part. So this is going to be a really good project to learn along with. So stick till the end. That's what I would say. Okay, so let's wait for this, step to complete, and we should be able to see all of these getting installed within the dependencies object. There you go. That's done. So here I'm just going to say, npx prisma init, npx prisma init, enter. All right, that's weird. It says Prisma not found. Okay, I am not sure if I had not installed that. Yarn add Prisma, enter. Okay, now it's installing. So yeah, Prisma is installed. That's good. Let's try that out again. npx prisma init. All right, why is that issue coming? It says not found. npx prisma init. Okay, my bad, wrong spelling. Prims have written, sorry. So npx prisma init. So let's write that properly. Enter. And there you go, fetching latest updates. It should work this time. It should create basically a schema folder for us. So let's wait for that. So it basically creates a prisma /schema.prisma, and within that we're going to write the schema for the entire project, and boom, just like that. So it has created our project for us. So your Prisma schema was created at prisma /schema.prisma. You can now open it in your favorite editor. As you can see, Prisma is added, which is good. So this is the initial boilerplate code that Prisma gives us once when we initialize it. So you can directly connect to your database URL with the help of this. So you can create a MongoDB project, you can paste in your MongoDB connection URL over here, and automatically you can sync your database with the help of Prisma push. That's the command. We're going to look into that further. So here, these are some of the steps. Okay, so it says run Prisma dev to start a local Prisma Postgres server, and then you can define the models over here in schema.prisma. That's what we're going to do. Next, if you want to migrate your local Prisma, you need to do Prisma migrate dev, and to push, it's going to be essentially your Prisma DB push or npx Prisma DB push. Okay, that's the basic command. So let's first of all get into writing all of the models that we're going to use within our project, that is both your admin panel as well as the front end user application. So I'm going to go back to schema.prisma over here. So this is going to remain as is, that is generator client, provider is going to be Prisma client.js, and over here database DB. So provider as of now by default obviously it's going to be Postgres. We need to make it as MongoDB because we are going to use MongoDB as backend. So I'm going to say MongoDB. So this expects a connection URL. So it's pretty simple to get. We've already done that a couple of times. So let's come back to Chrome. I'm going to say MongoDB over here. Let's head back to mongodb.com and I'm going to say sign in. So once you sign in, it's going to bring you back to this particular page, that is, let's say the home page, and over here towards the top left part, it is going to choose the recently project that is used. Okay, I'm just going to press on that and I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to say press on new project over here. Let's try to create a new project. I think it's still loading, so let's give it some time. All right, so it's kind of pretty slow. Okay, so name your project. I'm just going to say food meat, because this is a application that is corresponding to meat. I'm just going to say food meat over here and I'm going to leave it as default. That is this part. Let's press on next. And as you can see, I myself am the project owner. I'm just going to press on create a project. So it should take in some time to create the project. All right. Okay, so now the next step is we need to create a cluster for our project. So let's press on the create button over here. And over here, we're going to choose the free version. So let's wait for the templates to load. Okay, for some reason, it's pretty slow. Okay, so I'm going to choose AWS as the default one, and I'm going to choose free version, that is this one. All right, and apart from that, I'm going to leave everything as default, and I'm just going to press on create deployment button. Okay, so as you can see, it says your cluster is being created. So let's wait for that. We need to also create a database user as well. There you go, that model showed up. So here, add in my name and my password also. I'm just going to add it this itself, and I'm going to say create the database user and press on choose a connection method. So we're going to use the fourth option, MongoDB for VS Code, and there you go, our URL is ready over here. So just try to add this over here. So come back over here and then copy down that URL and let's try to add it directly over here. Yeah, it's better to use a env, but for now I'm just going to add it over here. This is my MongoDB connection URL, and after the .NET I'm going to say mydb question mark retry writes is going to be equals to true and w is going to be equals to majority. Let's try to format once, save. So this is going to be your MongoDB connection URL. So make sure to add in all of this, and apart from that, let's try to start the first model. So I'm going to say model user. Okay, here it's going to have a unique ID, so I'm going to say ID and string over here. Here I'm going to say at ID at default auto. I'm going to say at map. I'm going to say underscore ID. Here we're going to say add db dot your object ID. So this is going to be your unique ID that we're going to define for the user. Next we're going to have is the email. That is again going to be of type string. This is going to be unique, so I'm going to say at unique over here. I think some issue with the brackets. Okay, only one bracket over here, not two. Previously two was there. Here password, that's going to be the next thing. So I'm going to say password. Here I'm going to say string. So this is going to be basically hashed. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say phone over here. Next we're going to have is the Google ID. If at all they've logged in through Google, then this is going to be valid. This is going to be optional as well. So string. Next, apart from that, name. That also is going to be of type string. So add in that. Apart from name, I'm going to have created at. Here I'm going to say date time. And we're going to say at default.now. Okay, next one is going to be your updated at. I'm going to say updated at. Again, date time, and here we're going to say at updated at. Okay, next is going to be the orders. So this is going to be referencing to the order, so that we're going to define in just a bit. So I'm going to say order over here. Next is going to be addresses. Here I'm going to say address. All right, so let's write down the role for the user. I'm going to say enum role. They can either be a user or they can either be a admin over here. Okay, so the next one we're going to define is the address model. So I'm going to say model address. So this error should basically go once we finish defining this. So model address. Okay, I'm going to say ID. Again, it's going to remain similar, string at ID, and we're going to say default of auto and map of underscore ID, then db.object ID. So just try to add in this over here. That's the ID part. Next is going to be your user ID. It's going to be of type string. Okay, and I'm going to say add db dot your object ID. Next is going to be your type. That is going to be of string. Apart from that, your name of string as well. Next, your mobile of string. Next, your flat number, that is for the address of string. Next, your building name, you can include this as well, of string. Next, it's going to be your street, also of type string. Next, you're going to have the landmark, pin code, as well as locality. So landmark string, pin code as well, string, then locality also string, then user. So this is going to be connected reference, pass on that, pass in user over here. Here we're going to make use of at. This is going to be a relation. I'm going to pass in the fields. That's going to be the user ID, and references is going to be your ID. Okay, so that's it. Again, I think a double bracket has been added for some reason. Remove that. Only one should be present. So that is, for some reason format is not coming. Format it. Yeah, that's good. So this part is done. Address is over. Next is going to be for the model order. I'm going to say model order over here. Here essentially, again, we're going to have in your ID, add this over here. Okay, so again, it's going to remain same, string at ID, default of auto, and then map of underscore ID, and then db.object ID. And we're going to have the user ID over here. I'm going to say user ID. It's going to be of type string. Then items, that is for a specific order. It's going to be an array including JSON objects. I'm going to say total amount over here. That is going to be a float value. So total amount float. Status of the order, I'm going to say string. Here I'm going to say at default is going to be pending. Okay, apart from status, you're going to have your address. So this is going to be of JSON. I'm just going to say JSON over here. Then apart from address, you're going to have created at. It's going to remain similar. We have already defined this. So just add that over here. So apart from created at, we're going to have the next one, that's the user who has created the order. So that is going to be user of type user, pass in the reference over here. Okay, here we need to pass in the relation as well. So I'm going to say add relation of your fields. This is going to have in your user ID. Then your references is going to be your ID. That's it. Okay, so I think I messed up over here. So user ID should be string, and the type we need to pass in, I'm going to say add your db.object ID. So apart from user, the next one is going to be your payment method. So I'm going to say payment method over here. It's going to be of type string. I'm going to say add default. It's going to be online. Next, I'm going to say payment ID. All right, this is going to be of type string. And the next one is going to be a Razorpay order ID, because we are implementing the Razor payment gateway in this application. So Razorpay order ID, I'm going to say string. So let's format once. Okay, so once I write the entire thing, I'm going to show the code from the starting point. You can take a look at it if at all you have missed something. So the next one is going to be for the category. So I'm going to say modal category. All right, so this is going to have in your ID, that is of type string. Same thing, add it over here. Okay, apart from that, the name for the category, I'm going to say string. Next, you're going to have the image URL for the category. There's also, type of string. Then we're going to have your products for the category. That is going to be of type product. We need to define this just after this. So I'm going to say product. Next, created at, just try to add it over here. It's going to be date time and then default.nav format. Okay, let's try to write down the last one. That's going to be model product. I'm going to say model product. Again, similarly, ID. That's going to be the unique ID for which we're going to use that. Add in over here, and then again category ID, because under every category ID we're going to have the products for that particular category. So for the product, we need to reference to the category ID over here. So this is going to be string, and it's going to be a db.object ID. Next, you're going to have is the name. That is going to be of string. This is the name for the product. Next is going to be the price for the product. This is going to be a float. Next, image URL of the product is going to be of type string. So add string over here. Next, description. This is an optional field, so let's add it just like this. So the next one after the description is going to be the category for that particular product. So let's say if we have a product, we need to specify under which particular category that product falls into, right? Alright, so over here, let's say we have the screenshot. So we have the mutton category that's present. So as you can see, we have 6 products over here. So over there, each product is going to reference to mutton. That means each product is going to fall under to the mutton category. So that's the reason we need to provide that category over here. So I'm going to say category. This is going to say category at, I'm going to say relation. So the fields is going to be a category ID, reference that, and here I'm going to say references is going to be ID. Okay, then I'm going to say created at, that's the last value. It's going to be date, time, and then default now. Format it. Let's try to save the file. So yes, this is the entire code for, or the entire schema for both the projects, that is admin panel as well as the user related application. So you can take a look at it if at all you've missed something from the starting point. I'm just going to show it from over here. Alright, so this part is done. So now the next step is, after doing this, we just need to push all of the schema to the backend part. So all of the collections get created for each of the schema or for each of the model that we have defined over here. So the way to do that is we just need to use the command that is npx prisma generate. It's going to generate the client, and then we need to do db push. So here within the backend folder itself, I'm just going to say npx prisma generate, enter. Okay, so yeah, it says hard coding URLs in your schema pose a security risk. All right, so make sure to add in an env as it was previously present, and then have in an env file, basically include that database URL and then access that URL over here. So for now, we're gonna keep it as is. Okay, so this part is done. Let's try to say npx prisma db push. It should basically push your schema to the backend part. Let's verify that. I'm gonna say npx prisma db push, enter. And there you go. So it says environment variables loaded from .env. Actually nothing is there as of now. And applying the following changes: collection user, address, order, category, product. All right, so your database indexes are now in sync with your prisma schema, done in 855 milliseconds. That's pretty good. Let's verify that. I'm going to go back to Chrome, and then let's try to reload or come back to the clusters, and you can check out the browse collections. 5 of the collections should be created over here. So let's check that out. So there you go. Just like that, all of them have been created, and by default, obviously everything should be empty because we haven't done anything. We have just pushed the schema to the backend part. Okay, we have all of them: order, product, user, address, as well as category. So this step is complete. So now let's write all of the endpoints for adding category, editing category, deleting category, as well as showing all of the users, orders, and so on. So for that, we need to have in a kind of proper folder structure where we're going to write all of this. So within the admin backend, I'm going to create a bunch of folders that is for your controllers, where all of the backend implementation code is going to go into. Okay, then your routes. So apart from this, I'm going to say routes folder, new folder, I'm going to say routes. Furthermore, we are going to have your middlewares. So middlewares, enter. Apart from that, we're also going to have in your utils. So I'm going to say admin backend and then utils over here, enter. So yep, that's pretty much it. And we're also going to have the main index.js file where all of the main backend code is going to go into. So I'm going to say index.js. All right, and let's come back to the package.json. We need to add in the start script. We have forgotten that. So here I'm going to say start, and I'm going to say nodemon index.js. I think nodemon is installed. Yeah, nodemon is there. That's pretty good. So let's try to save the file. And yeah, we can start writing the code from the utils, because we're going to have two important files, that is the email queue as well as the logger.js. Okay, so I'm going to create these two files. So within the utils, I'm going to say email queue. So if you would remember, what exactly happens over here is once a user registers to our application, we're going to send a mail to the user that is like a welcome message. You might have seen this in different applications as well. So once you sign in with Google or maybe a normal email as well, from that particular application, you actually get a kind of welcome message and what that application actually does. Okay, so this is one part of sending the email. And the second way is once the user places an order, we need to again send an email to the user saying that thank you for placing the order, as well as we need to generate a PDF that is going to contain the invoice, and we're going to show some other details as well in the email. So that's the reason we're going to implement this email queue.js, which we're going to use further while implementing the order based functionality. The next one is the logger. That is very much useful because once your app gets pretty large or big, you should be able to get all of the info in the log. So first of all, let's get started with implementing the logger.js over here. So here we're going to make use of something known as Winston. You might have already previously used it, or you might be new to it. No issues. I'll be explaining from scratch what exactly this does. So I think we have installed Winston. Let's verify that once more. So yeah, as you can see, Winston is installed. So let's come back to logger.js. So here, first of all, let's try to import the Winston package. I'm going to say const Winston is going to be equals to a require of Winston. Okay, let's understand what exactly this Winston does. Okay, so here this is like one of the most popular logging libraries in Node.js. As I said, you might have already used it. So this would help you for getting all of the logs. It might be errors, warnings, info, or debug messages. Okay, so once you hit an API, or if at all there is any kind of issues, you should be seeing this in the log. So that's the reason we are implementing this Winston logging library with the help of the Winston package. So here I'm going to say logger is going to be equals to, so const logger is going to be equals to, I'm going to say Winston dot, we have the create logger functionality, include that. I'm going to say level is going to be info over here, and this expects a format. I'm going to say format. This I'm going to pass in your Winston dot format dot, I'm going to say combine. Here we're going to have in two things, that is the timestamp as well as a JSON. So here I'm going to say Winston dot format dot your timestamp. Furthermore, Winston dot format dot JSON. Okay, so here we need to add in the transports as well. I'm going to say transports. Here I'm going to say new Winston dot transports dot console, then new Winston dot your transports dot file, and your file name is going to be your error.log, error.log, and your level is going to be error. Okay, that's it. Here we can say model.exports is going to be equals to your logger, so that you can use this logger file in any point of your application. So here actually we are setting the level to be info, but this Winston package has different predefined levels. So like we have error, warning, your HTTP, verbose, debug, and all of these, but we're going to set the level to info, okay, as of now. And next over here we're trying to use the Winston.format.combine method. So this basically expects two methods, that is a timestamp as well as a JSON. So this essentially suggests that for each log you give to the user, please add the timestamp to each log and also convert the logs into JSON format. So you'd be understanding, once I start the server, you should be able to see the logs being shown once we write all the APIs, and we should be able to see the timestamp for each log, as well as the format should be in JSON format. So that's the reason we've added that. So hope you understood about what exactly this does. And basically this transports decide where exactly your error log is going to go into. So essentially, if at all there is any error log, it should come into your backend folder over here. Okay. So hope you understood about what exactly the logger does over here. Okay, so within the controllers, let's try to write the first controller, that is going to be your categories.js. I'm going to say categories.js. okay, so this controllers is going to have in all of the implementations that is going to be done, like to add the item, to edit the item, to remove the item, and all of these. So that's the reason we're going to use the controllers. So here, first of all, I'm going to say async function get categories of your request as well as response. So here itself we're going to implement the paging functionality to our APIs. Okay, as of now obviously it's not required because we obviously have less number of products. Okay, as you can see, we only have 3 categories, and even under each category we are going to have, let's say, only 6 or 5 products or even 4 products over here, as you can see. But if at all, let's say you're gonna scale up your application to, let's say, about 100 products, then obviously your pagination should be required. So let's understand how exactly this works. Okay, so essentially over here in the get categories functionality, first things first, we need to get the page and the limit that the front end is expecting. That's going to come from the request.query. So I'm going to say const your page is going to be equals to 1 and limit is going to be equals to 10. So this is going to be the default. So what I mean by this is, if at all in the front end the user doesn't give this details in the request that they are sending to the backend, then automatically the default values should be taken, that is page 1 and then limit of 10. So let's understand this further while we write down the code. Here we need to calculate the skip for the products. I'm going to say const skip is going to be equals to page minus 1 minus the limit, into limit. So page minus 1 multiplied by limit. And here let's try to access the categories. I'm going to say const categories is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await import your prisma. Let's actually try to write it over here. I'm going to say const prisma is going to be equals to your new prisma client So your new Prisma client is going to come from not this one. I'm going to say import Prisma client is going to be equals to require of add Prisma client. That's the main package that we have installed. Okay, so that's it. Okay, just try to add that over here. So we have initiated the prisma over here. So we can directly try to say const categories is going to be equals to await. We have prisma, go into the categories. Okay. Then we have the find many method. So I'm going to say find many. Here I'm going to say includes, not includes, include your products should be true. Then I'm going to say your skip is going to be plus skip. And we have the take, that is going to be plus limit. Okay. So this is going to, have all of the categories within it based on this formula and these parameters. All right. Here I'm going to say result.json of categories. Okay, so let me explain for one thing and the remaining things are going to be same itself. So let's format and then let's try to save the file. Alright, so let's understand what exactly the get categories function does as a whole. Okay, so the first thing over here is this expects your page as well as the limit. Alright, so the get categories function looks for the page and limit in your requested query. That's what is happening in line number 6. So this is obviously a part of express.js request handling, and requested query automatically parses any query string parameters from the HTTP URL that we're going to pass. So let's say if our URL is going to be this one. So I'm just going to say URL is going to be HTTP, obviously localhost, let's say 3000. And we have some versioning also. So API, and then it's the version 1. And over here we have the categories. And over here they pass in the page is going to be equals to 2 from the front end. And they're going to say limit is going to be equals to, let's say 20. All right, so in this case all of the details would be parsed basically. Okay, so what essentially is going to happen is in your request.query.page that value should be equals to 2, and in the request.query.limit that value should be equals to 20. So automatically the formula would be applied, and based on that only those products are going to be fetched and sent to the user to the front end. That's what is going to happen. But in the front end, if they have not provided it in the URL, so in our case obviously we're not going to provide, because obviously it's going to take in the default value itself, because in our application there are not a lot of number of categories as well as products. All right, so as I said, if they're not provided in the URL, it uses the default value, that is page equals to 1 as well as limit is going to be equals to 10. And furthermore it calculates the skip. So skip means how many records to skip in the database. That's the only thing. And it uses the prisma's find many method, which is going to take in the skip as well as the take, and then it's going to show up all of the categories depending upon the parameters passed. So the main reason why we are doing this is this setup basically allows the backend to support pagination, which is obviously very important. Let's say suppose if the client chooses to send it, we're going to obviously include pagination, else it gracefully falls back to the default values, that is page equals to 1 as well as limit is going to be equals to 10. Okay, so you can actually try to pass in your page as well as the limit in the front end part, as that is just like this, but it's generally not necessary because obviously our app has less number of categories. So the default only works fine, that is the backend fetches all of them in one go, because obviously 5 categories is less than the limit, that is 10. So no need for multiple pages. Okay, so if at all in the future you're going to have a lot of categories, our backend APIs is going to be pagination ready. So that's the reason I've just added this condition over here. Okay, so similarly let's write down all of the functionalities, like let's say get products by category, create category, and all of these details. So only for the get requests all of this pagination is going to happen. Okay, so this part is done. So hope you understood about how exactly this is going to work, right? So next is going to be your async function. I'm going to say get products by category, and this in turn is going to have your request, result, or the response, and over here I'm going to say const id. This is required to get the product. I'm going to say request.params, not prisma. So the id is going to come from request.params. Again, try to access your page and the limit. So I'm going to say const page is going to be equals to 1, and your limit is going to be equals to 10. This is going to be coming from request.query again. Initialize that just like this, calculate the skip. It's going to be the same formula, that is page minus 1 multiplied by limit. Here I'm going to say const products is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say prisma dot again find many, pass in the where your category id should match your ID over here, and it's going to take in the skip as well as the tick. So add that over here. Let's format once, and pretty much that's it. So here I'm going to say result.json of your products, not prisma, products. Okay. Next, similarly, let's try to have in the function for creating a category. So I'm going to say async function create category of your request as well as a response. Here we need two things to create a category, as you know, the name for the category as well as the image URL for the category. This is going to come from the request.body. I'm going to say request.body. Okay, this part is done. So now next I'm going to say your const category is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say prisma dot, we have the category, we have the update method, and here I'm going to say where ID, we need to update that, and data is going to be your two things, that is the name as well as image URL. Okay, so that's it. Next you can just say result.json of category over here. So result.json of your category. So format once. So this part is done. So the next one is going to be async function update category as well as async function delete category. So here I'm going to say async function update category is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to take in the request response, again get in the ID to delete or update. So const ID is going to be equals to request.params. I'm going to say const name comma image URL is going to be equals to request.body, and I'm going to say const category is going to be equals to await access prisma dot go into the category, and here I'm going to say update, we have the update method. So here we need to update the ID. So I'm going to say where update that particular ID, data to be updated is going to come from the request.body. So update that, simple. Okay, so data is going to be name and then the image URL. I hope this is easy. And here I'm going to say result.json of your category. That's it. Let's try to format once. Here the next one is going to be async function. Let's write that properly. Async function delete category. Again request result. Here I'm going to say const ID is going to be equals to your request.params, and I'm going to say await prisma dot go into the product, because once you delete the category, automatically all of the products that are added for that category also is going to get deleted. So here I'm going to say await product dot, we have the delete many a function, use that. Here I'm going to say where it should match the category ID, that should be ID. Next let's also try to delete the category as well. So I'm going to say await your prisma dot category dot delete, here again where ID should be equals to this one, that is request.params. That's it. Here we can say result.json of a message being category and its product deleted, category and its products deleted. That's it. Format once and then let's try to save the file. Just going to say modal.exports get categories, get products by category, and then all of these three remaining functions. So let's try to save the file. Okay, so now within your routes, let's create the categories.js. So I'm going to say routes, new file, categories.js. Okay, here I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express, and then I'm going to say const validate is going to be equals to, we need to add in the middlewares for this, we're going to do that in just a bit. And here to create a router, const router is going to be equals to your express dot router, Okay, here try to create a category schema with the help of Zod. So I'm going to say const z is going to be equals to require Zod. I think Zod is already installed, which is good. So here I'm going to say const category schema is going to be equals to z.object. Here I'm going to say name. So this is going to be of string. So I'm going to say z.string, and the minimum should be of 2 or 1. Next I'm going to say image URL. This is going to say z.string, and this should be a URL. So I'm going to say .url dot optional. Actually this is not optional, but I'm passing it dot, I'm going to say, or z.literal. Okay, that's it. So this is the schema for the category, and here I'm going to get in all of the categories. I'm going to say router dot get. This is going to be the /. It is going to be get categories. Import that function from controllers. Next I'm going to say router dot get. This is going to be /id /products. This is going to say get products by category. Import that. So next I'm just going to add it for the remaining 3 parts. Okay, so it's going to be router.post validate category schema for creating of category, because before creating a category we need to validate if at all the details are entered correctly or not. Same thing for updating category, we need to validate as well. So import the functions create category, update category, as well as delete category. All right, that's it. Yeah, so we need to implement the validation that is for the middlewares. I'm going to say middlewares new file. This is going to say your validation.js. So validation.js. Here again make use of your const z is going to be equals to require sort. You're actually going to check if all the data sent by the user is correct or not. So that's the function for this. So I'm going to say function validate of the schema, not screens, schema, and over here I'm going to say return. It's going to have your request result as well as the next. I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. If there is any error, I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON, with error being your error dot errors. That's it. Within the try block, just say schema dot parse of your request dot body, and directly say next over here. That's it. You can try to export the validate function. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to validate. That's it. So as I said, this is going to actually check if at all the details sent by the requester or the user is correct or not based on whatever endpoint they're calling. That's it. So here try to import that validate within your controllers, that is categories.js. I mean not controllers, my bad, routes categories.js. Here we're going to say const validate is going to be equals to require, go into the middlewares, access the validation. Okay, so this value should get used. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Here we can say module.exports is going to be equals to of the router. Okay, that's it. So now let's start writing the code for the main index.js. Onto the top, I'm going to import a bunch of things that we're going to use. So I'm going to say index.js. So initially I'm going to say require of your .NET .config, so we can use .NET environment variables. So that's the reason we're going to use this. Next, const express is going to be equals to your require of express. Furthermore, I'm going to say const course is going to be equals to require of course. Next, I'm going to use helmet. Const helmet is going to be equals to require of helmet. I think helmet is initialized and installed. Oh no, it's not added. We need to say yarn add helmet. So yarn add helmet. Install that. Okay, so that got installed, which is good. Let's come back over here to the index.js. So apart from your helmet, we're going to use the next one, that is going to be your body parser. I'm going to say const body parser is going to be equals to require of body parser. So next, after that, we need to install your express rate limit. Let's try to add that over here. I'm going to say yarn add express rate limit, enter. So here I'm going to say const rate limit is going to be equals to require of express rate limit. Install that and it's added. I'm going to say const crypto is going to be equals to require of crypto. I think that is a self-defined package. It's already there inside of Node.js. And here we can get all of the routes. First of all, your category routes, I'm going to say const category routes is going to be equals to, I'm going to say require, go into the routes folder, access the categories. That's it. And here you can try to create an instance of the application. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express. So here, after creating the instance of the application, we need to use the security related middlewares. So for that, I'm going to say app.use, that is the helmet. So I'm going to say helmet. So the reason we are using helmet is basically for the security purposes. So helmet is a collection of security middleware for Express. It basically sets the HTTP headers to secure your app against the common web vulnerabilities. So apart from that, we're also going to say app.use of the rate limit. I'm going to say app.use of your rate limit. So this in turn is going to take in the window ms, that's going to be 15 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 1000, that's 15 minutes. Max I'm going to say 100, and message is going to say generally too many requests. So too many requests, okay. And here I'm going to say app.use of course, and pass in the origin over here, that is going to be HTTP, in our case localhost 3000, and I'm going to say app.use express.json, and here I'm going to say app.use your body parser dot raw, and type you're going to pass in, that's going to be your application /JSON. So I think these are basically self-explanatory. That is why exactly we are writing app.use of course, app.use of express.json, as well as app.use of body parser. Okay. So the reason we are using that rate limit is basically to prevent the abuse and brute force attacks on all of our APIs by limiting the number of requests that an IP address can make with a certain time frame that we have passed. So essentially that's going to be 15 minutes and maximum 100 requests per IP. That's the reason I've written max 100. And if at all a client exceeds that, then obviously they'll get a 429 error saying that too many requests and they cannot, request more for that particular API. So that's the reason we have used the rate limit over here. So apart from that, we can try to use the listen method. Let's say over here app.listen on 301 or 3001. Taking a function here, I'm going to say your logger, import that dot info. I'm going to say server running on HTTP /localhost 3001. So localhost 3001. That's it. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so I think I forgot to add in one more error handler.js that's going to come within the middlewares. So here I'm going to go back to the middlewares folder and then I'm going to say error handler.js and then add in the code for this. So this again is going to be a logger. We're going to make use of the logger, and if there is any error while implementing this, it's going to show that over here. Save, and we need to use this functionality. So for that, come back to index.js, and over here you're just going to say app.use of your error handler. Import that from the middlewares folder, just like this. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. So now if I run the application, you should be seeing that logger being shown, that is with the help of Winston, that is whatever I explained. So I'm going to say yarn start, enter. Okay, so we do have some issues. So it says, please run Prisma generate and try to import it again. Prisma client did not initialize yet. Okay, so npx Prisma generate, enter, yarn start. Alright, so I think the reason this is not working is because over here in the output, we have included that particular line and our generated output path is basically custom, right? I think if we keep that, I think we need to import the client from that particular output path and not from the Prisma client. So let's try to remove that line for now. I think even I've removed this in my previous project while building this up. So let's remove that. Okay, so we do have that issue again. Okay, I think again we need to do Prisma generate once we have made a change. So let's do that. So npx Prisma generate. Again db push. Okay, it says the database is already in sync with the Prisma schema. That's good. Let's try to do yarn start now. It should work properly fine. Okay, so we do have the issue again. Okay, now it's a different issue. Let's solve that. It says app.list is not a function. Okay, so here we have to use app.listen. Save instead of that. So I'm going to say yarn start. And boom, just like that, it's working properly fine. It's a server running on HTTP localhost 3001. And this is the logger message that you get. As you can see, it is in JSON format. It has the timestamp as well as the details over here. Okay, and the level is going to be of info. So that's pretty much it. So we have started our backend server and we can try to create the categories. So let's actually try to, import or write the functionalities for even the products as well, because even that is required. And let's try to create the products as well as categories. And once that is done, we can shift back to the user app and then implement the design for that. So let's head back to your controllers and then let's write the controller for the next one. That is going to be products.js. So I'm going to say products.js. Here for products, you're going to write similarly the code, that is all the similar functions, that is get products, get product, create product, as well as update product. Similarly, like how we wrote for the categories part. So before that, over here, let me initialize my Prisma. So I'm going to say const Prisma is going to be equals to new Prisma client. Okay, so your Prisma client is going to come from the correct package. So you can import that from this page as well. So copy that down, come back over here and then paste it. That's it. So here again, I'm going to say async function. It's going to be a get product or get products plural. So get products over here. This in turn is going to take in request and the response. All right, again get in the page as well as the limit for the products as well, along with the category ID, because this is important. So I'm going to say category ID comma your page equals to 1, limit equals to 10. That's the default value. After all, we haven't passed it in the front end part. So request.query. I'm going to say const calculate the skip. So I'm going to say const skip is going to be equals to your page minus 1 multiplied by limit. Okay, and here I'm going to say const where is going to be equals to, if my category ID is present, then it's going to be equals to category ID, else just an empty object, right? Then I'm going to say const products is going to be equals to initialize Prisma. Yeah, we need to say await Prisma dot product dot, we have the find many. So I'm going to say go into find many, use that method and pass in the where, and this is going to take in the skip, that is going to be plus skip, and your limit, the take, that is going to be plus limit. Okay, that's it. Once it's done, just directly try to return the products. I'm going to say result.json of your products. So let's try to save the file. So once it's done, let's move on to the next part. That's going to be simple. Get product. Here I'm going to say async function get product of your request result or response. Here I'm going to say const id is going to be equals to your request.params. All right, then I'm going to say const product is going to be equals to await your Prisma dot product dot, I'm going to say find unique method, use that. Where should be equals to id over here. So I'm going to say where should match your id. So we're going to get that particular product. Okay, so the id is going to come from the front end, that is going to be requested params. Here check the condition. If at all no product is found, then directly try to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a error being product is not found. All right, that's it. Here I'm going to say result dot json of your product. Let's try to save the file. So the next one is going to be for the create product. Let's write that code. I'm going to say async function create product. So let's understand what exactly needs to be done for create product. Simple. We need access to a bunch of things. We need access to the name of the product, the price of the product, the image URL, as well as the description. That's going to be optional. So first of all, let's get that from the front end part. Okay, simple. Before that, we need to access the ID as well. I'm going to say const ID. This is for the category ID. So I'm going to say ID is going to be equals to your request.params. Here I'm going to say name, comma your price, comma image URL, and your description is going to be equals to request.body. All right, here let's try to access the product. I'm going to say const product is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await access prisma. We have the dot product, go into the update method, use the update method, and here where is going to come compulsorily. So where in the sense which one to update, that should match the ID, and then the data to add or update. I'm going to say name, your price, image URL, furthermore your description. That's it. Here I'm just going to say result.json of your product over here. Let's try to save the file. This part is done. The next one is going to be, I think create is done, get is done. We need to do update. Okay, I think I've messed up over here. First of all, for creating, we do not need your ID. That's not needed. This is for update actually. So we can actually try to modify this. Instead of writing it again, I'm going to say, this is going to say update product. Okay, let's again check. We need ID, that's coming correctly. We need access to name, price, image URL, description, request.body. That's perfect. Here product is going to be equals to prisma.update. I mean prisma.product.update, where it should match the ID. Data is going to be whatever is the changed data. So result.json spelling is wrong. Okay, that's it. Here next I'm going to say async function create product. Again, this is going to be similar, but here there is no need of ID and all. Directly we can try to push the data. So we need access to category ID over here. So I'm going to say const category ID, comma your name, price, image URL, description. That's going to come from front end, request.body. Directly try to say const product is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say prisma dot, we have the create method, use that and just pass on the data to be created. So I'm going to say category ID, your name, your price, your image URL, as well as your description. That's pretty much it. So this is how we create a product in the backend. This part is done. Let's write the delete functionality. I'm going to say async over here. I'm going to say async function delete product of your request response or result. Here getting the ID of the product to delete is going to say request.params. Okay, I think I told something wrong while explaining your update product. So I think I said ID is for the categories, my bad. So this ID is for the product you want to update. Okay, I thought I was writing the code for create product. Over here we need category ID. Okay, and here essentially this ID signifies the product ID. So for that particular product we can update the details. Okay, so similarly the same thing over here as well. This is your product ID. We need this ID to delete the product. So directly say await prisma dot product dot delete. Here we need to pass in the where, that is going to match the ID. Pretty simple. Here I'm going to say result.json of your message. I'm going to say product is deleted. Okay, So here I think I've messed up for the create product. I've made a mistake. So this should essentially be prisma.product.create, not just create. So yeah, fix that up, and let's try to export all of the required details. Format, save it over here. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is working fine. So yeah, we have successfully written all of the controllers code for product.js. Let's move on to the routes for the products. So let's create a products.js route within the routes folder. Here I'm going to say new file products.js. Let's try to initialize the validate. I'm going to say const validate is going to be equals to require. You can go into the middleware folder and access the validate function that is written. Here initialize Zod. I'm going to say const z is going to be equals to require of Zod. Okay. Here I'm going to say router. Const router is going to be equals to, before that, const express is going to be equals to your require of express. Here I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to your express.router. That's it. Here let's try to create a product schema. So I'm going to say const product schema is going to be equals to your z.object. Pass in all of the required things starting off from your category ID. So this should essentially be a string. So simple z.string or z.string. Furthermore, I'm going to say name. I'm going to say z.string dot min of 1. That should be the minimum value. Your price should be z dot, it should be a number basically. So add in that, and it should be basically a positive number. So it should be above 0. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to have your image URL. I'm going to say image URL z dot, it should be string, and it should be optional. Not exactly optional, we need the product, but still I'm going to add it over here. Okay. Apart from image URL, you're going to have in your description. So description is going to be z.string again. And I'm going to say dot optional over here. Okay. Here let's try to add in the update product schema. So I'm going to say const update product schema is going to be equals to your z dot again object. Here your name is going to be z.string dot min of at least one character dot optional. Next you're going to have is your price image URL description. Okay, so price is going to be again z dot, it has to be a number and positive. I'm going to add these two things, that is for the image URL as well as description. You can take a look at it. So we have defined both the things, that is product schema as well as your update product schema. So now the next step is I'm going to make sure the router and then include all of the endpoints. So I'm going to say router.get is going to be just / where all of the products are going to come. I'm going to say get products, import that from your controllers as well as products, just like this. Here I'm going to say router.get, it's going to be ID. This is going to say just get product single. Next one I'm going to say router.post. This is for creating a product. I'm going to say post over here. This again should be just /. Okay, we need to validate this. So validate of your product schema, and I'm going to say create product. Again, import create product from your controllers folder. Okay, next one is going to say router.post. This is going to be your update. So here essentially I'm going to say / ID. Okay, I'm going to say validate of your update product schema. Here I'm going to say update product, import that from the controllers, just like this. All right, next I'm going to say router dot your delete. Okay, this is going to say / ID, and just directly try to import delete product from your controllers, just like this. Okay, so here you can say modal.exports of your router. So module dot export is going to be equals to router. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. We have set this up. Okay, so I think we are good to go. We can actually try to implement this, and you can try to store some products, and we can actually verify if at all everything we have done is correct or not, right? So come back to index.js. We need to include one more route. We need to include your products part over here, just like we have included category routes. Okay, that's not yet done, so let's do that. That's important. So let's say over here, right after your middlewares, here I'm just going to say all the routes with API versioning. So we're just gonna have an, like, let's say v1. So let's say suppose in the future you wanna just improve your backend code, automatically you can just shift to v2 without changing all of the code, and still the first version of code would be available to the users who are using that version. Okay, so for that over here I'm going to say app.use is going to be the first one. I'm going to say /API /v1, and this is corresponding to the categories. I'm going to say categories over here. Yeah, pretty much that's it. So this is going to use in your categories routes. So any route corresponding to your categories, whether you want to add a category, remove a category, etc., should go through this. That is localhost API v1 categories. So it's pretty simple. Next, let's move on to the next one. That is going to be for the products. I'm going to say app.use /API /v1 / your products. Okay, this is going to say your product routes. I don't think that's imported. Let's do that. Const product routes is going to be equals to your require, go into the routes folder, access your products, and let's pass on the products over here. So products routes, format, save the file. So now the next step is we're going to create an API folder. So generally we are going to create a front-end API service layer. Within that, we're going to use a reusable Axios client. That's what we're going to implement next. So that inside that particular API client file, you can name it whatever you want. You're going to have all of the functions that we're going to import or you're going to write over there. So here I'm just going to come back to my backend folders or onto the root level. I'm just going to say, I think SRC is already there. Okay, even API is there. That's good. So here within this, you can directly create API client.ts, API client.ts. So this, as I said, is just gonna act as like a front-end API service layer where we're gonna have your Axios instance being initialized, and that is gonna be reused again. So first of all, let's try to start implementing this. Make sure to install Axios. I hope that's there. If not, let's add it. Yeah, it's not there. So to your backend folder, to your front-end application of the admin panel, make sure you add it. Yarn add Axios, enter. Okay, so while that's installing, yeah, it's already done, and you can also see it over here, which is good. Come back to API client.ts. Here onto the top, I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Here, let's try to initialize our API base URL. So I'm going to say const API base URL. If you do not want to show the URL, you can actually try to create a .env and then include it over there as well. Even that is a good practice. For now, I'm just going to say http localhost. In our case, let me verify that. Okay, the app is crashed. Okay, I didn't see this. Okay, first of all, let's try to fix this up, and then let's later look into this particular code. So index.js, I think after I added the new code that is in this session, it's kind of failing. So let's see what exactly is the issue. So it says throw new path error, missing parameter name at index. Okay, let's remember what exactly are the changes we made. I think only this is the only one. Let's remove that. Or let's come back to the previous state, remove everything. Save. Okay, so not sure what exactly the issue was. I'm going to add my code again. So your category routes is present. Let's also try to add in product routes once again. So product routes is going to be equals to require I'm going to say go into the routes folder and then products. Save the file. Okay, so the issue is with respect to this one. Let's look into that routes product.js. So let's see where exactly it's erroring out. So at the top, we are, importing your express. That's correct. Require express. We have the validate. We have the Zod. Then where exactly is the issue coming from? And we're also exporting all of these details. And we're going to say const router is going to be equals to express.router. Okay. I'm not sure what exactly I'm missing. Probably some silly mistake, but I'm not able to figure it out. So modal.export is going to be equals to router. Okay. Okay, some issue with respect to the ID. Let's look into the routes that we have written. So router.get, get products, then your, okay, I think I got know what's the issue. So that ID is not written correctly. So essentially the colon, my bad, should come over here. Okay, sorry. The same thing should happen over here as well. And yeah, this is already written correct. I messed up with the first and fourth one. So save. So now that issue is gone. Pretty good. So let's come back to the index.js again. And again, let's add the API versioning along with the routes. That is for the first two. Not auth routes. This is going to be for categories. The next one I'm going to say for the products. So I'm going to say v1 products. And this over here, we're going to say product routes. Save. And there you go. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so yeah, we can come back to the API client.ts and then continue writing the code for that. So here it's going to be equals to localhost 3001 and okay, 3001 / your API / v1. Okay, so here let's try to create the Axios instance. I'm going to say export const API is going to be equals to Axios dot, we have the create method, passing your base URL to this, that is going to be equals to your API base URL, and let's pass on the headers, that is going to be equals to your content type application / JSON. Okay, so that's it for now. Let's try to save the file. So here for each of the type, we're going to write the code. So I'm going to say categories. Let's write in the first one. I'm going to say export const fetch categories is going to be equals to async method. Here I'm going to say await API.get method. Here call to that particular URL. So it's automatically just going to be / categories because this URL is already set. Okay, you can directly try to make use of the Axios instance and you can reuse it every time. So your API is going to contain your URL basically. Okay, that's what it means. So here I'm going to say categories dot data. As you can see, as soon as I type dot, we're able to see all of the details that is going to come from the URL over here. So we need the data, so directly say data over here. So the reason we are doing this is we can directly set the base URL just like this, so you do not have to repeat this one in each of your requests in the front end part. And we are also writing this in a really nice way so that we can directly call the fetch categories function instead of writing that whole bunch of block in the front end part. And another reason we are doing this is instead of writing your Axios.get method in your front end applications, we can group all of them in a single file, that is in our case API client.ts. So we can create small helper functions and we can use that directly in the front end call. Okay, so similarly we're gonna do that for all of the functions that we have written. I mean all of the endpoints that we have written. So we have fetch categories, this is done. So similarly for the fetch category, so I'm going to say export const fetch category is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to take in an ID of type string, add in that over here, and over here I'm going to say await. I'm going to say API dot get method This is going to be your /categories /your $ID, make use of backticks, and then add in the ID over here. Again, .data. Similarly, we have for the create category as well as the update category. So I'm going to say export const create category is going to be equals to async. Here we need access to the data. It's going to contain the name of string, image URL of string. These are the two things to create a category, right? So add in this, and here I'm going to say await API.post. okay, it is again just going to be /categories .data. I mean, we need to pass in the data as well because this is the post method, and get that data. Format over here, you can take a look at it if at all you've missed something. For the third one, it is kind of long. Okay, so the next one is going to be for the update category. So I'm going to say export const update category is going to be equals to async. This in turn is going to take in your ID and data as well. So I'm going to say ID of string comma data is going to be name of string and your image URL of string. Actually, this needs to be a semicolon. Image URL is going to be of string. Okay, so here I'm going to say await API. It's going to be put method because this is update. So I'm going to say API.put, make use of backticks. It's going to be /categories ID, categories, and then $ID, pass in the data and get the data over here, .data. Format. So similarly, I'm going to add it for the delete as well. You can take a look at it. Okay, so delete is simple. You can check this out. So it's going to say await API.delete of categories of the ID .data. This is done. So the next one is going to be for your products. Okay, here I'm going to say export const fetch products by category is going to be equals to async method. This in turn is going to take in your category ID, that is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say await API.get method. Here I'm going to say /categories and then / your category ID and / your products. Here I'm going to say .data. Okay, so the next one is going to be for your fetch product by ID. So fetch product by ID is going to be equals to async of ID, that is going to be of type string. Here I'm going to say await API.get over here, and I'm going to make use of backticks. I'm going to say products $ID. So products $ID and then .data over here. Okay, that part is done. So here I'm going to say export const create product is going to be equals to async. So this in turn is going to take in the data to create. So data is going to be equals to your category ID, under which that product is going to go into. That is going to be of type string. Your name as well of type string. Then your price, that is going to be of number. Image URL of your string. Description of string as well. Here we are going to say await. So here actually semicolon, not the colon. Here I'm going to say await your API dot your post method, it is just going to be / products, and I'm going to pass in the data to create the products and then get back the data format over here. And let's write in these two as well for the next ones. So here I'm going to say export const update product as well as export const delete product. So you can take a look at both of these values. So that's it. Let's try to save the file. Alright, so this part is done. Let's come back to the add category screen and let's implement this. So once I press on category name, once I enter on category name and enter an image URL, press on create category, a category should be created and then stored in the backend. Okay. So I'm going to say add category screen. So if you remember, we're going to use the TanStack Query. So first of all, we need to, install that package. Let's do that into the main app, that is the admin panel app. So here I'm just going to say yarn add at TanStack / React query. Let's press on enter. And we also need to, wrap our app within the query client provider. That's compulsory for this. So this would give you access to the query cache for the use query as well as the mutation query for use mutation. So let's do that. So first of all, head back to your app.tsx and let's try to add in the query client provider that we just talked about. So here we do have the navigation container, initialize a query client. I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to new query client, import that from TanStack Query. Here for the navigation container, above that, I'm going to say query client provider and wrap it over this. In the sense, this should be present around that or inside the query client provider. So this expects a client. So I'm going to say your client is going to be equals to query client that is defined onto the top. So save the file. So no issues, that's good. Let's come back to your add category screen.tsx. Okay, so before writing the code, let's briefly understand, if at all, for the people who do not know how exactly your TanStack query works. So as I said, we have already imported and wrapped our app with the query client provider that gives you a query cache for use query and a mutation cache for your use mutation. So now let's understand how are we going to use these two things, that is your use query as well as your use mutation. I'm pretty sure most of you might already know how exactly this works, but still I'm explaining for the people who do not know this. Okay, so let's understand for the use query. So this essentially reads the server data and keeps it in cache. So let's say you're getting the categories, you're going to make use of this one, that is use query. If you're creating a category, you need to write to the server. So in that case, you're going to use the use mutation. So as I said again, for use query, it reads the server data and keep it in cache, and each query is identified by a key. For example, let's say you're going to get the categories, it is going to be identified by this. Let's say categories. And if at all a particular query is invalidated, then TanStack Query actually marks its tail and triggers something known as a refetch the next chance it gets. Okay, or even immediately as well. The next one is going to be your use mutation. As I previously said, this is to write to the server if you're making any kind of post, update requests like create category or update category, you're going to make use of the use mutation hook. All right. So this writes to the server, we can create, update or delete. So create, update or delete. Okay. So a mutation has a mutation function. So this basically, has something known as a mutation function. Okay. And it returns a promise. All right. And the TanStack Query manages the mutation state like the success, error or the loading state, and it exposes the lifecycle, that is we have on success, on error as well as on mutate. So once you write the code, you're gonna get a better understanding of this. So let's start writing the code for this. So initially in our screen we have your form control as well as the validation that's being done by the React hook form. We need to prepare the mutation for this. Let's do that. So here, since we are trying to add, it's going to be your use mutation because we need to update, not update, my bad, create and write it to the server. So right below this, I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation, import that from TanStack Query. Okay, this in turn is going to have in your mutation function, as I've told over there. Here I'm going to say this is going to have in your name, comma, your image URL, here I'm going to say name is going to be of type string. Next over here, image URL is going to be of type string as well. Okay, and this is optional for now, but we're going to enter it while we implement this. Okay, I think I've messed up with the brackets. Let's write it down once again. Okay, they should come within that, so my bad. Here directly call that function which we have written in the API client. That's going to be create category. Okay, so not from the backend but from the API. As you can see, the second one, API client. Okay, that is from the front end itself. That's correct. Here this is going to take in two things, name as well as the image URL as a parameter. So add in that name, image URL, and we have the next one, that is on success. As you can see, as soon as I typed on, we have all of those four functions coming, that is on error, on mutate, as well as on settle, and then on success. Here I'm going to say on success, take in a function, and over here I'm going to say you need to first of all initialize the query client. I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client from TanStack Query. Here on success, I'm going to say query client dot, we have the invalidate queries, use that and pass on the query key over here. So I'm going to say query key, that is going to be categories for this one. All right, and I'm just going to say navigation, not go back. Let's initialize navigation. It's not yet imported. Onto the top, I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, so here I'm going to say navigation dot go back. I think we need to include the on submit as well. If you remember over here, this is going to take in handle submit of on submit. So here I'm going to say const on submit is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the data, and name is going to be your string, image URL is going to be a string as well. Here I'm going to say your mutation dot, I'm going to mutate it, and this in turn is going to take in the name, image URL. Okay, so name is going to be equals to your data dot name, image URL is going to be equals to your data dot image URL, or undefined for the image URL. That's it. So let's format once. So here we're going to come down and then initialize the function, that is handle submit of on submit. That's it. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. Let's first of all try to give this a try. I'm just going to enter a random category, and we need a random food image. Let's get it from pixels. I'm just going to say go to the first link, and then I'm going to say food, just any random image just for testing purposes, that is if at all it's working correctly or not. So I'm going to say copy image link. I hope this image is valid. Yeah, that's coming fine. So come back over here, and I'm going to say category name, I'm going to say chicken, and image URL, paste this over here, create category. Okay, so we do have issue. There you go. So this is the usage of the logging. If at all I didn't add the logging over here, I might have taken more time to fix this, obviously. So let's see actually what exactly is the issue. So it says post API v1 categories, and then ID is not defined, timestamp is this one. So let's actually fix that up. Let's look into where I've made the mistake. So I think for the controllers, I guess, let's see, create category. Okay, or in the routes, let's check that out as well. Okay, so there are a lot of issues over here. So for the first one, it needs to be actually singular. If you remember, for everything we are using prisma.category, that should be the correct name. But over here we are using category, so let's fix that. So it should be prisma.category.update. Save. And let's actually check even over here as well. We have missed the category. We are directly trying to say prisma.many. That's not going to work. So prisma.category.findMany. But this should work. That's the only thing. Over here we have given the update. So get products by category. Okay, my bad. So this should be prisma.product.findMany, not this one. Okay. So apart from that, yeah, this is right itself because I'm actually checking my other code. There are no issues, but all of these issues are fixed, but I'm not sure why this didn't work. Okay, and update category is also correct. ID, image, URL, and the name. Okay, and prisma.category.update of your data. And the final one is going to be for the delete category. Save. Let's give this one more try. I've fixed some of the issues. I'm not sure if it should work. Create category. Okay, so we do still have that issue. Okay, now it's a different issue. It says prisma.category.update invocation. Okay, invocation is wrong. Probably the syntax is not correct. Okay, I'm such a fool. Oh my goodness. It should be create. That's the reason it's not working. Oh my god. So this should be prisma.category.create. Damn. Okay, so now it should work. Create category. And boom, just like that, it is working fine. So because of my silly mistakes, we had to go through that 5 to 10 minutes of debugging. So let's skip that and let's come back over here and let's check out our database. I'm going to say clusters. So hopefully we should be able to see the category getting added over here. So for now, I'm just going to add the normal data over here. So come back to category, and there you go. We do have chicken as well as the image URL. Okay, this part is working absolutely fine. Okay, so this is done. So now the next step is we can move on to the actually showing of categories. We can implement that. That's pretty simple. So let's come back to your categories dot, not categories dot, category screen. This one here, let's try to have in your query client as well as the handle delete as well as delete mutation and the showing of the categories as well. So first of all, I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. Import that from TanStack Query. I'm going to say const data. That's going to be categories, comma is loading. We're going to get this state from your use query because we are reading from the server. Use query. Import that. This in turn is going to take in your query key. Pass in the same query key with which we have set it. In our case, categories. All right. And here I'm going to say query function is going to be fetch categories. Import that from the API client. It's going to be plural fetch categories, not category. All right, that's it. Let's try to implement the delete mutation as well. So I'm going to say const delete mutation is going to be equals to use mutation. Okay, here pass in the mutation function to execute. In this case, it's going to be equals to delete category. Import delete category from the API client. On success, what needs to happen? Take in a function, and over here I'm going to say your query client dot access the invalidate queries. Pass in the query key over here. That is going to be categories. And over here on error, while doing this, I think we need to add in a comma, not a semicolon. So on error of your error, here I'm going to just give alert message, alert dot alert error. I'm going to say failed to delete. Category. Actually, let's try to make use of backticks over here so that we can access the dollars. I'm going to say dollar error dot message. That's it. Okay, let's try to first of all check the loading state. I'm going to say save. Hopefully no issues. And yeah, below your touchable opacity or below your view, I'm going to check if is loading is true. I'm going to say question mark. We're going to show activity indicator. I'm just going to say activity indicator from React Native itself. Size is going to be large. And over here, I'm going to say your view, or first of all, check if at all the categories dot length is equals to 0. This is going to be a second condition. If categories dot length, let's add optional chaining so it doesn't error out, is going to be equals to 0. So in this case, I'm going to say having a view else we're going to have the flat list if at all the categories is present. So here, apart from the view over here, I'm going to have in one more else condition, and we can show a flat list over here. Yeah, I think there is a bracket mess up. Okay, let's look into that further. So here we're going to have your iron icons. This is going to have a name that is going to be layers. Size is going to be equals to 48. Color is going to be equals to this color code. So I'm going to say hashtag 9CA3AF. Here I'm going to have in a text which says no categories yet. Okay, and below this particular text, I'm going to have in one more piece of text which says create categories to organize your products. Create categories to organize your products. Okay, let's pass on the design for this. Class name, this in turn is going to have in text of LG, font of semi-bold, text gray of 800, empty of 4. Okay, and for this I'm going to say class name, text of SM, it's going to have text gray of 500, empty of 2, and then a text of center. That's it. So here we can try to have a create category button below the touchable opacity. So I'm just going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it. Import touchable opacity, it's already there. And here we can navigate to add category just like this. Okay, format. All right, so yeah, I think I need to fix the bracket issue. So if is loading is true, we are going to have that parenthesis where we're going to have the first condition, else. Okay, I think this is not required. If the categories dot length is going to be equals to 0, again this design, else the flat list. I think it's fixed. So for the flat list, if at all the categories are present, pass on the data. That is going to be categories in our state. Then I'm going to say render item, render category. We need to define this onto the top. Then I'm going to say your key extractor, take in the item, it's going to be equals to item.id. And I'm going to say content container style, padding bottom of 24. Let's try that properly, and then let's define your render category method. It's going to be simple. I'm going to say const render category is going to take in your item, and your item is going to be of category. Okay, so here I'm going to say essentially show a touchable opacity and have in your image. This in turn is going to take in the source, import image from React Native first of all. Here I'm going to say source. This in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to your item.image URL or a hardcode URL. I'm just going to add the code for this so you can take a look at it. Okay, let's format once. Let's pass on the design for this. That is class name. It's going to have a width and height. So I'm going to say width 14, height of 14, and I'm going to say rounded is going to be LG, MR of 4, and a BG gray of 100. So you can try to add in the interface for the category over here. I'm going to say export interface category is going to be of that type. Okay, so image is done. Save the file, and boom, just like that we're able to see that onto the screen. Pretty much looking similar. We just need to style this out a bit. So apart from image, towards the right hand side, some information for the text part. I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have in a text which is going to show the item.name, that is category name, item.name, save. There you go, chicken. That's being shown correctly fine. Here the products for that particular category. So I'm going to first of all check item.products dot length 0 plus product. If it is greater than 1, then it needs to be in plural. I'm just going to add the code for that. You can take a look at it. Save. There you go, 0 products. That's being shown correctly fine. Let's try to format ones over here. Okay, so this part is done, and the next step is for the edit as well as the delete button. So apart from that, over here below the view, I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to have in your touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have iron icons. I think it's imported. Yeah, it is imported. This is going to have your pencil icon. Next is going to be your delete icon. So name is going to be pencil. Size 18. Color is going to be this color code. Hashtag 256 3EB. Okay, and for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name P of 2, rounded medium, MR of 2, BG blue of 50. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. And yeah, we can try to copy this down one more time. This is going to be for your trash. I'm going to say trash over here. Save. So this is going to have a BG red of 50. So here I'm going to say BG red. Save. And some padding of 2, rounded medium. Let's pass on design for the view. It needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row, items of center. Okay, that's it. Let's give the style for the outermost touchable opacity. So that's going to have a white color BG. So class name over here, a BG white, rounded is going to be XL, and some internal spacing, padding of 4, MX of 3, MY of 2, flex of row, items of center, and a small shadow. There you go, that's looking good. And for the second view where we have the design, I'm going to give it a flex of 1, so this gets pushed towards the rightmost part. There you go, that's looking nice. So for the text, I think we need to pass on the styling. I'm going to say class name. It is going to have text of base, font of semi bold, text gray of 800. So text gray 800. As you can see, that's looking nice. And for this, it's going to have a text of access. It's already added. I think that background is not correctly working. Okay, no space, save. And the color for this is going to be a red shade of color, that is DC2626. Here I'm going to say DC2626. Save. There you go, that's looking good. Let's provide in a gap of 2. Okay, so once you press on this, we are going to say handle delete of the item.id, item.name, item.products.length. So I'm going to say on press over here, taking a function. Here I'm going to say handle delete of item.id, item.name, as well as item.products dot length. Let's try to write the function that is handle delete onto the top over here. So here I'm going to say const handle delete is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, and this in turn is going to take in all of the parameters over here. So here let's take in the parameters and then define them. So we're going to have 3, that is id of string, then name is going to be of string, then your product count, that is the length, is going to be of number. Alright, so here first of all I'm going to initialize my message. I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to, I'm going to say product count is greater than 0 question mark. Initialize a backticks. Here we are going to say, are you sure you want to delete $name question mark. Here we are going to implement it in such a way that if at all they press on delete, we need to give a message to the user saying that even the products under that particular category would also be deleted. If at all they want to press on yes, they can delete it. Okay, so here we are going to say, are you sure you want to delete name? Then here I'm going to say this will also delete its product count. So I'm going to say $product count products, and here I'm going to say $. This is for the plural and singular naming. So I'm going to say product count, if it's greater than 1 question mark, it is going to be s, that is for plural, else it is going to be a normal string. Okay, else over here again we can make use of backticks. We're going to say, are you sure you want to delete the name? Are you sure you want to delete the category? That's going to be name. Okay, here question mark, here we can show alert box. I'm going to say alert.alert. I'm just going to get in the design for that. So we're going to have 2 things, that is delete as well as as well as the cancel button. If at all they press on delete, we're going to call the delete mutation that has already been defined over here. That is going to be this one. So I'm just going to add an alert over here. So we're going to say alert.alert delete category and pass in the message, and here we're going to have an array containing your 2 implementations, that is cancel button as well as delete. If they press on cancel, it's going to cancel the alert box, that is it's going to remove. Else delete means we're going to give the on press. Taking a function, we need to pass in delete mutation.mutate of that particular id, that is of type string. So let's try to save the file. Let's press on delete and then let's try to delete this over here. I'm going to press on delete, and there you go, delete category. Are you sure you want to delete chicken? Okay, so this is going to go into the else condition, because by default over here product count is not greater than 0, because the product count is essentially 0. So automatically it's going to go into the else condition, and it's directly going to ask, are you sure you want to delete chicken category? Okay, so you can pass in the category text over here, save. So as you can see, now it is showing correctly fine. It says, are you sure you want to delete chicken category? Okay, so if at all let's say the products are greater than 1, so even if we have 1 product under chicken category, it should show into this particular condition, that is, do you want to also delete the products? It is going to ask like that. Okay, so now let's come to the delete button. Let's try to delete this category. Let's make sure everything is working fine. So I'm going to press on delete over here, and boom, just like that, this is working perfectly fine. We are able to delete, and yeah, some design is messed up over here. We need to fix that. So it says no categories yet, create categories to organize your products. So this design is with respect to the else condition. Yeah, my bad, I didn't give the design for the view, so that's the reason it's not looking in a good way. So let's first of all give the design to the view. Let's pass on the flex of 1. So class name flex1, justify of center. So I'm going to say justify center items of center as well, and px of 6, and boom, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. Okay, so once, if at all there are any categories added, we're going to show that just like this, as we saw previously, that is this design. And once no categories are present, that is once we deleted, just like in this case, it is going to show this particular design, which is looking neat. Okay, this part is done. So now let's try to create a category. I'm just going to get in a normal random image again from, let's say, pexels. I'm just going to search for food images, random one. Yeah, let's say this one. I'm just going to say copy link. Let's verify first of all if it is valid. Yeah, we are getting something. Let's use this. I'm going to say add category. I'm going to give a normal category name, let's say pizza, image URL, paste it, create category. Yeah, so we also need to make this functional. That is, once we come back, automatically we should see the page getting updated. So now if I reload, automatically this should be working. So let's try that out. And there we're able to see pizza. So that's working fine. So now the next step is we need to implement the showing of products. That's the next screen. So once you press on this particular white card, we would be navigated to the next screen. That's going to be our product screen. Okay, where all of the products that are added for that particular category is going to show up. And if at all no products is going to be present, then we're going to show the message saying that no products for this category. And if we want to add the product, we're going to use this particular add button. Okay, so let's implement this. So now let's implement this. That's your next step. Okay, so let's first of all give a on press on this particular white card that is going to be within your render category. Okay, that is to the touchable opacity. So let's make sure we have the screen first of all. So that screen is going to be your products screen.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to say screens, new file, products screen.tsx, rnfe s together show and code snippet. Let's try to save this file. Let's include this to your categories stack over here. So let's say below your add category, you can add in the products. So I'm going to say products over here. Component to render for this one is going to be your product screen. That is the one we just created. So product screen, import that correctly. Let's try to save the file. So here your title is going to be a products in that particular root.params.category name. So I'm just going to add that over here as the options. Instead of add category, it's going to be this one. It's going to take in the route, and we're going to say products in route.params.category name. Okay, that's it. Let's come back to category screen. Here let's give a on press basically to your touchable opacity, and we're going to navigate to the next screen. On press, taking a function, and over here we're going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be products. Okay, here we can pass in some information. That is going to be a category ID. Here it's going to be equals to item.id. Then furthermore your category name. So category name, this is going to be equals to item.name, and we can try to format and then save. Let's try to give this a try. And there you go, just like that, is working fine. Products in pizza, it is showing correctly fine. Let's start designing the product screen. That is going to look something like this. So initially onto the top, let's define the type of product, how exactly it's going to look, that is its structure. So here I'm going to say type product is going to be equals to an object, id of string, name of string, your price of string as well. Sorry, my bad. Price is going to be number, not string. Furthermore, I'm going to say image URL. This is going to be of type string. Description optional. So description of type string. Okay, that's it. Here let's try to initialize some navigation as well as states. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation, and I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route, import use route as well from React navigation. Let's try to get in the params over here. I'm going to say category ID Yeah, even we need that too. So category ID, then the category name is going to be equals to your route dot params as any. Here I'm going to say category ID is going to be initially empty. Similarly, your category name also initially an empty string. Okay, so here let's try to set up the data, or we could do that later as well. So let's actually look into the return block design. Okay, save. So here for the view I'm going to give an flex of 1, then bg gray of 50. Save. Okay, so apart from that, here I'm going to have in one more view. I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have in a text which is going to say your category name. It's going to show the category products, else it is just going to say products over here. That is this particular design. So I'm just going to say over here category name question mark, then make use of backticks. It is going to say dollar category name products, else it is going to say products over here. Save. As you can see, pizza products, it's correctly showing fine. Here we're going to have your add button, so you can directly copy that down from the other screen, category screen. Just search for add. It's going to be essentially the same design. Copy this, come back over here, so right below your text, add it over here. And we need iron icons, import that, copy this down, and let's say I'm going to add it over here. All right, so this part is done. Import touchable opacity as well. Save. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking fine. We just need to design this a bit. So for the text, first of all, I'm going to give the class name. This in turn is going to have in text of Excel and a font of bold and text gray of 900. Okay, so let's pass on the design for the view. It is going to have a row fashion design, so flex of row, items of center, and justify of between, px of 4, furthermore your py of 4, some internal spacing design. So save, and there you go. Just like that, this is looking pretty neat and clean. Okay, this part is done. So now actually let's set up the data that is for the products, if at all it is present. So by default it's not present, so first of all let's set it up so that we could use it later once we have added the products. So here I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. So we're going to implement it in the similar way we have implemented it for the categories. So if at all you have missed that explanation, you can just scroll before and then you can look into how exactly we have explained that. Okay, so initialize the query client and set up the data over here. I'm going to say const data, that is going to be your products, comma is loading, getting the state as well as errors, and the refetch mechanism. Import that is going to be equals to use query, because we're going to read from the server. It's going to be of type product. All right, so over here we're going to define your query key. So since this is for the products, I'm going to say products over here and pass in the category ID. Next, we need to pass in the query function. So here I'm going to directly call the function that is going to be your fetch products by category. So I'm going to say fetch products by category from your API client. Import that, and this in turn is going to take in the category ID. Okay, and here I'm going to say enabled not of category ID. Okay, this is going to take it from the root params over here. That's it. So this part is done. So now let's try to save the file. Let's come back over here, and below your view I'm going to add the design for that. Later we can design it. So I'm going to say is loading question mark. In this case we need to show activity indicator, so have in the view. Below this view I'm going to have an activity indicator being shown, so activity indicator, import that from React Native. Here I'm going to say size is going to be equals to large, and below that here I'm going to have the flat list. If at all we do have the products, in this case we do not have it, so I'm just going to write the code for this and then we can comment it out. So data is going to be equals to products. That's going to come from use query. Next we have the render item. Here I'm going to say render product. Just like this, and I'm going to say key extractor, take in the item, and over here I'm going to say item.id. That's it. Let's try to comment the flat list for now. And here I'm just going to say null, so we do not get that issue. Format, and then let's try to save the file. Let's create a new screen. That's the next step. That is going to be your add product screen, so that once you press on the add button, we come back to this screen and then we need to add the product. Okay, so I'm going to say screens add product screen.tsx rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Let's try to save the file. So here let's come back to category stack. Okay, let's try to show that over here. So in this case we need to change the name. We're going to have add product as the name over here. Okay, my bad. Add product, and then component is going to be your add product screen. Oh god. Okay, add product screen, and the options you can take it from here and then make the change. Instead of add category, I'm going to say add product. Save the file, come back to your product screen, and we can initialize on press on the touchable opacity. So product screen, so it's already there. So instead of add category, I'm just going to say add product. Format once and save. Let's press on this add button. There you go, we're coming correctly to the add product screen. So let's start looking into the design of the add product screen. That's going to look something like this, as we saw earlier. So initially within the return block, I'm going to have in my scroll view, I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have some design, flex of 1, bg gray of 50, internal spacing padding of 4. Okay, within the scroll view have two pieces of text. The first one is going to say add new product. Below the text I'm going to say text. Here we're going to say fill product details below. So fill product details below. So let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. Let's pass on the design for both of these texts. First one is going to say text LG, font of bold, text gray of let's say 900, and MB of 2. Here I'm going to say class name text of SM, text gray of let's say 600, and MB of 4. There you go, that's looking neat. So this part is done. So let's start designing all of your text inputs. So here again we're going to make use of the React hook form. Okay, so let's try to initialize the details over here onto the top. Okay, so here I'm going to say initially navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React Native, and here I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to your use route. Let's try to get in the category ID. I'm not sure if I've passed that. Let me just check that once. Okay, I think I've missed that up. We need to pass the category ID. So we're going to say add product and just pass in your category ID just like this. Save. So here we can receive it for the root params. I'm going to say const category ID. It's going to be equals to your route dot params as any. Here initially category ID empty string. Okay, here let's initialize a query client. We'll be using this. It's going to be equals to use query client. Okay, I'm going to say const control comma handle submit. So this is for the React hook form. comma your form state containing your errors is going to be equals to use form. Import that from React hook form. So here, having your form data, here let's pass in your default values, that is name, price, image, URL, description is going to be empty. So I'm going to say default values, name, empty, your price, empty. Then we're going to have in your image URL, it's going to be empty string, as well as your description is going to be empty. So let's format once. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so I think we need to define the form data that's missing. So let's write that onto the top. So this is basically going to be similar to your product data. That is your name, price, image URL, as well as description. So copy down these 4 things. Come back over here. I'm going to say type form data is going to be equals to all of these things. So format and save. So here price also is going to be string. Okay, so that's it. So below your text here, I'm going to have in my text which says product name, and below this text I'm going to have in a controller. Import that from React hook form. This in turn is going to take in the control. That is going to be the control that we have defined onto the top. And then we're going to have in the name for this, that is going to be name. Then we're going to have the rules. Here we're going to say required. I'm just going to say product name is required. If at all the user has not entered this, then this error is going to show up. Okay, then here we need to pass in the render. That's the third method. I'm going to say field on change as well as your value. Okay, so here we can try to render the text input. So I'm going to say text input from React Native, import that. I think I've messed up with the brackets again, so we need to fix that issue. Okay, so this closing brace was missing, so try to add that. Here I'm going to say placeholder. Here we're going to say example cold coffee. And here next I'm going to say value is going to be equals to your value. Okay, next on change is going to be on change, that is on change text basically. So on change text, this is going to be equals to on change. Class name for this, I'm going to say bg white. Okay, next rounded is going to be lg, so rounded lg, then your border as well as border gray of 200. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save. And there you go, that's looking fine, but it is not exactly styled out. Yeah, padding is missing, so p of 3. Yeah, there you go, that's looking good. So for the product name, let's pass on the design. So I'm going to say class name over here. This is going to say text of SM, font of medium, then text gray of let's say 700. Add in that as well as a MB of 2 to give some spacing towards the bottommost part. And just like that, this is looking nice. So I'm just going to add this a couple of times and then make the change for the remaining piece of text input. So copy this down. Also before that, let's try to add in the errors over here itself. So I'm going to say if at all errors dot name is present and let's try to render a text with a red color. Here I'm going to say errors dot your name dot your message. This is going to be in red color. So class name, I'm going to say text red of 500 empty of 2. Okay, so below this I'm going to pass in the next one. This is going to say price instead of product name. So I'm going to say price, and here for the controller, so controller is going to be control again. Name is going to be equals to your price. Add in the same spelling, so just press on equals to, again press on that, automatically you should be getting the options. Choose price from there, and rules is going to say price is required. All right. Apart from that, we need to pass in the pattern. I'm just going to get in that, and render is going to remain similar, but few changes. That is for the placeholder, it's going to say example 99.99, something like this. Save the file. Let's also give empty of 2 for the price. And yeah, I need to add in the pattern as well as the message. So try to add it over here. That is right after your required. That's going to be the pattern. I think I've messed up with the brackets again. Yep, that's it. Format. So you can try to get this, or you can try to Google it. You would be able to get it easily. So that's it. So the render method is already defined. We're again going to have in your on change value, render text input, and value is set. On change text is set. That is on change. Keyboard type is going to be numeric. Okay. Class name is going to be same. Okay, that's it. Again, copy down the errors. This time make the change for the next one. So here we're going to check if at all errors dot price is present. Then here and here we're going to say error dot price dot message. Okay, save. So that's pretty much it. Let's try to copy this down one more time, make the change for the remaining one. So we have the next one, that's going to be image URL. Here I'm going to say image URL. Save the file. As you can see, it is being shown on the screen. So for the control, we're going to have control name is going to be equals to your image URL. Let's add that. Choose the option correctly. So rules over here, we're going to say image URL is required. Image URL is required. And I don't think there is any kind of pattern over here. We can skip that for now. So remove the pattern code. All right, and we have the render. Take in the field, then on change value, that's going to remain similar. Render a text input for that. Example, we're going to say image URL over here. That's for the placeholder. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. And again, value is going to remain value. On change text is going to be equals to on change, and class name is going to be same thing. Keyboard type, we can remove that. It's not necessary. Save. Okay. So choosing the errors. Then I'm going to say errors dot your image. It's present. Then again over here is going to be equals to image URL. Okay, let's try to save the file. This part is done. So now the next step and the final one is going to be for the description. That's optional. You can actually skip that part. So I'm just going to add the code for description. You can take a look at it right below the errors. So format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so text is going to be description optional. So control is going to be equals to control name description. Render is going to be render a text input by taking the on change as well as the value. Okay, this part is done. So we have the final button, that is for create category. Create product category. So touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here, let's try to have in your iron icons. We can get that from any of the other screen. Just like this, scroll down. Here I'm going to say iron icons. Name is going to be equals to save. Your size is going to be equals to, let's say, 18. Color, I'm going to say FFF. Okay. Pass on the text. Here I'm going to say create product. And let's pass on the class name for this. This is going to be in white color because the BG is going to be in black. So text white, font of semi-bold, ML of 2. And for the iron icon, yeah, it's already given. So touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, empty of 6, BG is going to be black, some internal spacing, padding of 3, rounded is going to be LG, flex of row, items of center, justify of center. Okay, format, and then let's try to save the file. And there you go, just like that. This is looking neat. So this part is done. So on to the top, let's first of all initialize the use mutation because we need to push the data to the server. That is, we need to write it onto the server. So we're going to make use of the use mutation hook and then define all of the required things, and then we're going to give the on press to the touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say const mutation, it's going to be equals to use mutation, import that from TanStack Query, and pass in the mutation function to execute. Here I'm going to say data, it's going to be of type form data. Directly call the function that's going to be equals to create product, import that from your API client and not from the admin backend. Okay, so create product, and here try to have in the data whatever is present, and price is going to be equals to your parse float, include that of the data.price, data.price. So this data is coming from the form data, that's going to be of type. Okay, comma your category ID. That's it. So the next one is going to be on success. What needs to happen? Taking a function. Here I'm going to say your query client dot invalidate queries. Here it's going to take in your query key. In this case, I'm going to say products as well as the category ID. That's it. I'm going to say navigation.go back if at all it is successful. Okay, if at all there is any error, I'm going to define that on error. Taking that error, you can define it as a string or whatever you want to. For now, I'm just going to leave it as default, and here I'm going to say console dot error create product error, that particular error message. Here I'm going to say alert dot alert error, and then failed to create product. So I'm going to say failed to create a product. That's it. So this part is done. So let's try to initialize the on submit. I'm going to say const on submit is going to be equals to taking the data of type form data that's defined above. Here I'm going to check if not data of name, sorry, data dot name or not of data dot price. You can also give a check for image or not of data dot image URL, directly return, else use the mutation dot mutate of the data. That's it. Format once. Let's come back over here to the touchable opacity. We're going to say handle submit of on submit. Here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, or we can directly call it, that's the correct way. So here I'm going to say handle submit of on submit. Save, and boom, just like that. As soon as I pressed on create product, you are able to see all of the errors. That is a nice way of showing it to the user, saying that product name is required, price is required, as well as image URL is required. Without that, we cannot create a product. So let's try to give this a try. I'm going to get in a random image from pixels. Let's say a different image this time. Okay, let's say this one. Copy image link. Let's verify it's working. Yeah, it's present. Come back over here, and I'm going to say product name. I'm going to say random product. So now we're just testing this out. So once all of the features are done, that is adding of product, adding of categories, removing of categories, then I'm going to take some break, and then I'm going to add in all of the original products, that is just like this. And then we're going to switch back to the user app to show all of these details into the front end part. Okay, so just let's test it out. So price, I'm going to add in a random price, image URL, paste it, description is optional, create product. Okay, so we do have some issue, so let's fix that up. Info message server running on this thing. Yeah, that's correct over here. But onto the front end part, it says Axios error, request failed status code 500. Okay, so let's look exactly why it's failing. But in the backend, obviously there are no issues. Otherwise, it should have showed any issues over here. So let's come back and check over here itself where exactly we have missed the. So yeah, backend there is no issue, as I said, because yeah, it's not showing any log over here. But in the front end part, it says 500 error, means some issue with respect to the implementation that's done over here. Okay, I think I got to know the issue. So here, instead of parse float, it should be for the data.price, not for the data.name. So let's make that change, data.price. And then let's try to save the file. One more try, create product. Okay, so not sure. Yeah, now we're getting the issue, which is good. So it says invalid prisma.product.create invocation. Okay, some issue with writing the code. Let's check out the products controller, because I think that's where we are creating the product, if I'm not wrong. There you go, that's the one. Yeah, so we're not sending it into the front end part. So here we're going to say result.json of product. Okay, save. Let's again verify. So we need access to your category ID, your name, price, image, URL, description, and we're going to say await prisma.product.create of data. That's going to have in all of these things. All right, that's correct. And description is going to be obviously optional, so we can skip that. And yeah, this was missing. We have added it now. Let's try to give this one more try. Okay, create product. Okay, so we still are getting that issue. Okay, so here it says const product is going to be equals to await prisma.create. It says inconsistent column data, malformed object ID, provided hex string representation must be exactly 12 bytes. Okay, so some issue with respect to the schema and the definition over here, I guess. So let's actually verify if all, we are getting the category ID correctly or not. So first of all, let's come back to front end, that is add product screen. Let's try to log this category. For some reason it says it's not valid. I'm just going to say over here console.log data category ID, save. Let's open DevTools. Okay, my bad, this is Expo. We can directly see the logs, which is good. Okay, so there you go, data is empty, which is why we're not able to implement this. Okay, so let's see why exactly it's empty. Okay, come back to the point where this is coming from. Okay, so once we press on add over here, that is for the product screen, let's log actually the category ID over here. So I'm going to say console.log ID category ID, enter. Okay, we are getting it over here, but we are not able to send it. Okay, so here we are directly passing it. Let's not do that. I'm going to say category ID is going to be category ID. Let's format, save. Let's say add over here, and there you go. Now we're getting that category ID. Now let's try to give this a try. Let's come back over here, choose a new image. Choose the same image itself. Product name, I'm going to say random price 120, image URL, paste it, create product, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. So this was the issue. I was not passing the category ID correctly, so that's the reason it was kind of undefined and it was not correctly working fine. And also in the backend, I think I had missed out one line, that is result.json of category. Make sure to add that. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to design your product screen. That's going to look something like this. We should have the data that is within your product screen because we have added one product under the pizza category. Okay, so we can uncomment this flat list, remove this null code, all right, and over here uncomment it. Cannot like this. Okay, so come back to product screen and then let's try to design the render product. Apart from that, we need two more styles over here, that is content container style. I'm going to say padding bottom of, let's say, 24. Here I'm going to say list empty component, taking a text. I'm going to say no products found. Text of center, text gray of 500, empty of 8. Let's go on to the top and then define the method that is render product. Let's over here const render product is going to be equals to taking your item. This is going to be of type product, item product, just like this. It's already defined onto the top, I guess. Yep, it's already there. Here let's try to show your view. Alright, so within the view, first of all, we're going to have an image of the product, image from React Native. Let's pass in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be equals to item.image URL. Okay, let's pass on the design for this so that we could see it onto the screen. So class name, width of 20. Okay, then I'm going to say height of 20 as well. Rounded is going to be MD, MR of 4, BG gray of 100, and save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking good, and we're able to see that onto the screen. So below the image, we're going to have all of the other details for the product. So here I'm going to say view, pass in the text to show the item.name. It should be random. Save. As you can see, that's showing correctly fine. Have in one more text. Here I'm going to say item.price, item.price.toFixed of 2. Okay, 123.00. That's showing correctly fine. Then the next one is going to be for the description, if at all it's present. So text, you can show the description if at all you have added it in your side. So format and save. Okay, so if description is present, check the length. If it's greater than 80, then slice it till 80, else show the description. So let's pass on the design for this. Flex of 1. And for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a BG of white. Furthermore, rounded of XL. Some internal spacing padding of 4. And then MX of 3. MY of 2. Flex of row. Items is going to be start. And then we're going to say shadow over here. Save. Let's go back to pizza, and there you go. That's looking good. Let's try to format once. So for your text, we need to pass on the design for each of them. So here I'm going to say class name. This is going to say text base and font semi bold. Then text gray of 800. For this one, I'm going to say class name, text of SM. Text gray of let's say 600, empty of 1, save. Okay, that's looking neat. This part is done. So towards the right hand side, we're going to have in 2 buttons, that is the edit as well as your delete button. So essentially copy down that from your category screen. I think that's where it's present. Copy this and then come back over here, product screen. Right below this view, add it. So let's remove this for now. So for the view, I'm going to give it, ML of 3, then justify of between. Save. And boom, just like that is looking pretty neat. This part is done. Okay. So now let's try to implement the delete now itself. So first of all, onto the top, let's define the delete mutation functionality. So right below this, we can remove the locks, not required for now. Let's say over here, I'm going to say const delete mutation. It's going to be equals to use mutation, import that from TanStack. Here I'm going to say mutation function, get in the ID of type string. Here I'm going to say delete product. Okay, import it from API client only, and this is going to expect a ID. Pass in the ID over here. Okay, so here essentially a comma. I'm going to say on success, what needs to happen? Take in a function, and I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries. Pass in a query key that is going to be of your products. Whatever you have passed previously, it should be the same products as well as your category ID. So that's it. Let's try to format once. Let's also write the functionality for deleting it over here. So similarly, how we wrote it for the categories with the alert box, this also is going to be something similar. So I'm going to say const handle delete is going to be equals to take a new ID of string, name also of string, and over here I'm going to say alert dot alert. I'm going to say delete product. Let's try that correctly. The second message is going to be, are you sure you want to delete the name? So are you sure you want to delete? First of all, let's make use of backticks over here. So backticks, I'm going to say $name question mark. Here I'm going to add in the buttons over here. So you can try to add this. Okay, I've also added the on press. So taking a function and we're going to say delete mutation dot mutate of that particular ID. So that ID is going to come from your touchable opacity from this particular container where we have the product being rendered. So let's come back to this point where we have the delete button. That is this one. Taken on press, and here I'm going to say handle delete. So I'm going to say handle delete of your item.id. So I'm going to say item.id comma your item.name. Okay, save the file. So we have this also enabled. Let's try to delete this product. I'm going to say delete. It says delete product. Are you sure you want to delete random? Delete. And boom, just like that is working fine. And it says no products is found. Okay, this part is working absolutely fine. Let's try to add a product one more time. Choose the image. Come back over here. Add product. I'm going to say random. Price 120. Image URL. Paste this. Create product. There you go. Just like that, we are able to see that getting added onto the screen. This is looking good. So this part is done. So now let's look into the next step. That is the edit of category as well as edit of product. That's not that much important, but let's try to implement it. That is for the categories over here. So once you press on this particular button, that is edit for the categories, we need to go into the edit category screen. Let's create that. Okay, I'm going to say screens, new file, edit category .js. I mean not JS, DSX, my bad. RNFES to get the short code snippet. Save this, include the screen into the categories stack. Format over here, and below this I'm going to say edit category. Okay, change the component. It should be edit category screen. I think I didn't give the screen name, just edit categories there. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. No issues with that. Save the file over here. Come back to the categories screen, and where we have the method that is render category, this one, initialize on press, copy this down, or we can write it manually. On press, taking a function, we're going to say navigation navigate to edit category. So navigation dot navigate to edit category. Here let's try to pass in the details. That is some information to the next screen. That's going to be category ID that is required. So category ID, that's going to be item.id comma your category name, that is going to be your item.name. Okay, so let's try to format once and then let's try to save this file. Let's press on the pencil icon, and boom, just like that we're coming into the edit category. We need to change the title, it's currently wrong. So category stack, here instead of add product, edit category should come. Edit category. Save. And just like that, that's working fine. So let's look into the design of the edit category. I'm not sure if at all I've added that into the screenshots. Okay, so let's design that. It's going to look pretty simple itself. So edit category over here. Let's have in the basic implementation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, so const route is going to be equals to use route from React navigation of type any. Get in the category ID from root params. Okay, double equals to, remove that. So here again query client. So const query client is going to be equals to use query client. Here I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to category, or we can look into the return block first and then we can design this later. Remove that. Here for the view, pass on the class name again, flex1, bg gray of 50, some internal spacing padding of 4. Here for the text, we're going to say edit category with a space, class name to this. That's going to have text of LG, font of bold, text gray of let's say 900, and MB of 2. And there you go. That's looking neat. Okay. Here I'm going to say text, which says update the category details. So update the category details. Let's have in the text over here. So class name, text of SM, then text gray of 600, as well as a margin bottom of 4. Just like that, the design is looking neat. So below the text, let's try to have in your controller design. So before that, let's try to add in the controller onto the top. So here I'm going to say const control, comma handle submit, comma your form state, which in turn is going to have in your errors, comma set value is going to be equals to use form hook, import that from React hook form, having the name that is going to be of type string, image URL of type string as well. These are the two things to edit, so add it over here. Here we're going to have in your default values again. That is going to be name, not like this, within an object. So name is going to be empty, image URL empty. Format, once you can take a look at the code for this one. Alright, come back over here and right below the text, we're going to have again the same kind of design for your text as well as the controller. So text, this is going to say category name. So category name. Below this, I'm going to say controller, import that from React hook form. Here you can have in your control, that is going to be equals to your control. That's defined onto the top. Name is going to be equals to name. Okay. Next we have the rules required for this. So rules, I'm going to say required. I'm going to say category name is required. Category name is required. And I'm going to say min length over here should be 2. Message is going to be too short. Okay, format over here. Let's try to have in the render block. I'm going to say render. This in turn is going to have in your field, which in turn is going to have in your on change as well as your value. Let's try to render a text input over here. Import text input from React Native. So it's the same step we are following as we have done for the previous parts. Okay. So placeholder, I'm going to say beverages, and your value is going to be equals to value. On change text is going to be equals to on change. Okay, and let's pass on the class name that is designed for the text input. This is going to have a BG of white, padding of 3, then rounded of LG, border gray of 200. Rounded of LG, border gray of 200. Okay, this part is done. If there are any errors, let's try to show that below this. Save. Okay, so below the controller, I'm going to say errors.name and having a text over here. This in turn is going to say your errors dot your name dot message. So for this, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text read of 500. and some empty of 2. Save. So let's format once. I've also added the design for the category name over here. Save the file. Okay, that's looking good. So similarly, I'm going to add it for the second one, that is image URL as well as your pressable button. You can take a look at it. Okay, so make sure to import your pressable from React Native as well as your iron icons from any of the other screen. Import it over here, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, on submit doesn't exist. We need to define that. Let's go on to the top and then define the on submit over here. So here I'm going to say const on submit is going to be equals to data name of string, then your image URL of string as well. Here I'm going to say mutation. I don't think I've implemented that. Yeah, we need to implement that first. Let's add in that. Here I'm going to say const mutation is going to be equals to use mutation, import that from TanStack Query. Here I'm going to say mutation function having the name as well as your image URL. Your name is going to be of type string, image URL also of type string. Here I'm directly going to call your method that is going to be update category. Import that from the API client. This is going to take in your category ID as well as the data to update, that is name as well as your image URL. Okay, some issue over here, add a semicolon. So that's it. Next, define the on success. Here essentially I'm going to say your query client dot invalidate queries, pass in the query key. Here I'm going to say categories. So categories, and I'm going to say navigation dot go back after all it is successful. And on error, let's try to add in the details for that. Take in an error over here, and I'm going to say alert dot alert error and failed to update category. That's it. So here we're going to say mutation dot mutate. You need to pass in the name as well as the image URL. Name is going to be equals to data dot name, and your image URL is going to be equals to your data dot image URL. So basically this data is going to come from at this particular point. So let's try to format once. Save. So let's come back over here. Not this one. Yeah. So here let's come back. And yeah, I think already your on submit is present. Okay, I think I've missed out one more part, that is we need to also try to fetch the information of this particular category so that we could show it onto the input fields. That's a better practice to implement this. So I'm going to say const data, it's going to be equals to your category comma is loading. We can make use of use query method. So use query and pass in your query key, that is going to be categories. Just category as well as your category ID. Here I'm going to say query function. So here taking a function, and I'm going to say over here call the function fetch category from API client and then of the category ID. And here you can add a use effect saying that if at all the category is present, set value for the name is going to be category.name, as well as for the image URL is going to be category.image URL. So let's try to import your use effect. Let's try to add it below the control. Format once, and let's try to. I think there is some issue. Okay, unexpected token. Let's look into that with respect to the query function. Okay, there is no semicolon, comma, save. Let's try to reload the app once. We'll see what exactly is going to happen. Reload. Come back to edit. Okay, so for some reason it's not working because the value should have been set. That is whatever is the category details for this one. Okay, so this is actually the previous error. This is not the new one. So I don't think there is any error in the backend. with respect to fetch category. So let's actually try to implement this part, that is if at all this is working fine, that is update category. Fetch is not working for some reason. Let's try to check this one, that's update category. I'm going to add in the random name, let's say random, and then image URL, let's leave it as is, and then update category. Okay, so as you can see, that's working absolutely fine. You can try to implement this. Okay, so we can actually try to look into this later. That is why exactly your fetch category is not working, because once you press on pencil icon, the details should be prefetched. So as you can see now, it's empty. So instead of this beverages, automatically random should be present over here. Let's say pizza over here, update category. As you can see, it's updating, and even over here the image is automatically changing according to the details over here. If all image is present, it's going to show the image, else we're going to show it in this particular way. Okay, so as this part is done, so we are almost done with your creating of categories, updating categories, as well as deleting categories. Same thing goes with the creating products, updating products, as well as deleting of product. So now the next step is I'm going to take about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to add in all of the details that are actually required with the real data. Okay, and I'm going to add all of these details, and then it should be reflecting in the backend as well. Once that is done, we can shift back to the user application and then make these details dynamic. That is, it's going to come directly from the admin panel or the data from the backend. So now let's implement that part. So let me add all of the data for the different categories, and then I'm going to come back. Alright guys, so I've just added about 3 to 4 categories, and under those categories I've added about, let's say, 5 to 6 products that is required for testing. Obviously you don't need to worry about the data. I'll be sending you in the description. You can take a look at it, and you can basically use the same data as well to add it to your MongoDB backend using the admin panel app, right? So that part is done. So now essentially I've just opened up the user part of the application, as you can see. So that part is closed now. That is the admin panel app, right? So now the next step is, once they come back to the home screen, we also need to show the categories. That is this one. So this needs to be dynamic. Once they press on each category, we need to come back to the menu screen where we're going to show each of the products just like this. And we also need to implement the cart system, that is by making use of Sujan. So that's the implementation in this video session. So let's get started. Okay, so first of all, within the main user app, I'm again going to initialize the API folder. I think that's already there. Let's verify. As you can see, API is there. Within that, again, I'm going to have the API client.ts. So I'm going to say API client.ts. So here again, we're going to define similarly how we have defined for the admin part of the application, right? So let's get started. So here, let's make sure we have installed Axios first of all. So package.json, Axios is not there within the main app. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios and enter. Okay, there you go. It is installed, which is good. Come back to your API client.ts. Here, initially, I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Okay, and here I'm going to say const API underscore base URL. So this base URL is going to be the exact same base URL on which your admin panel app is running, because obviously in that application or in that particular project we have all the endpoints, if you remember, that is get and then put, delete for all the products, categories, as well as the users, as well as orders also. We're going to write it over there itself. Okay, so this is going to be the exact same thing whatever we use there, and make sure that particular project is running. Okay, so I'm going to say http localhost 3001/API/v1. So this is the exact endpoint which we're going to use. Here let's try to initialize the Axios instance. I'm going to say export const API is going to be equals to, I'm going to say Axios.create. Here having the base URL, and I'm going to say API base URL, and headers over here I'm going to say content type is going to be equals to application /JSON. All right, that's good. So here let's also try to implement the Axios interceptors for the future related endpoints, that is for payment or the orders, something like this. Okay, so I'm going to say API dot, we have the interceptors dot request I'm going to say .use. This in turn is going to take in your config over here, and we're going to return the config. If at all there is any errors over here, I'm just going to say error. Here I'm going to write promise.reject of the error. Okay, so there is no semicolon, remove that. This part is done. So here I'm going to say API dot your interceptors dot response, not request, response dot use again. This in turn is going to have in your response, return the response, and here any error over here, just try to log the error, console.error of that particular API error. That is the message what I meant, API error, and over here I'm going to say error dot response dot data. Okay, here I'm going to say return promise dot reject of error. That's it. So we have set up the implementation for interceptors. So here, first of all, let's try to fetch all the categories. I think let's also include the auth interceptors number that we're going to use it later. So I'm going to say let auth interceptor number or null equals to null. Here let's try to fetch all the categories with included products within them, right? So I'm going to say export const fetch categories. Categories is going to be equals to async, and I'm just going to say await, directly say API dot get, just call the endpoint whatever you're defined within the admin panel app. So it's just going to be / categories. This will give you all the details. Okay, dot data as category. We need to define this, that is type category. Let's do that. So I'm going to say interface, let's say onto the top itself, somewhere over here, export interface category. ID is going to be of string, and we have two more fields, obviously name as well as the products under that particular category. So name string, products is going to be equals to of type product, and we also need to define this bit as well. Let's do that over here. I'm going to say export interface product, ID is going to be string, name is going to be string, furthermore price is going to be number. Next we have is image URL for the product, string again, and in that furthermore the last one is going to be description, that is a optional field. Description is going to be a string. Okay, let's try to save the file. So let's try to implement this basically. So first of all, again, let's make sure we have installed TanStack Query, because again we're going to use that itself. So package.json over here, TanStack is not installed. Let's try to install that. So here I'm going to come back to the main app, yarn add TanStack / React query. Just try to add in that, and there you go, it got installed into the package.json. Let's come back to the main screen. Let's try to implement this, and then right below the flash sale design we're going to show that. Okay, so I'm going to say home screen.tsx. over here I'm going to say const data, that's going to be categories, comma is loading. And if you would remember, here we're also implementing the skeleton loading as we saw in the demo part of the video. That is just for the categories part. So that's a nice UI that is going to be shown to the user if at all something is loading. So we're going to implement that as well. So let's try to implement this first. So I'm going to say const data of type categories and is loading is going to be equals to your use query hook, since we are reading from the server. Okay, so for some reason the auto import is not working. All right, this is going to be of type category. So just get in that, or it's better to have an interfaces folder or a types folder where you define all the types, and then you can directly export it over here. Yeah, I think we can get it from here itself. You don't need to write it again. So first of all, let's try to import this use query. So just go on to the top, and over here I'm going to say import use query from your TanStack query. So here I'm going to say use query of type category, import from API client. It's going to be of the same type essentially. Alright, so here I'm going to pass in your query key, that is going to be categories, as well as the query function directly call the fetch categories from the API client file. That's it. Okay, let's try to format once. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is let's actually try to render this. That is where we have the categories part, that is we have commented it out before. So at this particular point we're going to show the design. Alright, so it should say new kitchen essentials. So right below your categories here I'm going to say view, remove this. Here I'm going to say text, it says new kitchen essentials. Let's pass on the class name for this, text excel, font of bold, save. Let's reload the app once. Okay, I think for some reason the terminal is cut, so let's start it out again. Yarn iOS, enter. Okay, so no query client set, use query client provider to set one. Yeah, we forgot this step. Let's do this. So on to the main app.tsx for the front end part, let's try to set the query client provider. So come back to app.tsx of the main user app. So here I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to new query client from TanStack Query. Pass in the default options. I'm going to say queries. Retry is going to be 1. And stale time I'm going to pass this 5 into 60 into 1000. Okay, so like above your navigation container, we're going to have in your query client provider. So here I'm going to say query client provider, and we're going to add all of this within that. Here this takes in your client, that is going to be equals to your query client. Enter, and there you go, new kitchen essentials. You're able to see that. Okay, some issue, I think it should again install. Come back to home screen.tsx. Okay, it is API error undefined. Let's try to remove that code for now. Let us comment this out, save, reload. Alright, so yeah, we're able to see that design on the screen. Let's come back to home screen.tsx, and for the view, let's pass on the design. So this is going to have some padding. Here I'm going to say class name px of 4, empty of 4, save. And yeah, here if at all it's loading, we need to show the category skeleton row, else we can show the flat text, that is if at all it's not loading. So let's write the condition, is loading question mark. Here I'm going to say category selection row, else the flat list with all of the categories. here I'm going to say data is going to be equals to categories or empty array. It's going to be horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. And next is going to be a key extractor, taking the item, and it's going to be equals to item.id. Okay, next we are going to have your class name. So I'm going to say class name over here is going to be equals to empty of 4. Then your render item, destructure the item over here, and then try to render a category card. Let's create a component known as category card. That is within the components folder. I'm going to say category card.tsx rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's come back over here and let's import the category card from the components folder. And to this, I'm gonna send in the name as well as the image. Name is going to be equals to item.name, and your image is going to be equals to item.image URL. Okay, so that's it. So now the next step is, let's actually try to design the category skeleton row onto the top. So that's going to be a function. So here I'm going to say function category select a row. Okay, I've written the wrong spelling. So category skeleton row, that should be the one. Change it over here as well, category skeleton row. Alright, so here I'm going to say const placeholders is going to be equals to array.from. Here passing the length of 8, get in the index, and here I'm going to say i.toString. So these are the placeholders. Here I'm just going to set return your view. Within the view I'm going to have a scroll view, and here I'm going to say placeholders dot apply the map for every value over here. Let's try to have in another view, and here I'm going to say key is going to be equals to k, and let's try to have in the circular image placeholder within this. It's going to have a self-enclosing view. So I'm going to say view, class name height of 16, then let's say width of 16, rounded is going to be full, and bg zinc of let's say 200. I'm going to say animate of pulse. So here also it's going to be something similar. Add this over here. You're going to say height of 3 and then width of 14. So this is basically for the label line that we are assigning, and your rounded is going to be full. I mean just rounded, not full, and bg zinc of 200 as well as animate of pulse again. So for the scroll view, again it needs to be horizontal because the categories are in horizontal fashion. Then show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Class name pb of 1. Okay, so that's it. So this part is done. So let's try to initialize the component design, that is for the category card. Let's try to save the file. Okay, unexpected token on line 20. Okay, let's look into that. Yeah, there is no semicolon. Save. Let's try to reload the app once. Okay, so for some reason it crashed. Let's again open up the application. Okay, again unexpected token. Okay, so that's the reason it's not working fine. So yeah, apart from the length, we're gonna calculate the index, and then it's going to be I.toString. So I'm going to add in my code over here. Okay, that's it. Okay, you can take a look at it and make sure you add in how many ever card tiles you have in your categories. Just having the length just like that. So save. I think again I need to open up the app, press this one, and boom, just like that. As you can see, it's looking properly fine. We were able to see the design being shown, but yeah, let's provide the class name to this, empty of 4. Okay, so yeah, we have given the design for this thing. Okay, I missed out this one. So class name, this in turn is going to have mr of 4, width of 20, items of center, and there you go. Just like that, is looking fine. So now let's actually design your card component that's going to be your category card. So it's going to be pretty simple. Let's come back to the category card.tsx. Okay, so here directly I'm going to say export default function category card. So export default function category card of your name, image, as well as on press. We're going to write that in just a bit. For now, name and image. Okay, so here I'm going to say name of string, image also of string, on press is going to be of type void, and here I'm going to return a pressable so that we can press on it and then we can go to the next screen. Import pressable from React Native, having a view. This view in turn is going to have an image. Import image from React Native, not this one. Just like this, and pass on the source for the image, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That is going to be your image itself. Okay, let's pass the design for the image so that we could see it onto the screen. Class name, width of 20. So width 20, height of 20. Rounded is going to be full. And resize mode. Okay, spelling is wrong for this. Resize mode is going to be cover. Save. I think we need to give this design for the view, so then we should be able to see it. So class name, this in turn is going to have in a BG, that is this color code F3E 8FF, width of 28 and then height of 28. Rounded is going to be 2XL. Items of center, justify of center as well. Some internal spacing padding of 2 as well as shadow. Save. Alright, that's weird. For some reason nothing is being shown onto the screen. Class name mr of 3. So below this we're gonna have in your text part showing the name. So let's pass on the design for this. Class name, text of center, text of SM, font of semi bold, empty of 2, width of 28. Let's try to format once. Let's reload the app once. For some reason nothing is being shown to the application. Reload. Alright, that's weird. Let's come back and check it over here. So let's do one thing. Let's actually try to log the categories and let's verify if at all the data is actually coming or not. Okay, my bad. I think I know what's the issue, because obviously the backend is not at all running. Okay, so if I check out my API client, as you can see, as I told previously, this is a backend URL, but as of now only this is the application that's open. So I'm just gonna run my backend server and then I'm gonna come back. Alright, so I've just started my backend server. So to do that, just open up the VS Code where the backend code is present. Go into the backend folder, just do yarn start, and your backend server would be running. So now if I reload, obviously it should work, hopefully. So let's give that a try. Terminal, reload, loading, and boom, just like that, is working fine. Yeah, so that was the issue. I had forgotten to turn on my backend server, so that's the reason even we were getting this issues as well. Okay, let's uncomment it, save, and reload. Now no issue should come because the backend is running. Okay, so previously we were getting that API client error because obviously this was not running. So now it's fixed, which is good. So now let's come back to the home screen, initialize on press, that is over here. First of all, before that, let's try to create a category screen.tsx. Okay, I'm going to say screen new file category screen.tsx. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. Let's try to save the file. And let's try to include this within the main navigator. I think it's already included within the routes. As you can see, category is there and also category is there over here as well. Okay, so main navigator, and I'm going to say stack.screen. Your name is going to be equals to category. Component to render for this is going to be equals to your category screen.tsx. Just like this. Let's try to save the file. Let's come back to home screen and let's define that on press that is going to come right after these two props. So hopefully navigation is initialized. Yeah, navigation is there over here. Nope, it's not there. Let's add in that. So we're going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that. Here I'm going to say native stack navigation props. So native stack navigation prop, that's the one, and then pass in the main stack param list over here. So here on press, okay, so I'm just going to say navigation.navigate over here. .navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be equals to your main routes. Import that. Dot go into the category and pass in the category name over here. So I'm going to say category name is going to be equals to your item.name. Okay, let's format once over here and then let's try to save. Let's try to get in the on press within the category card. So here I'm going to say on press and let's define the type of on press over here. That is going to return void. So on press void. Save. Okay, on press is not given, so my bad. So for the pressable, let's give the on press. On press is going to be equals to on press, enter, and boom, just like that we're coming directly to the category screen. So that's going to look something like this. So let's start looking into the design of the category screen.tsx. So let's come back over here and let's initially have in some data or like the states as well. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that. Next I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route, okay, of type route. Import that from React navigation. Okay, actually not from React navigation, we're going to define that. Type route is going to be equals to route prop, having the parameters that is going to be category name, of string. These are the params. Okay, that's it. Let's try to access the initial category name. So const initial category name is going to be equals to your root dot params dot category name. Here again, let's try to access the use query. I'm going to say const data of categories comma is loading comma error if any is going to be equals to use query. Pass in your query key, that is going to be categories and again query function, it's going to be fetch categories. Import that from the API client over here. Okay, let's define the state for modal visible as well as the selected category name, because if you remember over here, once they press on this category, a center modal should open up containing all of the categories, and once they choose on any category, only those products for that particular category should be shown. Okay, so let's add in that. So I'm going to say const selected category comma or selected category name comma set selected category name is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React. This is gonna have in your initial category name or your categories of 0 or dot your name. Save. Okay, so that's it. And over here modal visible, so I'm going to say const modal visible comma set modal visible is going to be equals to use state, and yeah, it's going to be set to false initially. That's it. So let's actually start looking at the design of the return block. So I'm going to have in my safe area view, so I'm going to say safe area view, pass in the design for this, class name flex of 1, bg gray of 100. Here I'm going to have in my status bar, your bar style is going to be equals to dark content, your bg color is going to be equals to FFF. Okay, so the next design is for the header part. Let's design that. That's going to have new icons, content, as well as the search bar over here. So having a view for this in turn is going to have 2 more views, and within this we're going to have your pressable containing your iron icons. Let me import iron icons from any of the screen. Let's say home screen. Iron icons is not there. Yeah, probably from this one. Let's import this one. Okay, and come back to category screen, import it over here. This should be iron icons. All right, so within the pressable include your iron icons. Your name is going to be equals to arrow back, size is going to be equals to 22, color is going to be equals to hashtag 000. So below the pressable we're going to have in one more pressable, so I'm going to say pressable. So your text is going to say initial category name, your selected category name, enter. As you can see, mutton, that's showing correctly fine, and having your iron icons for the drop down over here. So it is going to say chevron dot outline. So chevron, not dot, chevron down outline, my bad. Okay, that's looking fine. And towards the rightmost part after the view we're going to have the search outline. So just try to add in this, copy that down. So the name is going to be equals to search outline. So here I'm going to say search outline and then save. All right, so for your inner pressable I'm going to say class name inner view, so flex of row, and then items of center, justify of between, is looking fine. And for the pressable over here I'm going to say on press navigation dot go back. Okay, and for this it needs to come into a row fashion, so class name flex of row items of center. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. And for your outermost view I'm going to say class name flex of row items of center as well as justify of between. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. And for the outermost view, again, we're going to give in some spacing. So px of 4, pt of 3, and then pb of 2. bg is going to be white. So there you go, that's looking good. And for this particular pressable, we're going to have in some padding. Okay, so that's it. We can give some gap over here, gap of 1 or 2, and decrease the size, let's say 18 or 17. Okay, that's it. So here let's try to have in the products. So onto the top below this, I'm going to say const your selected category is going to be equals to access the categories data dot, we're going to say find method. So for every value, I'm going to say your c dot name should be equals to your selected category name. So only that should be the match. Okay, so I'm going to say const products, it's going to be equals to selected category dot directly access the products over here, or a empty array over here. Okay, here I'm just going to say any. So that's it. And next, let's try to calculate the total items. That is once when we implement the just in part of it. So for now, this is enough. We can directly try to use the products data that is on line number 26, and then we can start designing the product card. So right below the view, that is the header design, I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to say flat list, import that from React Native. Data is going to be equals to your products. Okay, for the key extractor, take in the I and then I.id. Next, I'm going to say number of columns is going to be equals to 2. As you can see over here in the screenshot, we have 2 items in each column. Okay, so as you can see over here in the screenshot, we basically have 2 items in each row. So we're going to pass in 2 columns over here as the number of columns. Pass in the column wrapper style. This in turn is going to say justify content of center. I mean not center, my bad, space between. And here I'm going to say margin bottom of 14. So here render item, take in the item over here, and let's try to render a product card.tsx. Go into the components folder, new file, product card.tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Okay, here I'm going to say product card, and I'm going to say item is going to be equals to item over here. All right, so that's it. So I'm going to also have in my content container style as well as the list empty component for this. So let me just add it right below this method. Okay, so total items it's not yet defined. Let's comment that out for now. Let's try to import the product card. I think it's imported. Yeah, it's imported. Let's try to save the file, and boom, just like that. As you can see, we have 6 products under the mutton category. So you're able to see 6 product cards being shown, which is actually correct. So let's try to design and finish the product card.tsx. So onto the top, for the product card, let's try to define the product as well as the screen width and the gap that we're going to use for the design. So I'm going to say const screen width is going to be equals to dimensions dot, I'm going to say get of the window dot width const gap 16. I'm going to use this const product card width is going to be equals to, I'm going to say your screen width minus your gap multiplied by 3 by 2. Okay, you can use this formula. Let's access the type of product over here. So type product is going to be equals to id of string, name of string, price of string as well. Image URL is going to be again string, unit string, ETA text optional string, as well as the MRP is going to be of number. That's it. Here for the product card, let's try to memoize this. Import memo from React. I'm going to say memo. So here product card is going to be equals to memo, and here having your item that is destructured. Item is going to be of type product. And we also need to close this as well. That is the memo closing bracket. Okay. So within this, let's try to have in the navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and we can start looking into the design of this over here. So I'm going to make use of animated.view over here. So I'm going to say animated from React Native itself dot view. Within this, I'm going to have an pressable being shown, and for the animated, let's pass on the style, which in turn is going to have the transform containing the scale. I'm going to define the scale in just a bit, as well as the width. So I'm going to have in the scale over here. You can try to copy this down, and then let's try to import useref from React. So within the pressable, the first thing we're going to have is the image being shown. So I'm going to say view. Within that, I'm going to have image, import image from React Native. This in turn is going to have in a source, which in turn is going to have in your URI. It's going to be equals to item dot image URL. Okay, resize mode is going to be cover. Furthermore, I'm going to say class name, width of full, as well as the height of full. And for this, let's pass on the design. Class name, it's going to have a height of 36, that's for the view, and then BG gray of, let's say, 100. And I'm going to say dark BG zinc of 900. And it's going to have a relative position. Save. Component is not a function, it is object. Okay, so I've just added it like this. That is, I've just taken the type props is going to be equals to item of type product, and instead of using the memo over here, I've just taken in the item that is going to have in the props of this type, that is product, and I've just used the memo at the bottommost part, that is export default memo of the product card base. And as you can see, you're also able to see all of the images as well for each of the product item. This is good. So below the image, let's try to design the next part, that is your unit badge design. So I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have in the text, which in turn is going to show the display unit, that is going to be one pack. Okay, so I'm going to say const display unit is going to be equals to one pack. It's going to be hard coded. Save. Okay, so this is going to have absolute positioning. So here I'm going to say display unit. So for the view, class name, absolute positioning, left of 2, bottom of 2 as well, px of 2, py of 1, rounded is going to be full. I'm going to say border and border gray of 200. Okay, that's it. And for your text over here, I'm going to say number of lines Yeah, number of lines is 1. That's already added. I mean, not for this, my bad, this one. Number of lines is going to be 1. Class name is going to be equals to text is going to be of 11 pixels. Font of semi bold. Text gray of 600. And that's it. Let's try to save. There you go. That's looking good. But it should have a white color. That is for the background. Let's add it over here. BG is going to be white. And boom, just like that. This is looking good. So this part is done. So now the next step is for the, so I'm just going to add the design for that. You can take a look at it right below the view over here. Save. And just like that, as you can see, that's looking neat. You can copy down the design for this. So the next part is for the content, showing the name as well as the price. Okay. So let's initially have in this view. So this in turn is going to have in some px of 4 as well as py of 3. Okay. And then for the text, I mean, we're going to have one more view for this. I'm going to have in a view. Within that, this text is going to come up. Let's modify this design a bit. Here I'm going to say class name, height of 40 pixels. Okay. And yeah, for this, number of lines is going to be 2. So class name text is going to be of 14 pixels. So text 14 pixels. Leading is going to be 5. Font semi bold already added. Text slate of, let's say, 900. That's it. And save. As you can see, that's looking neat. So now, apart from name, we're also going to have the item.price as well as the item.mrp if it's present. And if it's greater than the item.price, then show that particular design. I'm just going to add that below your view. That is this one. So we can remove this, not required. Before that, let's have in a view. Within that, this design is going to come up. So I'm going to say view over here. Within this view, I'm going to add this one. Okay, I think this is not yet required. We can remove this for now. Let's exactly see how exactly this is looking. And for the view, it needs to have some empty of 1. So empty 1, flex row, items of center, and justify of between. Save. And there you go. That's looking pretty good. So this part is done. So now the next step is, let's actually give the design for your outermost pressable, that is over here. So essentially I'm going to say class name, it's going to have MB of 4, rounded is going to be 2XL. Okay, then I'm going to say overflow hidden, BG is white for this, and shadow is going to be medium. And Android elevation is going to be 2. And boom, just like that. This is looking neat, but for some reason, yeah, we need to style this out in a really nice way so that it looks like this. Okay, I think the space is, a bit more compared to that in the screenshot. So let's fix that up. Okay, so on press is going to be equals to on press in, not this one. So I'm going to say on press in is going to be equals to on press in. We need to define this actually. So on press in, then on press out is going to be equals to on press out. Let's add it over here right below the display unit, and then let's try to save the file. So let's come back and check for the category screen if at all we've given the design for the view. Okay, that's missing. So here I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of 1, then some px of 4 as well as empty of 4. and boom, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. So this part is done. So once when you initialize the Sujan part, we're going to add in the add button. We're going to skip that for now. Let's design the final step, that is going to say get in 16 minutes design. So let's come back to your product card again, and right below your view design, that is this one, let's say text. Let's add in some text. As you can see, that is coming properly fine, so we need to design that over there, or I think it should come below this one. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's design this first, and then let's fix it wherever we need to add it over there. So having a text which is going to say ETA, it's not defined, we can say directly get in 16 minutes, save. Okay, so for the view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have in border of T and border gray of 200, item center, justify of center as well, and bg violet of 50. The first one, py of 2. Okay, so that's looking okay. And for your text, let's pass on the design. So here essentially I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have in text of 12 pixel, so 12 pixels, just like this. Font is going to be of bold. Tracking, I'm going to say tight. Text violet of 700. Save. And there you go, that's looking good. So I'm just going to get in the design for the icon. As you can see, there is a lightning icon over here. I'm going to paste it just below, or just towards the left of the get. So let's add it over here. So I'm going to say get in 16 minutes, save. Let's add it right below the view, and let's exactly look how exactly it's looking. So view, and yeah, I think this is looking better. So let's format once. Okay, let's try to save the file. So yes, this is the essential design for your product card. It's looking pretty neat. This part is done. Okay, so for the flat list, after all, you want to remove that scroll. It's not looking that good. You can try to remove that. I think you can directly say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false. It should be gone. As you can see, now that's looking neat. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is you can actually try to implement the model. That is, once when you press on the category, we need to show all the categories in the application. That's going to be scrollable, and if the user chooses any category, we need to show the products of that particular category itself. Okay, so we're going to implement that. So apart from that, once that's implemented, that is the model design, and they choose the categories, we need to show the add button, and before that we also need to implement the Zestend cart system. And once they add any item to the cart, we need to show that bottom design. That is over here. That is, as you saw in the demo part of the video. So yes, we're going to implement that part. That's the next. So let's get started into implementing the model design. That is right below your view. So now right below the view over here, I'm going to initialize my model. That is from React Native. Here we've already defined the state for the model. That is model visible as well as set model visible. So we're going to use that. So let's come back over here, and I'm going to say visible is going to be equals to your model visible, and it's going to be transparent animation type. I'm going to say slide. Okay, so below this I'm going to have in the view, that is the design for the model. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have in a text, which is going to say categories. Okay, so below the categories we're going to have in a scroll view, where we're going to map over all of the categories from the backend part. Let's try to save the file. First of all, let's give this a try. Let's try to open up the model. So let's come back to this point where we have the pressable. That is this one. So here I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and we're going to say set model visible to be of true. Okay, so I'm going to say set model visible to be of true. Let's try to design the model. I mean, let's give in some height or width so that we could see it onto the screen. Okay, so initially for this one, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a flex of 1 and then a bg black by 40. So add in that, and then I'm going to say justify of center, some internal spacing, padding of 6. Okay, and for the text over here, let's pass in the class name. This in turn is going to say text of LG and then font of bold, MB of 3. For this inner view, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have a BG of white where all of the options are going to be shown. Rounded is going to be 2XL. So add in that and a max height of, let's say, 70%. So I'm going to say 70%, some internal spacing, padding of 4. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to say mutton, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the categories. So below the text, you're going to map over all of the categories and then show the options over here. So it's going to be pretty simple. I'm going to say categories dot map. So for every category here, let's try to initialize a pressable. Okay, so this pressable in turn is going to have in a text, which in turn we're going to say cat dot name. Save, and boom, just like that, we're able to see 3 categories, because in the backend I've added 3 categories, and under those categories we are going to have different number of products. Okay, so first of all, for your key, I'm going to say cat.id. That's good. And for this one, let's pass on text of base. So class name initially, let's make use of backticks over here. Just like this, I'm going to say text base. I'm going to say dollar. If your selected category name is going to be equals to your cat dot name, it's going to be equals to font bold. That means if it is selected, font bold, else font normal. So I'm going to say font normal. Save the file, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. Since by default mutton is selected, it is going to be shown in bold font. Okay, that's looking fine. So this part is done. And so apart from that, let's design this part, that is the close. I'm going to say pressable over here, text which says close. Here I'm going to say class name, text red of 500. Okay, and font of semi bold as well. And once you press on this, just try to make the model as false. So on press, taking a function over here, and I'm going to say set model visible to be a false. Set model visible to be of false, and then save the file. Close the model, and boom, just like that, we're able to close the model. We can actually give text align of center as well, text center. Okay, this is looking good. So now the next step is, once you press on any category, we need to show those products for that particular category. So let's implement that. So for your pressable over here, let's say class name initially, some py of 4. Right, I think py of 4 is too much. 2 is looking good. Initialize on press, taking a function, and over here we are going to say set selected category name to be of your category dot name. Okay, and once that happens, I'm just going to say set model visible to be of false. Okay, so once we change the category, automatically this should change, and your products should be equals to your selected category dot products, and your selected category is going to be equals to whatever the changed selected category name is going to be. So now it's currently mutton. Once you say fish, or once you press on fish, this is going to get triggered off, and then automatically your products is going to change. Let's give that a try. So format and then save. I'm going to press on fish, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the fish category items being shown over here. Okay, so this part is working absolutely fine. This part is actually complete, that is showing off all of the products. All right, so now the next step is, as I earlier said, we need to initialize and install the state management implementation, that is Zustand, into the system. So let's do that. So let me initialize the package, that is Zustand, so that we could implement the state management over here. So I'm going to say yarn add Zustand, and then let's press on enter. So yes, this part is installed. So now let's actually verify once over here if at all it's installed, package.json, and there you go, Zustand is there. So here let me create a store. Yeah, store is already created, which is good. So here we're gonna have a use cart store over here. Okay, so I'm gonna say use cart store where all of the cart related functionalities is gonna be present over here. So use cart store dot ts. Before we write the implementation, let's understand how exactly Zustin works and what exactly is Zustin. So Zustin is a state management library for your React and then React Native. And this is similar to Redux. Even Redux is a state management library. So in this application, we're going to use Zustin for the implementation of state management for our application. So you can think of it as like a central place to store the essential app data. So for example, in our case, we are going to store all of your shopping cart, which we are writing it now. So shopping cart, your user data. So for that we can create a new store. So you can think of it like a central store where all of the data is going to be present. All right, so now let's understand like some of the core concepts of Zustin. So we're going to have a store where all the data is present. That's already explained. We're going to have the state. So this is like the actual data in the store. Okay, so for example, you can consider like items in a cart is an example of this, and the next one is your actions as well as the selectors. Okay, so actions are essentially functions that update your state. Like let's say we have add item, remove item, decrement quantity, increment quantity, and so on. Whereas your selectors are functions that read some specific data from the store. Like let's say you have a cart implemented, you need to get the total price of the cart. So in this case, your selector becomes the get total price, or your get total price becomes a selector, whatever you may call it. So in short, we can directly say that your entire Zustin store is a combination of your states as well as all of the actions. So let's start writing the code for this. So initially, let's try to define how exactly our cart item is going to look like. Okay, so here I'm going to say export type cart item is going to be equals to, it's going to have id basically of type string. You're going to have the name of string, then price also of string, then we're going to have an image URL of string again, then your quantity of a number. Now let's actually define the cart state, how exactly it's looking. So I'm going to say type cart state is going to be equals to, it's obviously going to contain the items for a specific cart. So I'm going to say of cart item, and we're going to say add item functionality. This in turn is going to say item. I'm going to say omit of your cart item with respect to the quantity. So I'm going to say quantity over here, and this is essentially going to return a void. So add that over here. Next, we're going to have update quantity. So I'm going to say update quantity. This is going to require a string to update for that specific product, and a delta that is going to be of type number, and again a void over here. All right. Next is going to be remove item. This in turn is going to have a new ID of type string, and then we're going to say void over here. Then clear cart. Okay, it's gonna not take anything, and we're gonna say void over here. Next, you're gonna have get total items as well as get total price. So get total items. This is essentially going to say number, and this is going to say get total price. This is also going to be of type number. Okay, so this is essentially your cart state for this particular application. So next, let's try to initialize your use cart store, and then let's try to define all of these functions over here. So for that, over here at the bottom, I'm going to say export const use cart store is going to be equals to, I'm going to say create. Here it's going to be of cart state. And here I'm also going to say persist, and this persist is going to come from your Zustin / middleware. We need to import that. Then I'm going to say import, first things first, create from the stand. Next, import persist from the stand middleware. Okay, so we're going to persist this, and here pass in your cart state. So here essentially we're going to have two methods, that is set and the get. Okay, let's write that over here. And here I'm going to initialize my items initially. That's going to be empty. And we're going to have the add item functionality being written over here. So this in turn is going to have in the new item. I'm going to say omit of your cart item with respect to the quantity. Okay, so I think this needs to come in a parenthesis for the set and get for these two methods. Okay, I think over here I've made a mistake. So for new item after omit, so this bracket should essentially come after this one. Okay, so make sure you add that. Here I'm going to say we need to set essentially your state. So I'm going to say set your state, that is going to be of type cart state. So first of all, check if at all there is any existing item in the cart. So for that, I'm going to say const existing item is going to be equals to your state dot items dot apply the find method. So for every item, just check if at all your item dot id is equals to your new item dot id. If it is present, then just try to increase the quantity. So I'm going to say if existing item. Then over here I'm going to say return items is going to be equals to your state dot items, apply the map method. So for every item, check if at all your item dot id is again equals to your new item dot id. If it's true, then spread the item, include that, and just update the quantity because it's already present in the cart. So your quantity is going to be equals to item dot quantity plus 1. Else just try to add in the item. Okay, and here we're going to return all of the state. So that is just over here. So I'm going to say return items is going to be equals to your state dot items and include the new item and add in the quantity of 1. So this method automatically goes into the return block if at all your item is not already present inside of the cart. Okay, so this condition is only valid if at all item is already present inside of the cart, else automatically we go into this particular condition. Here I'm going to say update quantity. Okay, then we're going to have remove item of your id. Next we're going to have the clear cart. So next you're going to have your get total items. Apart from that, we're going to have the get total price. Okay, so as you can see, now the issue is gone. So let's try to write all of these over here. So the next one is going to be for the update quantity. So this in turn is going to take in id as well as a delta as we have defined it over here. So let's write that. So I'm going to say id of string comma delta of number. Okay, here again set the state. I'm going to say set having the state of the cart state and here I'm going to say const item. I think I've missed the arrow, add that over here. Here we're going to say const item is going to be equals to state dot items dot again apply the find method. For every value here check if I.id is going to be equals to the ID that is coming from the parameter. If not of item, then directly try to return the state. Okay, and initialize your new quantity. So I'm going to say new quantity is going to be equals to math.max. Here it's going to be 0 comma item.quantity plus your delta. Okay, so here check the condition that if at all your new quantity is going to be equals to 0, then here I'm going to say return the items. It's going to be equals to your state dot items dot filter. For every value, your I.id should not be equals to the ID coming from the parameter. Else directly try to return the items with that particular quantity. So let's add that over here. Alright, so that's it. Let's format once. So this is for the update quantity. Next one is going to be for the remove item. It's going to be simple. Just take in the ID of string and then apply the filter method and directly try to remove that item from the cart. So again, set the state of your cart state. So this is essentially going to say items is going to be equals to state dot items dot apply the filter for every item. Here the condition should be item.id should not be equals to the ID that is coming from the parameter. That's it. Okay, equals to. So that's the condition for remove item. Clean cart is simple, just set the items to be of empty. So I'm going to say set, or instead of this we can remove this and directly write it over here. Call the set directly items is going to be equals to empty. Next is get total items. Here again remove this, directly we can write the function. I'm going to say taken a function. Okay, it's already taken over there. So here we can say equals to or arrow get dot your items, access that, apply the reduce method, take in the initial and the item over here. I'm going to say sum plus your item dot quantity and pass in the initial value, that's going to be 0 for the reduce method. Next is going to be similar, that is get total price. Again remove this. Here again it's going to be equals to get dot go into the items, again apply the reduce method in JavaScript, get in the sum and the item. Here it's going to be equals to sum plus your item dot price multiplied with that specific quantity. So item dot quantity and again initial value 0 over here. Okay, so that's it. So here we need to pass in the name of cart storage. Okay, and I'm going to say storage is going to be equals to create JSON storage, import that from Justin middleware, and here it's going to be of type async storage. So we need to install this as well, async storage. So here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native async storage / async storage. Install that package. So you can directly try to import async storage onto the top of the application just like this. Okay. So there is one underline over here. The left hand side of arithmetic operation must be of type any, number, big int or enum type. So item.price. Let's check that out. Some issue with respect to price. Yeah, price is string. So change that. It should be number. Safe. Okay. Yeah, so that issue went. So let's format once. So we have implemented this. So let's come back to your product card, and then we need to show the button and also implement the on press functionalities over here. So let's come back to product card.tsx, and where we have your definitions being given. Here I'm going to say const quantity is going to be equals to, I'm going to say use cart store, import that from the stores folder for every value. Here I'm going to say s dot items dot apply the find method, and for any type of your cart item, import that from store again. Check the condition that if at all ci dot your id is going to be equals to item dot id, and to get the quantity it is just going to be equals to optional chaining dot quantity. See, as you can see, as soon as I type the dot, we're able to see all of the properties. We need access to the quantity one, so add that over here, or it is going to be 0. Save the file. It says cannot read property, use cart store of undefined. All right, let's format. Okay, so some issue with respect to async storage. Let's do a pod install, cd ios pod install, and I'm going to reload my application because we have installed the async storage. Let's wait for this command to complete. I think it's still taking some time. Yeah, so as you can see, it is installing that correct dependency, which is good. Let's cut off the server over here and then reload the application. Yarn iOS, enter. So this should build up the app. Let's come back to product card over here and let's look into the design while this is actually building up. So right below your view, that is this part, here check if at all the quantity. So if at all quantity is greater than 0, question mark. In this case, I'm going to have a view. Within this, we're going to have your minus quantity as well as plus button. Here, if it's not greater than 0, then directly try to say add button over here. So I'm going to say text. This in turn is going to have add. So not a view, basically, we're going to have a pressable. Within that, we're going to have a text. Here we are going to say add. So for this particular pressable, I'm going to give the design. So class name. This in turn is going to have, width of, let's say, 96 pixels. Then height of 34 pixels. px of 2, py of 1.5. Rounded is going to be full. It's going to have a slight border emerald of, let's say, 100. Item center, justify of center as well. For the text, I'm going to say class name. So class name over here, this in turn is going to have, text of 12 pixels. So I think it's almost installing. Let's wait for that to complete. Then font of extra bold. Tracking is going to be 0.5. So 0.5 pixels. I'm going to say text emerald of 600, a slightly darker text. Save. Let's give this a try. Mutton. Okay, so for some reason we are not able to see that. Some issue. Let's reload the app. Hard reload. Let's see why exactly nothing is being shown. Yeah, fish is working fine, and also we're able to see the add button also. As you can see, that's looking good. So this part is done. So I think that's it with respect to the design of the add button. So here within the view, I'm going to have a pressable. If at all the quantity is greater than, a 0, this in turn is going to have a text, which is going to have the minus button. Here we're going to have the text, which is going to have the plus button. I mean, not plus, a quantity. And again, you're going to have the pressable for your plus button over here. So I'm going to add the code with respect to the design as well as your function as well. So we have handle decrement as well as handle increment. So first of all, let's define the handle add over here. I'm going to say on press handle add. Onto the top, let's define how exactly it's going to work. So directly call the function. So here I'm going to say const handle add is going to be equals to taking a function, and I'm directly going to say add item of your item. Similarly, next one, const handle decrement is going to be equals to taking a function, and over here I'm going to say update quantity of your item.id comma your 1. I'm going to say const handle decrement is going to be equals to taking a function, it's going to be just the opposite, update quantity of your item.id comma -1, because we need to decrease the quantity, and it's going to go into that particular functionality, and then it's going to execute each of them. So let's define both of these things, that is handle add, your add item as well as your update quantity. So here I'm going to say const add item is going to be equals to access your use cart store, taking the value, and it's just going to be equals to s dot add item, access that. And here essentially we're going to have in the next one const update quantity is going to be equals to use cart store, taking a value, and it's going to be equals to s dot update quantity. Okay, so here we have handle decrement, this is going to be a handle increment, copy that down, we need to make the change for this. So for handle decrement, yeah, it's going to be -1, but for handle increment it's going to be +1, so add it over here, format, and let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a try. So once I press on add button, automatically the quantity should increase, and we need to be seeing this particular design, that is -1 and then plus. So let's press on add for the first item, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. The design is messed up, we need to style that out. So for the outermost view, let's give the design. So as you can see, we're able to add items successfully to the cart. That's working properly fine. So let's pass on the design for your topmost part, that is this one. So it's essentially going to have the similar design itself. So copy that down, and let me make the change over here. Class name, save. Okay, so I don't think your flex is given, so that's the reason it's still in the column fashion. So here I'm going to say flex row as well as item center. Yeah, that's already there. All right, that's looking good, but some issue with respect to the space in between of all of these things. Save. So now you can take a look at it. I've just changed the design for this. You can take a look at the design from the starting point. So save the file. So this is the entire design for the quantity container functionality. You can skip the dark, that is not yet implemented. So just look into these things over here, and you can add in all of these styles as well. Okay. Yeah, just make sure to add px of 2 as well as py of 1.5. And these are the designs already pasted. You can take a look at it once again if you've missed something. Okay, so now let's try to give this a try. Once I press on minus, this item should be removed from the cart, and again we need to see the add button. So as you can see, just like that, everything is working properly fine. We're able to see all the items being added from the cart, and also we're able to remove the item from the cart as well. So now the next step is we need to show that bottom designer, that is which says view cart, if at all any kind of item is added to the cart. So let's try to implement that. So that's going to happen within your category screen itself. So we're going to define a cart bottom bar.tsx, that is a component. So here I'm going to say component, new file, that is going to be equals to cart bottom bar.tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Here I'm going to define three things: total items, total price, as well as the navigation. So const total items is going to be equals to your use cart store. So as you can see, it's very simple to use Justin. You can directly try to implement this in any kind of your application to implement the state management. So I'm going to say dot get total items. So this is the selector. Automatically this would give you all of the total items present inside of the cart. Next is going to be for your total price. I'm going to say const total price is going to be equals to, again, use cart store, get in the state. Here I'm going to say state dot your get total price. All right, this part is done. So next I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that from React navigation, and here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my total items is going to be equals to 0, then return a null. Let's look into the design block of this. So we just have a green color background with the total items, the total price, as well as the view cart button. So let's design that. First of all, the text which says total items. I'm going to say total items over here. Items, or I'm going to say rupees total price. Okay. Below this text, I'm going to have a pressable, import that from React Native, having a text which says view cart over here. Let's pass on the design for the view. So I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have an absolute positioning. So absolute, bottom of 3, left of 0, right of 0 as well. I'm going to say flex row. All right, justify of between, items of center, and I'm going to say BG emerald 500, PX of 4, PY of 3. I'm going to say rounded top of 3XL, and it's going to have a shadow of large. So I'm going to say shadow LG, then shadow black by, let's say 10. I'm going to say elevation of 3. Save. That's it. So now for the pressable, we need to give it a white color background. So class name. This in turn is going to have BG white of, let's say, just BG white, PX of 4, PY of 2, as well as a rounded of LG. This is going to say class name, text emerald of, let's say, 500. Font is going to be a bold. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So once you come back to your category screen, you can directly try to render this over here. Okay, so obviously if at all total items is equal to 0, automatically nothing would be rendered, and if at all the total items is greater than 0, we need to show this particular design. Okay, so let's say right above the model, we're going to show this. Come back to category screen.tsx, and yeah, right over here I'm going to say your cart bottom bar. Save the file. As you can see, nothing is shown now, which is good. Once you press on add, the total items become 1, and we need to be seeing that design over here. Let's press on add over here, and boom, just like that, we're able to see 1 items and then rupees 299. And once you press on add again, it's going to increase the price also, and then 2 items. As you can see, this is looking good. So we need to make this actually white color, that is this one. Let's make that change. Come back to cart bottom bar.tsx. Here I'm going to say class name, font medium, text of white. Save. Okay, you can give an ML of 2 if you want to add. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So that's the design for your category screen. So now let's move on to the next one, that's the cart screen.tsx. So once you press on view cart, we come back to this screen where we show all of the cart items as well as some more items over here, which also you can add it to the cart. Okay, let's implement this. It's pretty simple. So let's create a screen that is known as cart screen.tsx within your screens folder. I'm going to say new file, cart screen.tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Let's try to save this file. Let's include this within the main navigator over here. Here I'm going to say name. This is going to say cart. Component to render is going to be equals to cart screen.tsx. Import that from the screens folder, just like this. Come back to your cart bottom bar.tsx, and then let's navigate. So over here, navigation is initialized on press. I'm going to say taking a function, and here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the main routes. Import that. It's going to be dot cart. Save. Let's press on this, and just like that, we are coming correctly to the cart screen.tsx. So let's start designing the cart screen. That is going to look something like this. Okay, So within your cart screen, onto the top, let's initialize some navigation. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that from React Native, and pass in your native stack navigation prop, and it's going to be equals to main stack param list. All right, here let's try to access the items from the store. I'm going to say const items is going to be equals to use cart store, taken a state, and it's going to be equals to s dot directly access the items. Okay, here let's try to also write the functionality for three things: update quantity, remove item, as well as add item, because over here also the user can remove the quantity. Okay, so I'm going to say const update quantity is going to be equals to, again, use cart store, access the state, and it's so simple to access the functionality we want. Just say s dot, and as you can see, just like that, we have all of these options. We need access to update quantity, choose that. Next, similarly, I'm going to say remove item. This in turn is going to say use cart store, taking the state, similarly s dot your remove item. Finally, for the add item, is going to be equals to use cart store, access your state, and over here it's going to be s dot add item. So let's try to design your return block. First of all, I'm going to make use of my safe area view, include that, pass on the class name, flex of 1, bg gray of 50, safe. Within this, I'm going to have a text which says your cart. Okay, so below the text, I'm going to have in a view. This view in turn is going to have a text again, which is going to say get 60 count prawns at 299, or I'm going to say use code use code 299p and TCA. So this is just for the design part. Let's add this over. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the first piece of text, class name, it's going to have text of Excel, font of bold, and then text of center, py of 4. So for this, it's going to have a class name, slightly bg purple for this particular design. So I'm going to say bg purple of 50. It's also going to have a border, and border purple of 300. All right, and the border is going to be dashed format. So I'm going to say border dashed, rounded of LG, mx of 4, some internal spacing, padding of 3, as well as a margin bottom of 4. And there you go. Just like that, this design is looking pretty neat. So below this, let's try to show all of the items within the flat list. I'm going to say flat list, import that from React Native. Your items will be stored inside of state, that is just end. So data is going to be equals to items. I'm going to say render item is going to be equals to render item. We need to define this onto the top. Key extractor, taken the item, and it's going to be equals to item.id. Some padding required, so px of 4. So next I'm going to pass in the list footer component. Okay, we can do that later. That is basically, this is the one, that is the list footer component. Let's first of all design this, that is the render item method onto the top. So let's say over here, const render item is going to be equals to restructure the item. Here your item is going to be equals to of type cart item. So you can directly try to import your cart item from your use cart store, just like this. Okay, so here I'm going to have a view being shown. This view in turn is going to have a text showing the item.name. So I'm going to say item.name. Then below this is the item.quantity as well as the price, or item.price multiplied by your item.quantity. Okay, then here we're gonna have one pack design, one pack, save. So as you can see, marine milk fish, that's showing correctly fine. So class name for this, text of base, then I'm going to say font of semi-bold, and for this let's pass on the class name. I'm going to say text is going to be LG, font is going to be extra bold, empty of 1, and for this I'm going to say class name, text is going to be SM, text gray of 500, save. As you can see, that is looking good. So below this we're going to have in your iron icons, so let's design that along with the view. So here view iron icons, import that from React Native vector icons. Name is going to be equals to bicycle, so I'm going to say bicycle, and size is going to be equals to 16. Add in that color is going to be equals to hashtag 6b7, so I'm going to say 6b7 as well as 280. So below this we're going to say text today in 16 minutes. So I'm going to say today in 16 minutes, and below this I'm going to have in a pressable, again have in your iron icons with a trash icon to remove the item from the cart. I'm going to say trash outline, that's going to be the name. Okay, and below this I'm going to have in a text which is going to say remove over here. Okay, so format over here. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So for this let's pass on the design. So class name essentially some flex of row, because it needs to come into a row fashion, items of center, and some spacing onto the top, empty of 2. For this pressable, class name, it's going to have a flex of row, items of center, empty of 2. Okay, on press you can directly say remove this item from the cart. I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here I'm going to say remove item of item.id, save. Okay, so that's it. So for the text over here I'm going to say class name, text of SM, and then text gray of let's say 500, ml of 2. Alright, that's looking good. So towards the right hand side we're going to have all of your quantity as well as the image being shown. So below your view, I think there is one more view that needs to come. Let's add that basically. So take in the view. So within this view we're going to have all of this design, format, and here we're going to have the second part of the design. So take in a view, the image for the item imported from React Native, which in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that's going to be equals to item.image URL. Class name for this in turn is going to have let's say width of 24. I'm going to say width 24, height of 24, then I'm going to say rounded is going to be LG, MB of 3. Okay, that's looking good. So below that we're going to have in the view, for within the view a pressable, having a text with the minus button. Next I'm going to have in the quantity being shown, so text is going to say item.quantity. Next here I'm going to say pressable again. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the plus button. So for this I'm going to add in the styles as well as the functions, that is update quantity of item.id, -1 for your decrement and +1 for the increment. So you can just take a look at it, okay, along with the styles. So this is a full style for the outermost view, and these are the styles for the pressables as well as the texts. Save, and there you go, it's looking good. So quantity is 2. So now over here for the outermost view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name, this in turn is going to say bg white, rounded of XL, some internal spacing padding of 4, MB of 4. It's going to have a flex of row, alright, and a shadow of SM. So shadow SM, save. All right, come back over here, view cart. Yeah, so for this, let's provide a flex of 1. So this gets pushed towards the rightmost part. So class name, flex 1, PR of 3. All right, so something is messed up. For this, I'm going to say class name, items of center, and a specific width of 28. And boom, just like that, this is looking good. You can also try to decrement the quantity and it's automatically going to work over here. Okay, so yes, this part is done. So now let's implement the next step, that is the list footer component for the exclusive deals. So I'm going to get in the hard query data for this one. So I'm just going to go onto the top and then paste it. So I'm just going to, send all of these data and all of the images that I'm using in the description. You can take a look at it and then you can use it as well. So this is again an array of objects containing the ID, the title for the item, price, as well as the image. Let's make use of this and then let's design the list footer component that's going to come below all of your cart items over here. So here essentially I'm going to say list footer component is going to be equals to having a view, and this view in turn is going to have a text which says exclusive offers for you. Below the text I'm going to have in a scroll view, import that from React Native, and here I'm going to say exclusive deals dot map, and we're going to render the deal over here. So first of all, for the view I'm going to say class name, some spacing towards the top, empty of 6. This in turn is going to say class name, it's going to have text of LG, font of bold, MB of 4, and for scroll view it needs to come into a horizontal fashion, so directly say horizontal and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false, and here I'm going to say class name PB of 6, PB6. Let's try to define the render deal functionality onto the top. So let's scroll up over here and we can write it below this itself. So I'm going to say const render deal is going to take in the item that is going to be type of exclusive deals of 0. Okay, try to access the quantity that is going to be equals to items dot apply the find method for every value. I'm going to say if at all my i.id is going to be equals to d.id, that's coming from the parameter dot your quantity or 0. Okay, let's try to return the design for this. This in turn is going to have in a view, which in turn is going to have in a text. We're going to show the d.batch safe. As you can see, exclusive offers for you, and these are the 2 items that are going to be shown. So over here I'm going to say key is going to be equals to d.id, and below the text we're going to have in your image being shown. So I'm going to say image, this in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. This is going to be equals to your d.image. Let's pass on the class name to this, height of 28. So I'm going to say height 28, width of full, rounded of MD, MB of 2. Okay, and below this I'm going to say text d.title, and there you go, we're able to see both of the images. That's looking fine. So for the text I'm going to say class name, text of SM, font of semi bold, and then MB of 1. I'm going to say maximum number of lines is going to be equals to 2. So below the text I'm going to show the price, so you can take a look at it, save the file. As you can see, that's looking nice. So for the outermost view I forgot to give the styling, so class name, so BG of white, rounded is going to be LG, some internal spacing, padding of 3, it's going to have a specific width of let's say 48, and MR of 4 because it's almost touching each other, and then shadow of SM. Okay, then flex is going to be call justify of between. Reload the app. come back over here, view cart, and then just like that is looking pretty nice. So for this, I'm going to say class name for the badge. It's going to have a bg pink of, let's say, 500. Okay, so we're going to say text of white, px of 2, py of 1, rounded is going to be full. Okay, then mb of 2, text of xs, font of bold, self of start, and save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now the final step is to show your buttons, that is your add to cart as well as your minus quantity as well as the plus button. So I'm going to copy down the same essential thing and then make the change. Let's say this one. Okay. So right below your text over here, I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my quantity is greater than 0, question mark. And then in this case, just directly try to show the pressable or the view. Let's have in a view. And here try to add in this. Okay. Else we're going to show the add button. Here we're going to say text, which is going to say add to cart. Let's pass on the class name for this, text of white as well as a font of bold. And this is going to be pressable, my bad. So pressable over here as well as over here as well. It's going to have a bg green design. So class name bg green of, let's say, 600, py of 2, rounded is going to be md, items is going to be center. And for this, there is some kind of issue. Yeah, now it's sorted. So here I'm going to say class name for the outermost view, that is the design. So flex of row, items of center, I'm going to say border green of, let's say, 200. This also is going to say rounded of lg, px of 3, and then py of 1. I'm going to say justify between, and then a width of full. Okay, so instead of item.id, it's going to be equals to d.id, and this also same thing. It's going to be equals to just quantity. This is going to be equals to your d.id. Format, and then let's try to save. And just like that, this is looking good. So even the user can add this item also to the cart. Okay, let's press on add to cart. This item should be added onto the cart list over here. Okay, my bad. So the on press is not given to this. Let's try to add that. On press, take in a function and directly try to call the add item method that's already defined onto the top. So this is going to expect a couple of things, that is id, name, price, and the image URL. So I'm going to say id is going to be equals to d.id, name d dot your title, price is going to be d dot price, and your image URL is going to be equals to d dot image. Save, add to cart. And just like that, as you can see, even over here, this item is added to the cart, and this also went into the cart list as well. That is fresh Indian Basa item, and we're able to see the price as well as all of the quantity and all of the other designs as well. So you can directly try to remove this item as well. Let's check out this functionality, remove. And just like that, that product got removed outside of the cart. And over here also, we are again able to see add to cart functionality. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we need to design this bottom design which says proceed to checkout once, if at all, any kind of item is there within the cart. So once the user presses on, proceed to checkout, we would be coming to this particular screen where they need to choose their particular address. Okay, so before we move into this, we need to implement the authentication part, because that's important. So we're going to implement two things: Google authentication as well as normal email sign up. We are going to have two pieces of authentication set up. So let's do that. That's the next step. I hope I've added the screenshot over here. Yeah, so not exactly sure, not yet added, I guess. Let's check out the first part. Yeah, so authentication screens are not added. So it's going to be pretty simple itself with minimal design. Let's look into that and let's get started with the design of the authentication screens. As I said, two functionalities: email sign up as well as Google login should be provided. So now, as discussed, let's first of all start looking into the design of the login screen as well as the sign up screen. So before that, let's actually make the each authenticated as false within your root navigator.tsx, because over here we have set it to be true. That's currently hard coded. I'm going to say false over here. Save, and boom, just like that we are able to see the auth navigator, and we have two screens, login screen as well as the sign up screen. So let's get started with the design of the login screen. So essentially I'm going to directly start off within the return block. Okay, I'm going to say class name flex of 1, it's going to have a bg of white, some internal spacing, padding of 4, as well as justify of center. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. Here we're going to say get started. Actually, I haven't added a screenshot for this, but it is going to be similar, that is to the previous apps we have implemented. Okay, so we're going to have in input fields over here to login, as well as the sign in with Google over here, whereas for sign up just the email login is going to be present. So for the text which says get started, I'm going to say class name, this is going to say text of 2xl, and then a font of bold, text of center, then text green of 600. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking good. Here I'm going to have in my text again, which is going to say enter your details to pick fresh food. All right, let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. Class name over here, I'm going to say text of center, and furthermore I'm going to say text gray of 600 and empty of 2. Okay, that's looking good. So now next let's try to initialize the controllers. Over here also we're going to have the React hook form, so let's try to initialize that onto the top. Before that, I'm going to say const control comma your handle submit is going to be equals to your use form hook. Okay, so over here I don't think it's installed, so I'm going to install your React hook form into the main project, that is a user app. I'm going to say yarn add React hook form, enter. This is done. Import that. For some reason it's not importing, so here I'm going to say form data, or let's manually import it. We just need to import it from the React hook form itself. So I'm going to say import use form from React hook form. Alright, we need to define the form data over here, and here within this I'm going to have in the default values email empty as well as your password empty. So here I'm going to say type form data is going to be equals to email string password string as well. That's it. Let's come back to your return block now. So we're going to have the design for this. I'm going to say text, this is going to say email. As you can see, that is being shown onto the screen. Next, the controller for this, import that from React hook form. Here pass in the details. Control is going to be equals to control, name is going to be equals to your email, rules, I'm just going to say required is going to be true. Okay, then the render method, this in turn is going to take in your field. So access your field over here. This in turn is going to have in your value, on change, on blur. Okay, so here we can try to render a text input for this. So text input from React Native, pass in the value, that is going to be equals to your value, then your on change text is going to be equals to your on change, on blur is going to be equals to on blur, Furthermore, the placeholder for this, I'm going to say placeholder. I'm going to say enter email. All right. And I'm going to say auto capitalize none. Let's format once. All right. So apart from auto capitalize, you're going to have in your keyboard type. That's going to be email address. Then the next one, the class name, that is a design part. So border B, border gray of 300, then some padding Y of 2. As you can see, that is looking good. So for the text, I'm going to pass on the design, class name, text of SM, font of medium, empty of 6. Save. As you can see, this part is looking neat. So let's copy this down one more time for the next part, that is password. Format. Here I'm going to say password. Save. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Let's make the changes. So name here is going to be equals to password now. Use that value. Again, rules required of true. Render, it's going to take in value. On change again on blur. Text input over here, it's going to remain same except for the placeholder. I'm going to say enter password and remove this as well as this, and I'm going to say secure text entry. Save. As you can see, that is looking better. This part is done. So now the next step is your continue button. Here I'm going to say touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Have in a text which is going to say continue. Okay, and below the text we're going to have in the sign in with Google button. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, not this one. Within this I'm going to have in the image as well as the text being shown. Before that, let's style this out. I'm going to say class name bg green of let's say 600, padding of 3, and I'm going to say rounded is going to be full, and empty of 6. Okay, so here essentially I'm going to say class name. For the text part, it's going to have text white because the BG is green. So next, text of center, and it's going to have a font of bold. Save, and boom, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. I'm just going to get the link for the Google image as well as the text which says sign in with Google. So you can take a look at it. I'm just going to add it over here. I'll be sending this image link in the description. You can take a look at it. It's going to be in the form of a drive link. Import image from React Native and then save. And there you go. Just like that, it's looking good. So for some reason the image is not valid. Okay, you can take it from online. No issues with that. I think because of SVG it's not being shown. So make use of PNG or a JPEG. So this is the style for the touchable opacity. You can take a look at it. Okay, so now the next step is the navigation to sign up if at all you do not have an account already. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity and having a text. Here we're going to say don't have an account, question mark, then sign up, right? Here pass on some class name, empty of 4. Here for this class name, text of center, so it comes towards the center part of the screen, and then a text blue of 600, and there you go. Just like that, this is looking pretty good. So this part is done. Let's initialize the navigation onto the top. Here I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. Access the native stack navigator prop, that is this one, and initialize your auth stack parameters because this is your login as well as the sign up part of the design. Just like this. Okay, so here initialize on press. Let's get into the design of your sign up screen basically. Okay, so scroll down. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and I'm directly going to say navigation.navigate. Here access your auth roots, import that from the navigation folder dot sign up, save, and there you go. Currently we are coming to the sign up screen.tsx. So let's start looking into the design of your sign up screen. It's gonna remain again similar itself. So let's start designing this. Over here, let's try to again having the navigation state. it's going to be the same thing. Copy that down and add it over here. Import the required things as well as this. Initialize the control. I'm going to say const control comma your handle submit comma your form state. You can also initialize the form state in the login screen. I haven't done that. That is for your errors. So form state containing your errors over here is going to be equals to your use form of your form data. Alright, here passing your default values again. Email is required, password is required, and phone. Initially everything is going to be empty. Let's define the type form data, copy this down and make the changes, that is add in the phone property over here of string. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. So now the next step is let's directly come back to the return block and then design this out. So here I'm going to make use of a scroll view essentially. So I'm going to say scroll view. Okay, so for this I'm going to pass in the content container style flex growth 1. So this is going to have some internal styling itself, not using native wind. So justify content of center, some internal spacing, padding of 16, and I'm also going to say keyboard should persist tabs handled. So keyboard should persist tabs is going to be equals to handled, then show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false. Now this one, show vertical scroll indicator and then false. So within this I'm going to say having a text which says sign up, save. Let's pass on the same design. Okay, not like this, class name. Yeah, that's looking good. So the next step is going to be your text controller. I'm going to add it just from the login screen. Add it over here. Import controller from your React hook form, text input from React Native, Control Z, React Native, format once, save. As you can see, that is looking good. So let's make the changes. That is for the rules over here. I'm going to say required. It's going to say email is required. Okay, you can also add in the pattern. So I'm just going to add it just like this. You can take a look at it, or you can also Google for the pattern, you would get it easily. So yeah, this part is done. And for the render, again it's going to be similar. Value on change on blur, value on change text on blur is going to be setting these values. Placeholder, enter email, and keyboard type is going to be this one, email address, and the design is going to be same. Save the file. Next, if there are any errors, we're going to show that over here. So I'm going to say errors dot your email, and let's try to show a text over here. And here I'm going to say errors dot your email dot message. It's going to be in a red color. So class name, text rate of 500, empty of 2. Save. Okay, so now below this we're going to have in for the password as well as for the phone number. Let me add that. Copy this down. Let's format and then make the changes required. Okay, so this is your first part, so ignore that. This is going to be your second one, that is going to be for your password. So I'm going to say password. You can remove these two things. Here we're going to say enter password, and I'm going to say secure text entry, save. Okay, so for everything, the same thing is happening. Let's try to format once, because the name is not changed, that's the reason. So yeah, first one, name, email, that's correct. This is going to be password. Now it should work properly. Only for password it should come. the third one is going to be for the phone number. Before that, let's make the change for the errors. If errors.password, I'm going to say here, change it errors.password.message, and we can actually remove the pattern. I'm going to say required, password is required, and we're also going to pass in your min length over here. I'm going to say min length value is going to be 6, and your message is going to be password must be at least 6 characters. Save. This part is done. Let's make the same change for your third input, that is going to be for the phone number. So make the change, instead of email, I'm going to say phone number. Pass on the name over here. This is going to be phone number or phone, and placeholder, I'm going to say enter phone number. Save. All right. So that's it. Keyboard type, you can remove that, or you can enter phone pad as the keyboard type instead of email address. And here make the change for your phone. So errors.phone. Then here we're going to say errors.yourphone.message. Save. That's it. This part is done. We're going to have two buttons, sign up as well as already have an account, then login. So have in your touchable opacity. Within that, having a text which is going to say, sign up. Pass on the design for this. I'm going to say basically same design. Let's come back over here where we have continue. We use that over here and make the change for the text. I'm just going to say sign up. Save. Okay, that's looking good. Next one is going to say already have an account, then login. Okay, so here I'm going to say already have an account question mark, instead of sign up I'm going to say login. So instead of navigation.navigate, I'm just going to say navigation.go back. That would be better. Save, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to switch between both of them, sign up, login, and it's looking pretty neat and simple as well. So now the next step is, let's define the implementation to store the users in the backend part. Okay, so for that the code is obviously going to go into the admin panel because all of our backend is sitting over there. So also if you want to change that, you can actually get in your admin panel code, that is a backend code, and then you can add it within your main user app itself. Or if you want to keep it as is, I'm going to keep it as is within the same project, that is admin panel. There only the backend is going to reside, and I'm going to write the code for that. So we need to start writing the controllers for your auth.js. Alright, so now the way this works is, once a user signs up to your application, we would be sending a welcome email to that particular email address, that is with which they have signed up. Okay, so that email is going to contain basically a welcome message to the user and some details about the app, that is what exactly the app does, and you can also give some other information, that is you can explore these features and so on, just like how you would get emails once you log on to some new applications. Okay, so we're going to implement that. So first of all, let me head back to my admin panel app, and then let's initialize a new file that is known as the auth.js within the controllers, and then let's start defining the sign up as well as the login function. So I'm just going to slide towards my right where my app is present, that is admin panel app. So here I'm going to start writing the second or the third controller that's going to be equals to auth.js. So I'm going to say auth.js. Alright, so over here in this particular file, we can start writing the implementations for both sign up as well as login. So before that, let's make a change within the .env. So we do have the database URL over here, and along with this, over here we're going to have in a bunch of other key values. Let's add it over here. I'm going to say Google client ID. Google client ID is going to be equals to some value. Next, your GWT secret that is required for authentication, so add that as well. Furthermore, your Razorpay key ID, this also is required for the payment part. So Razorpay underscore key underscore ID. Next, you're going to have the Razorpay key secret. So Razorpay key underscore secret equals to, furthermore, your email host, that is for sending the email. This is going to be important. Next is going to be your email port. I don't think that's required for now. Two more things, that is your email user as well as email pass. So email user, that is from which mail you're going to send the email to. You can actually have a company official mail and then you can send it, but for now in this project we're going to use your own personal mail. Okay, apart from that, email pass is going to be equals to some value. So once while we implement this, we're going to fill all of these values. So save, come back to auth.js, and then let's start writing the implementation for the sign up over here. So onto the top, let's initialize the prisma. I'm going to say const prisma is going to be equals to new prisma client, but it's not going to be imported from this one. You can take it from this one, the previous controller, copy that down, come back over here and then paste it. Okay, let's try to save the file. Here, let's try to access the JWT. I'm going to say const JWT is going to be equals to your require of your JSON web token. Next, I'm going to say const bcrypt is going to be equals to your require of bcrypt.js, because that's already installed, you can directly import it. Okay, this part is done. So let's try to write the function that is sign up. I'm going to say async function sign up. It's going to have in your request and the response. Here we need access to three things for signing up, that is your email, password as well as the phone number. Okay, so I'm going to say const email comma password comma phone is going to be equals to your requested body. All right, here let's try to have in your try as well as catch block. So try, I'm going to say initially catch of error, and we can directly give the logger, that is to show the error if at all any. So logger imported from utils dot error of the, not info, error of error. Okay, then I'm going to say throw error. So now within the try block over here, I'm going to have in the first check for the existing user if at all they're present in the backend or not. So I'm going to say const existing user is going to be equals to await prisma dot access the user dot go into the find unique method. So find unique, I'm going to say where they should match the email. If at all this matches, then we already have a user, then they cannot sign up with your same email. So that's the condition. Here I'm going to say if existing user, I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a error being email already exists. Okay, then here let's try to hash the password. I'm going to say const hashed password is going to be equals to, I'm going to say await bcrypt dot hash of the password and then pass in the value that is 10. Here let's try to create a new user in the backend. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await access the prisma dot user dot use the create method and pass in the data to be created. So I'm going to say data, this in turn is going to take in three things: email, password as well as the phone. So email, password is going to be hashed password in our case, and the phone. That's it. So this is pretty simple. So now the next step is, once the user is registered, we need to generate a token and then send it to the front end part over here. So I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to jwt dot sign over here. Okay, here we're going to sign the user ID, that is going to be equals to user dot id, and it's going to be equals to your process dot env dot your jwt secret. So make sure while you're registering, make sure that value is filled. You need to have a JWT secret for your particular application. Okay, so that's it. The next step is, as I said, we need to send a welcome email to the user. So here let's try to have in the mail options. I'm going to say const mail options is going to be equals to, I'm going to say from is going to be make use of backticks. I'm going to say process dot env dot your email from name. I hope this is added. Let me check that. Nope, it's not added. We need to add that email from name as well as the email user. So I'm going to say process.env dot email, and then here I'm going to say dollar process.env dot your email user. Next it's going to be 2, that is going to be your user.email, because that's the email which is going to receive the welcome message. Subject is going to say welcome to fresh home. So apart from this, the next is going to be the HTML code. So I'm going to paste in the code for this. You can take a look at it. So this essentially is going to be having a div, then your image tag, your h1, your p anchor tags, as well as some other details as well. So I'm just going to add it over here just like this. So let's format once. I'll be showing you the code once again. You can take a look at it. So save the file. As you can see, so this is our HTML content containing a div, and this is essentially your image logo, that is, let's say, your company logo, and these are the styles given. So we are giving some inline styling itself, okay, normal CSS if you would remember. And here in the p tag we're going to say, hey there, welcome to fresh home. If you have any questions about our app, you can always reach out, and some other normal random text. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have in the URL as well, that is a tag. You can pass in your image, you can pass in your company URL, then these two pieces of text. Yeah, so that's the basic content for the HTML part. So now the next step is we need to write in the send email functionality over here. So below your HTML content, I'm going to say send email with retry of your mail options dot catch of error. Here, if at all there is any error while sending, I'm going to say logger dot error. Make use of backticks over here. I'm going to say failed to send welcome email after retries with that particular error message. Okay, that's it. And we're just going to send the two things to the front end part. I'm going to say result.json of your user and the token as well. This part is done. So this is your complete functionality for signing up a user to your application. Format and then save. Okay, so now let's similarly write the functionality for logging in, and we also need to remember we need to define this function send email with retry. Okay, so here I'm going to say async function login of your request and the response or result. Here we need two things to log in. Email and password is going to be equals to request.body. Try to have in your try catch block. So try and the catch of error. Again, just copy this down. It's going to be the same thing. Logger.error as well as your throw error. Within the try block, I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say prisma dot user dot find unique with the help of your email. So I'm going to say where should match your email. I'm going to check if at all no user present, then they are not yet created in the backend, or if at all not of user or password, then I'm directly going to say return result dot status of 400 dot json with a error being invalid credentials or user not found. Okay, then next we need to check the password if all it's correctly matching with the password that the user has entered in the front end part. So I'm going to say const match is going to be equals to await we have the bcrypt method. So bcrypt.compare the original password as well as the user.password. So if not of match, after all they've entered it wrong, I'm going to say return result.status of 400.json with a error being invalid credentials. All right, that's it. Here let's try to have in your token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to gwt.sign. Here have in your user ID, that is going to be user.id, and your process.env. your gwt secret again. So add in that. That's it. So send these two things to the front end part. I'm going to say result.json of your user as well as the token. So we have one more functionality, that is for the Google login. We're going to do that later, but for now we're going to work with the email functionality. Okay, so here export it. I'm going to say module.exports is going to be equals to your sign up comma your login. Save. Let's try to implement that functionality, that is send email with retries. I don't think that's implemented yet. That's going to come within your utils. Yeah, so email q.js. So here let's have in your node mailer. I'm going to say const node mailer is going to be equals to require of node mailer, and then here create a transporter. I'm going to say const transporter is going to be equals to, I'm going to say node mailer dot create transport. Use this method. This in turn is going to take in the service to use. We're going to use Gmail service, so add in that, and this in turn is going to take in the auth. Okay, so the user is going to be my username, my user email, so Sujan Anand 0@gmail.com, and this is going to take in the pass. We're going to add that in just a bit. Okay, so here first of all let's verify if at all the email transporter is ready, or if at all there is any kind of issue with the email transporter. So if and only if these two values are correct, then only your email transporter is going to be working fine. Okay, so I'm going to say your transporter dot apply the verify method. This in turn is going to have in your error as well as the success. Taken that, here I'm going to check if at all we do have the error. I'm going to say logger, import that from the logger file dot error. I'm going to say email transporter error with that particular error message. Else I'm going to say logger.info, means it's working fine. I'm just going to say email transporter is ready. So here let's try to write this in a simple way, that is the function send email with retry. I'm going to say async function send email with retry. This in turn is going to have in your mail options, that's going to come from that file, as well as the max retries. I'm going to say 3 over here equals to 3. Okay, so let's make use of the for loop. I'm going to say for let attempt equals to 1. Attempt is less than or equal to your max tries, that's going to be 3 in this case. Increase the attempt, so attempt plus plus. Okay, here for every time we do this, I'm going to say try catch block of error. I'm going to say logger dot your error message. Make use of backticks over here. I'm going to say email attempt $attempt failed with that particular error message, whatever that is, so that you can fix it. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say if at all your attempt is going to be equals to max tries, then do not do it again, then just throw that particular error equals to max tries, throw new error, not new error, just error over here. Okay, within try block it's pretty simple. I'm going to say await transporter, we have the send email method. Use that send mail of your mail options that is defined onto the top, that is not defined onto the top, that is going to come from this particular parameter. Okay, So apart from this, I'm just going to say logger.info mail has been sent. Okay, I'm going to say email sent with your $mail options dot your subject, and then directly try to return. That's it. Okay, so we can try to export these two things, transporter as well as the module dot exports. So I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to send email with retry comma your transporter. That's it. Format once and let's try to save. Let's come back to auth.js, import this function over here, that is send email with retry. That is just like this. Okay, save. So we have successfully written the code for this. So now let's come back to your routes.js. We need to create your auth.js within the routes, and then we need to implement this. Okay, so where we have the routes, I'm going to say auth.js. so here const express is going to be equals to require of express, and then const validate, we can import that later. Const z is going to be equals to require of zod. Here I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to your express.router. Let's initialize the sign up schema as well as the login schema. So const sign up schema is going to be equals to z.object email. This is going to be your z.string dot your email, next your password, again z.string dot min of 6. So I'm going to say dot min of 6 over here. That's for the password. So we need a minimum of 6 characters, else this is not going to be valid. So I'm going to say phone, that's the final one. Again z.string dot optional. Okay, so similarly the next one for the login schema. So const login schema is going to be equals to z.object. Here email is going to be equals to z.string dot email, next password just z.string. Right, that's it. Let's try to also initialize the Google schema. That's just going to have the ID token. I'm going to say const Google schema. So this is only going to work, that is after all you're trying to log in with Google. Z.object. I'm going to say ID token z.string. That's it. Here I'm going to say router dot post / sign up. Here I'm going to say validate, import that of your sign up schema, comma your sign up, import that function as well, that is from your controller's auth. As you can see, that got imported. Similarly, the next one is for the login. So router.post / login. I'm going to say validate of your login schema, comma login, import that from your controllers again. Save. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to say module.exports is going to be equals to router. Okay, so this is, so now let's come back to the index.js and then let's try to use all of these routes that we have just created. So let's come back to this file, index.js, that's the one. Here first of all, let's try to access your auth routes. Const auth routes is going to be equals to require, go into the routes folder and then access your auth. Save the file. Okay, no issues. Okay, we do have some issues. Let's look into that. Okay, so this is the issue, email transporter error. As I said, if at all there is any issue with the passcode, it wouldn't work properly fine. So I'm going to add that in just a bit. I'll also tell you how to get the passcode. So here, let's make use of the use method. I'm going to say app.use. It's going to be / API /v1. It's going to be auth, and then pass in the auth routes over here. Save. So I'm just going to add in my passcode over there, that is with respect to your email queue. So this is going to be my passcode, and yeah, do not try to use my passcode. You can try to use your own passcode. It's pretty simple to generate, and anyways, if at all the video is online as well, this would be obviously disabled, so it wouldn't work. Okay, so save. Okay, so we do have some issues. Okay, wrong spelling of use, so let's fix that up. app.use, save. And there you go. Just like that, we have two logs now. Message, server running on this local host, that's correct. And second log, as you can see, message, email transporter is ready. Okay, so let me show you how to get that. So come back to Chrome, and you can press on your Google account, press on manage account. So once you come back over here, just try to search for your app passwords. I'm going to say app passwords. So here the way to create that is I've created for myself, as you can see, fresh world. So create your app name, enter your app name, and then press on create. Automatically it should, give you a 16-digit or 16 characters string. Copy that down and then come back over here and just try to paste it within your email queue. That is over here at this specific point. Okay, so you should also be seeing this log, that is your email transporter is ready. So this part is done. So we can actually try to use these two things, that is the sign up as well as the login now. So let's come back to your front end, that is the user part of the application. And here where we have the API client, we need to write the functionalities or the functions for sign up as well as login. So I'm going to say export const sign up is going to be equals to async function. So then is going to have the data, that is going to be email of type string, password string as well, phone also of type string. Here I'm going to say await API dot is going to be the post method, and you can directly call the / sign up over here. Pass in the data, and this is going to say dot data. Format, you can take a look at it once more. That's it. Let's try to save the file. I'm also going to add it for the login as well. So let's add it just like this. So this is for the login. Again, take in the email, password, that's going to be the data for this, api.post / login, pass in the data and then get the data over here. So save. So now the next step is to implement the state management for holding the user data. So we're going to create a new file known as the use auth store. Similarly, how we have created for the use card store. So here we're going to have all of the user related data. So I'm going to say use auth store .ts. Okay, so here let's try to export interface user, that's going to have a new ID of string, then email of string as well, phone string, name also string. Here I'm going to say type auth state, that's going to be equals to, it's going to have a user of type user or initially null, token of type string or null. So next we're going to have your is authenticated. So I'm going to say is authenticated is going to be equals to boolean. I'm going to say set auth, have new user, and this is going to be of type user, token of string is going to just return void, so nothing, so pass in void, log out functionality, just say void over here. That's it. Let's try to export the use auth store containing all of the methods. So I'm going to say export const use auth store is going to be equals to your create method, import that from just end, passing your auth state, Okay, so here again I'm going to make use of persist. So again, import that from Zestend middleware. Okay, here having your set, and initially user is going to be null, token is going to be null, is authenticator obviously false by default, and your set auth, use this method. It's going to have in your user as well as the token, and here I'm just going to say set auth token of your token. So we need to define that functionality, that is set auth token. We're going to do that in just a bit, and we're going to say set over here of the user, next is authenticated is going to be true. The final method log out, let's add that. This in turn is going to say set auth token to be of null. So this auth token is going to be defined within the API client file, and here again I'm going to set all of the details to be of null, that is user is going to be null because the user is going to be logged out at this particular point. So token also null. Okay, is authenticated also false. So again, since we have used persist, this is also going to take in the auth storage and the type that's going to be of async storage. So over here add in a comma and try to have in the name. So if you remember, for the previous one we had the cart storage, if I'm not wrong. As you can see, cart storage, this is going to be your auth storage. So name auth storage, storage method is going to be equals to create JSON storage, import that from Zestend middleware just like that, and pass in the async storage over here. Here I'm going to say on rehydrate storage. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the state.token is present, then reapply token on the app load. So for that I'm just going to say set your auth token to be of your state.token. That's it. So let's come back to your API client file, and then let's try to write that functionality for the set auth token. So let's do that real quick. Do not save this file. Come back to API client.ts. So right below your auth interceptor line, I'm going to say export function set auth token. This in turn is going to take in the token of string or null. Here first of all we are going to clear the existing interceptor if it exists. So I'm going to check if your auth interceptor is not equals to null, then I'm going to say api.interceptors.request.eject that particular auth interceptor. Okay, so that's it. Now the next step is we're going to set the new interceptor if at all the token is valid. So I'm going to say if token present, here I'm going to say auth interceptor is going to be equals to your api dot interceptors dot request dot use of your config. Here I'm going to say your config dot set the headers dot authorization is going to be equals to bearer token, bearer dollar token. That's going to come from the parameter over here. Okay, then try to say return config. That's it. Else over here, if token is not present, then directly try to set the auth interceptor to be equals to null. Let's format once, save this file, and include this component, this function imported from the API client over here. Save. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your use auth store. It was simple, and we had simple functionalities, that is set auth as well as the logout functionality. So now the next step is let's come back to your sign up, and then we're gonna implement this. So sign up screen.tsx, that is over here, and on to the top over here I'm going to have in your on submit, I'm going to say const on submit is going to be equals to async. Your data is going to be of type form data. Here let's try to have in your try catch block, and first of all I'm going to get in the user as well as token. That's going to be equals to await sign up of data. Then we're going to say sign up of success. Then we're going to set the auth to be of your user as well as the token. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So in the try block, essentially we're going to say const user comma token is going to be equals to your await sign up of data. That means this sign up function is going to return back these two things. If you remember in the functionality we have done that is user as well as a token. Then we're going to use that and then we're going to set the auth. Okay, so import sign up from your API client as well as set auth from your I think let me just verify that once. This is going to come from use auth store. So let's do that. Const set auth is going to be equals to use auth store. Okay. And alert.alert import alert from React Native as such. Save the file. Okay, so let's come down to the point where we have the button. It's going to be equals to handle submit of on submit, that is to the sign up over here. So here I'm going to say on press, directly we can say handle submit of on submit. So save the file. This part is done. So now let's actually verify if at all everything is set correctly within your root navigator. I think we need to actually get it from the use auth store. As of now it's hard coded, if you would remember. There you go. So let's fix this up. So here I'm going to say const is authenticated. This value is going to come from Sujan. It's going to be equals to use auth store, not this one, use auth store. So now even if I save the file, it should be showing the sign up or login screen because automatically the value is set to false itself. Okay, that's showing fine. Here I'm going to also get const is loading, comma your set is loading, is going to be equals to use state initially true, not like this, square brackets, save the file. So here you can actually try to show a splash screen if at all it is loading. We're going to do that in just a bit. And over here, let's also make use of the Zestance on rehydrate storage to detect when the auth state is actually loaded. So for that, I'm going to say your use auth store dot, we have the persist method, use that. And I'm going to say on finish hydration. As you can see, we have that method. Taking a function. And over here, I'm going to say console.log auth state rehydrated. Here I'm going to pass in is authenticated as well as the token, and we can actually set is loading to be a false. Save. Let's format once. Let's try to give this a try. That is what exactly happens once when we sign up. So before that, let me verify if at all in the backend code over here, if at all everything with respect to the email is correctly working. Otherwise I wouldn't receive my email. So for the auth.js, so it says process.env.email from name, and let's make sure if at all .env is configured first of all in the index.js. Okay, it's there at the first itself, I forgot that. So now within your auth.js, again let's configure this. So email.from name. So email from name is going to be, let's change that value into the .env. Where is that? I didn't think it's not there. Yeah, here it's not yet added. So I'm going to say email underscore from underscore name. That is going to be equals to your fresh home. You can add in anything over here. And your email pass is not yet required. Email user is going to be equals to my user at gmail.com. Okay, so for now these are the required things. Yeah, this is not there, that is JWT secret. Let's add that. So you can try to add in your own JWT secret. I'm going to add in mine just like this. You can add in a random string of characters. So save. That's it. So let's try to give this a try. So hopefully we have everything present. So let's re-verify. So we do have email from name, email user, JWT secret. This also is present. So hopefully it should work. Okay. Email from name as well as email user. So from name as well as email user. Okay, this is good. So let's try to give this a try. I'm going to enter my email over here. The password. Okay, so I'm going to also enter my phone number. So before that, let me just remove everything, and over here I'm going to show you the error fields. So I'm going to just say sign up, and boom, just like that, it is showing in the correct way, which says email is required, password is required, as well as phone is required. Yeah, we need to change that. Let's fix that up. Sign up screen, rules for the phone. We can remove the pattern, not required, save. So now let's try to reload once, and now we're going to enter all of the required details. Okay, so I'm going to say email at gmail.com. I mean, not this one, my bad. For the sign up, we need to enter the password. Let's enter that again. I just forgot. Phone number. You can enter anything for now, and then sign up. Okay, so we do have an issue. It says sign up failed. Please check your details and retry. Axios error request failed with status code 404. Alright, so let's fix that up. So let's actually check out your sign up where exactly is erroring out. This is coming from your API client. So come back over here. So let's actually check out the routes over here. So let's check out the routes basically. So here we are trying to say api.post of sign up, and over here login, and here it's going to be v1. Let's verify the backend code over here. So it is / sign up, but over here, okay, so here it is auth. Even auth is there, right? So but for categories it's working fine, because if I check out my categories controllers, not controllers, routes. All right, so let's verify how exactly this is running, because we do have a word over here that is products. So API client.ts. So over here, as you can see, for this one, fetch products by category, it's going into the categories as well as it's going into the products as well. Okay. Whereas over here, I think I've made a mistake. We are directly going into the sign up as well as login, but with respect to our index.js, it is not valid, because we need to go into the auth, not this one. Yeah, we need to go into the auth, that is this, and then further we need to go into the sign up login. So let's fix that up and let's retry this. So here just one change. I'm going to say auth sign up and then auth login. I mean / auth sign up as well as / auth login. Save the file. So let's try to give this one more try. I hope this is the issue. So terminal, and I'm going to press on OK. Clear off this, and I'm going to press on sign up. Okay, so we do have a different error now. Internal server error. Okay, now status code failed with 500. So that issue is gone. Again, submitting sign up, internal server error. Now there should be issue in the backend, which is good. We can solve this. So it says Prisma client validation error. Alright guys, so finally found out the issue. So it's not a big issue, but again I made a typo that is within my schema.prisma. So if I would show you my backend code over here, so over here, as you can see, name was previously not optional. Okay, so that's the reason it is showing over here. Name is missing. So we were only sending your email, password as well as the phone, and name was not an optional. So make sure to make that optional, save the file, and again try to say npx prisma generate and npx prisma db push. Let's press on enter. As you can see, the database is already in sync with the Prisma schema. Okay, not sure. So now this should work properly fine, because over here we have made the name as optional. So let me give this one more try. So I'm going to just press on sign up. Okay, my bad. So currently the backend is not running, so that's the reason. So yarn start, enter. I'm going to give this one more try. I'm going to say sign up over here. And boom, just like that, it worked properly fine. We are able to, sign up a user, that is create a user in the backend. So if I would go to my backend and check out, this particular user should be created. Okay, and even this is working. Boom, as you can see, email sent, welcome to fresh home. I'm just going to check out my email. I'll be showing you what exactly is going to be shown. And boom, just like that, it says, hey there, welcome to fresh home. If you have any questions about our app, you can always reach out. We are here 24/7 too. We are here 24/7 for fast and reliable support, and we are happy to help. Okay, you can also unsubscribe over here and open in your app. So here you can actually try to import some kind of link that would push this particular thing to your particular application. As you can see, this is working properly fine. So we are also going to implement the email sent once when they create or generate order. As you can see, this is working fine, right? Let's check out the MongoDB once. I'm going to log in again, sign in. As you can see, once you sign in, let's come back to your clusters and then browse collections. You should be able to see the user being created within the users collection over here. All right, let's verify that, and there you go. Just like that, password is hashed, email, phone, created at as well as updated at, it's being shown correctly fine. So this step is complete. Okay, let's come back over here. So now the next step is, once a user adds item to cart, I'm going to say mutton. Okay, it's already present. I'm not sure which category. I think it's fish. Yeah, fish is already added. View cart. So now over here we need to show that design, that is this one, which says proceed to payment. Not proceed to payment, this one, that is proceed to checkout. Once they press on proceed to checkout, we need to be showing all of this design where the user is going to choose the address part of it. So we're going to implement this now. So let's get started. So over here, first of all, let's come back to the screen, that is your cart screen.tsx. So I'm going to say cart screen.tsx into the user application, and let's first of all check if at all we have access to the total items for the cart. Okay, so total items is not yet initialized, so we need to do that. Let's do that onto the top along with the total price as well. So I'm going to say total items is going to be equals to items.reduce. So I'm going to say sum comma it current value is going to be equals to sum plus your quantity. So it's going to be item.quantity or 0, and initial value I'm going to pass in as 0. That's it. Similarly for the total price, I'm going to say const total price. So this items is coming from your use cart store, just like this. Okay, so access total price over here is going to be equals to your items dot your reduce method. So for every sum as well as the it over here, I'm going to say again sum plus it's going to be your price multiplied by the quantity. So plus, open your brackets, I'm going to say it dot your price into the quantity, item dot quantity or 0. Passing the initial value, that is going to be 0 for the reduce method. That's it. This should be it, not item. Save. So now let's use this variable, and then on to the bottommost part, we're going to first of all check if at all the total items is greater than 0 or not, that is below the flat list. I'm going to check if my total items is greater than 0, and over here I'm going to have in my view being shown, this in turn is going to have a text, which in turn is going to show total items or it's going to be total price. Save. And just like that, one item and 299, it's being shown correctly fine. Pressable button which says proceed to checkout. Pressable is already there, having a text which says proceed to checkout. As you can see, that's looking pretty good. Let's first of all pass on the style for the outermost view over here. This in turn is going to have in position of absolute. I'm going to say absolute, bottom of 5, left of 4, right of 4, and then a BG green of 600, flex of row, justify between, item center, px of 4, py of 3, rounded of xl, so I'm going to say rounded xl as well as shadow of lg. Alright, let's try to save the file. Okay, let's reload the application. Again, let's try to come back over here. As you can see, even the persistence is working properly fine. Okay, because once if we would check out the root navigator, initially it is set to true, but once this is going to run, we're going to say use auth.persist dot your on finish iteration. We're going to say set is loading to be a false, and automatically this also is going to be true, that is authenticated, and we are automatically gonna log into the application. So one step we can do is, if at all is loading is true, that is for a second we are able to see the login screen, you can show a splash screen as well. It's pretty simple. We'll be adding it in the application. Okay, so let's come back to the card screen over here. Let's say not this, fish, view cart, and there you go, it's looking fine. Some issue with the background, BG green, not gray. Okay, so for the first one, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, and then a text of base, font of semi-bold, safe. And for the pressable, it's going to have a white color. I'm going to say BG white, px of 4, py of 2, rounded is going to be LG. Safe. There you go. That's looking neat. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to format once, and let's try to save the file. Let me just verify if all of the styles given are correct for your bottom design. So let me actually give a bottom of 6. Let's see how exactly it's looking. Yeah, I think 6 looks better. So we're going to go with this. Okay, so once they press on checkout, we need to design this particular screen, that is the delivery slot, your payment method, order summary, as well as deliver to details. So let's first of all have in a screen that is known as your checkout screen.tsx. Okay, open up the file tree, screens, new file. I'm going to say checkout screen.tsx, RNFES together to run code snippet. Let's try to save the file. Include this within your main navigator, that is, let's say right after the cart. So here I'm going to say checkout. The component to render is going to be equals to your checkout screen. For some reason we're not able to get the auto import. Let's do that manually. This is going to say checkout screen, and here is going to be checkout. Safe. Let's come back to the point where we have the cart screen and navigation is already initialized. Directly say navigation.navigate main routes.checkout, because in the routes already all the screens have been initialized. Okay, so pressable on press, taking a function. Here we are going to say main routes dot your checkout. This was the one, and save the file. Let's try to press on proceed to checkout. Oh damn, I think I messed up over here. There should be navigation navigate, no, just not main routes dot checkout. So navigation dot navigate, navigation is already initialized to your main routes dot checkout. So now it should work. Okay, silly mistake. So format, and let's come back over here. Okay, we're coming directly to the checkout screen. Let's try to initialize the navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that. Okay, then try to access your items as well as the user from the use auth store. So I'm going to say const items is going to be equals to cart items as well as the clear cart is going to be equals to use auth store. So here we are also going to have in one more piece of design, that is for the address store. So we have two stores, that is for the card as well as for the user. So now we're also going to have a third store, that is for the addresses. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Okay, my bad, not use auth store, they should come from use card store. So that's the reason it was underlining. All right, so now let's get the user is going to come from use auth store. Okay, so let's have in some states that we're going to use. So here, once you press on change, we're going to show some model and the design for the delivery slot, the states for it. Okay, let's initialize all of that over here. So I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state initially false. Then I'm going to say const delivery slot comma set delivery slot is going to be equals to use state. It's going to be ASAP initially. Next for the nodes, if any, so const nodes comma set nodes is going to be equals to use state, again empty string. Then we have it for the payment method as well as is processing. So I'm going to say const payment method comma set payment method is going to be equals to use state. And yeah, it can either be two options. So here I'm going to say either a COD or online, and by default it should be online. Online in the sense, do the payment using Razorpay. Okay, next is for is processing. I'm going to say const is processing comma set is processing is going to be equals to use state initially set to be false. Okay, so let's actually look into your return block design now. Let's try to have in a safe area view, and over here I'm going to have in my class name given similar design, so flex of 1, and then we're going to give it a bg gray of 50. Okay, let's pass on the header. Over here I'm going to have in a view, this in turn is going to have a text which says checkout, that is for this particular design, the center text. So I'm going to say checkout, save. As you can see, that's being shown correctly, fine. So class name for this, text of XL, font of extra bold, and then text of center. There you go, that's looking good. So now the next step, the scroll view design is going to come up. So have in your scroll view, import that from React Native, and let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to say flex of 1, px of 4, and I'm going to say show vertical scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, next I'm going to say content container style is going to be equals to, let's say padding bottom of 100, padding bottom of 100. Okay, so here let's try to design the delivery address card. So before that, I think it's better to initialize the store, that is for the use address store.ts. So let's create a new store. So here we're going to make use of hard-coded values initially. If at all you want to make it dynamic, you can try to do that. It's going to be super simple. Okay, so here I'm going to say use address store. So use address store.ts. Okay, here first of all let's define the type of address. I'm going to say export type address is going to be equals to id of string, type is going to be either home, work, or let's say other. Okay, then your name is going to be string, mobile is going to be string as well, flat number string, then your block name is going to be string as well. Next I'm going to say building name, string again, street string, your landmark is also going to be string, pin code string, locality as well string. That's it. Let's try to define the type of address state that is going to be over here. I'm going to say type address state is going to be equals to, it's going to have addresses of type address. Okay, next selected address ID, so selected address ID is going to be of type string or null. Next we're going to have the add address method, so add address is going to be equals to address, I'm going to say omit of your address with respect to the ID over here. Next we have is your update address, remove address as well as the selected address. So for update address, here essentially this in turn is going to take in the ID of type string, and your address is going to be partial of address, and this essentially is going to return void. So I'm going to say void over here. So I'm just going to add in the remaining things as well. You can take a look at it. For the remove address, take in the ID and it's going to return void. Similar for the select address, is going to take in the ID and then return the void. So let's try to export the use address store over here. So I'm going to say export const use address store is going to be equals to create, import that from Zustand, and I'm going to say address state, it's going to be of that type. Here again I'm going to say persist of your address state, initialize your set get properties, so set comma get, and over here initially we're going to have in some hard coded value for the addresses. You can try to add it. If at all for the first time there are no addresses, you can try to add different addresses over there. So I'm just going to add it over here, that is within your set get, that is in the form of an array. Okay, so here it's going to be an array of objects containing all of these details, that is this should be present. Okay, so we're going to have ID, type, home, a mobile number, flat number, the block name, building name is currently empty, and all of this, pin code as well as locality. Just try to add in that. So the next one is going to be for the selected address ID. So I'm going to say selected address ID, I'm going to say let's say 1. Next I'm going to say add address method. This in turn is going to take in the new address whatever the user is entered, and over here we are going to say const ID is going to be equals to date.nav dot toString. Here I'm going to say set the state to be of, let's say, addresses, is going to be equals to whatever is there within the state, include that state dot your addresses, and add in your new address along with the ID. So I'm going to say add in the new address comma your ID. Okay, that is for the add address. Next is going to be for the update address as well as for the remove address. So here I'm going to say comma update address. It's going to take in the ID to update as well as the updated value. So updated. Here I'm going to say set, take in the state here I'm going to say addresses is going to be equals to state dot your addresses dot map for every address. Here I'm going to say if at all my address dot id is going to be equals to id question mark. Here I'm going to say addresses, then here I'm going to add in the updated, else it's going to be equals to just the address itself. That's it. So the next one is going to be for the remove address. So I'm going to say remove address. This is going to take in the id to remove, and over here I'm going to say set, take in the state, and over here I'm going to say addresses is going to be equals to directly apply the filter method. So I'm going to say state dot your addresses, now this one state dot addresses dot apply the filter for each address. This should be the condition, that is your address dot id should not be equals to the id over here. That's it. The final one is going to be for the select address. Let's add in that. So select address of the id, just set it over here. I'm going to say set to be of your selected address id. So selected address id is going to be of the id. So this part is done. So now let's try to add in the storage part, that is for the persist. Here I'm going to say your name is going to be equals to your address storage, right? And I'm going to say storage is going to be equals to create JSON storage, import that from Justin middleware, and take in a function and then pass in the type, that is going to be your async storage. Import async storage from React Native async storage. So that's pretty much it for the use address store. Save the file. You can check it out from the starting point if you've missed something. Okay, so that's it. Let's come back to the checkout screen over here and let's continue designing this. So initially onto the top, let's try to get in the details from the store. I'm going to say const your addresses, comma selected address id, comma select address, comma your remove address is going to be equals to your use address store. Save. Okay, so now let's come back over here, and then within the scroll view we're going to start designing your delivery address card. Having a text which says deliver to, and we're going to have in a view which in turn is going to have two more views. Within this, your iron icons, import that. This is going to have a name which says home outline. The size is going to be equals to 22. Color is going to be equals to this, so I'm going to say color hashtag, I'm going to say 16a, then 34a. Let's give a format once and save. As you can see, we're able to see that icon onto the screen, so it's looking good. So below that, we're going to have in the next piece of design. So I'm going to say view over here, which in turn is going to have again two more views. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the selected address dot type. So selected address, yeah, I think we need to define this. It's not yet done. So on to the top, I'm going to say const selected address is going to be equals to use memo, and I'm going to say addresses dot find so for every value, if at all a dot id, is going to be equals to your selected address ID, or just try to show the first address over here, address of 0. Import use memo from React. I think it's already imported. Yeah, just try to fix this up just like this. Okay, so here it's going to be equals to selected address dot your type. Save. As you can see, it is being shown correctly fine. That is the type, which says home. So with that, we're going to show the name as well. So I'm going to say selected address dot your name. Save. Okay, let's design these two things. So here I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of base and a font of bold. Here within this, I'm going to say class name, initially text gray of 700, font is going to be medium, and a empty of 1. There you go, that's looking good. Let's try to save the file, and here we're going to have in one more pressable which says change, having this text which is going to say change over here. Let's pass on the design for the pressable. Class name px of 2 as well as a py of 1. Here I'm going to say class name text purple of 600, font of semi bold. Save. So for this view, we need to properly design this. So it is going to have a flex row design. So I'm going to say flex, class name flex row, then justify of between, items of start, and there you go. Just like that is looking good. So here next we need to have a flex of 1 for this view. So class name flex of 1. Okay, so this part is done. So the remaining address I'm just going to show it over here. That is going to be for the flat number, block name, pin code, as well as preferred delivery address. So right below the view it says change. Here I'm going to paste it over here. Let's try to save, and there you go. Just like that is looking neat. Let's try to format once. You can take a look at it. So let's go on to the topmost view, that is for the scroll view. Yeah, scroll view design is given. For the text, let's say class name, text gray of let's say 700, font of semi bold, empty of 6, as well as a MB of 3. For this particular view class name, this in turn is going to say BG of white, font is going to be 2XL, some internal spacing, padding of 4, as well as a shadow. Save. Reload. Press on view cart and proceed to checkout, and there you go. That's looking good. So now below this one we're going to have in flex row. So I'm going to say class name flex of row as well as items of start. As you can see, that is looking good. So for the view which contains the icon, it needs to have a different design. So class name over here, width of 12, as well as height of 12. Rounded is going to be medium. BG green of 50. Item center as well as justify center as well. MR of 3. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking pretty nice. So this part is done. So let's move on to the next part where the delivery slot design is going to come up. That's going to happen right below this view, having a text which says delivery slot. Save. Okay, this in turn is going to have in some design. Let's pass on that. So class name text gray of 700, font is going to be let's say semi bold, empty of 6, MB of 3. Okay, here let's have in one more piece of view, which in turn is going to have a text which says choose when you'd like your order. So I'm going to get in the slot options and add it onto the top. Here I'm going to say scroll view, map over the slot options, For every slot, let's try to render a slot chip. So this in turn is going to take in key S, label S, selected is going to be equals to your delivery slot. If it's equals to S, on press I'm going to say set delivery slot to be of that particular value. So on press, then I'm going to say set your delivery slot to be of S. Let's define this slot chip component onto the top over here. I'm going to say const slot chip. This in turn is going to take in your label, selected, and your on press, label of type string, selected, is going to be of a boolean. Next is your on press, this is just going to return a void, so pass on that. Here let's try to show a pressable, which in turn is going to contain a text which is going to say label over here. Save. There you go, all of the options are being shown. So for your pressable, I'm going to say on press is going to be on press, pass on the class name. It's going to have basically backticks, initialize that, px of 3, py of 2, I'm going to say rounded is going to be lg, mr of 2, and I'm going to say dollar selected, then it's going to be your bg green of 600, else a bg white. Okay, it's going to have a border, so I'm going to say border over here, and again dollar selected, if it's true, it's going to have a border green of 600, else border gray of 200. That's it. Format once, and let's try to save the file. There you go, that's looking fine. Once you press on each of them, that is going to get selected because you've already given the on press over here. So class name for the text over here, I'm going to say again make use of backticks for this. So add in the condition if at all selected, then it's going to be text white, else it's going to be text gray of 800, and default styling font of semi-bold. Okay, that's looking good. So now let's come back to the point where we are actually mapping over this. So scroll view, that's the point. Here I'm going to say horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Class name is going to be equals to a flex of row. Save, and there you go. Just like that, that's looking good. So we need to style out the view, that is this one. I'm going to say class name, this in turn is going to have a bg of white, rounded of 2xl, some internal spacing padding of 4, as well as a shadow over here. And there you go, that's looking good. We can actually provide some empty of 4 to the view, or a margin bottom to this particular text. So I'm going to say class name over here, text of sm, text gray of 500, MB of 3, and just like that, this is looking pretty good. So the next design is basically for the nodes part that is initially hard-coded itself. So right below your scroll view, I'm going to just add that over here. Make sure to import text input from React Native, and these are the styles for that. Let's try to save the file, and just like that, it's looking pretty neat. So now let's design the next part that's going to be for the payment method. So right below the view, then I'm going to say text, just going to say payment method. All right, within this I'm going to have in a view, we're going to have an attachable opacity, import touchable opacity from React Native, here we're going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text. So this is going to be self-enclosing. This is going to say pay online and Razorpay. Save. Copy this one more time. This is going to be cash on delivery. That's for the next option. So here I'm going to say cash on delivery. Okay, let's first of all pass on design for the payment method. I'm going to say class name. This in turn, is going to have text gray of 700, font of semi-bold, empty of 6, MB of 3. So here for the view, I'm going to say, class name, BG white, rounded is going to be 2XL, some internal spacing padding of 4 as well as a shadow. Save. Reload. Alright, so for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the design. Or before that, first of all, for the class name of the view, let's get the design. Class name, make use of backticks. It's going to have width of 5, height of 5, rounded is going to be full. And I'm going to say border of 2. Okay, I'm going to say dollar. Your payment method, if it is equals to online, then it's going to be equals to border green of 600. So border green 600. Along with that, we're going to have BG green of 600. Else it's going to be equals to border gray of 400. Okay, that's it. So for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have ML of 3 and then a text gray of 800. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So by default, online is selected. So that's the reason your pay online for Razorpay is chosen. So for touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name over here, flex of row, items of center, MB of 4. And here I'm going to say on press, set the payment method to be of online. So here I'm going to say set payment method to be of online. Let's try to save the file. There you go. That's looking good. I'm just going to add in the styling for the second touchable opacity as well. It's going to remain something similar. So there you go. You can take a look at this. So once you choose any of the option, that is going to get selected. So let's say I'm going to choose cash on delivery. As you can see, we're able to switch between both of the options. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to show your order summary, that is with respect to this design. Let's get started with that. So let's say right below your view over here, I'm going to have in a text which says order summary. Okay, so here within that, I'm going to have in one more view. Here I'm going to say if at all my cart items dot length is going to be equals to 0 question mark. Then in this case, let's write that properly. Here I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to have in a text. Just going to say no items in cart. Okay. Here I'm going to have in a view. This view, not a view basically, this is going to have a flat list if at all the items are present. So I'm going to say, let's try to render a flat list, import that from React Native. Then I'm going to say data, that's going to be equals to your cart items. So I'm going to say cart items. Let's pass on the key extractor. That is going to, have in the IT. That's going to be equals to it.id. Let's pass on the render item method over here itself, destructure the item. I'm going to say item over here, and let's try to render the design. So I'm going to say have in a view. This view in turn is going to have an image. Okay, So this in turn is going to have in the source, which in turn is going to have in your URI, that is going to be equals to your item dot your image URL. Let's pass in the design for this, that is the class name. This in turn, is going to have, let's say, a width of 16, height of 16, then rounded is going to be of medium, as well as a MR of 3. Save the file, and there you go. Since we do have our order summary for this particular cart, we're able to show that onto the screen. That's looking good. So this part is done. So below that, we're going to have in a view, and here I'm going to have in two pieces of text, which is going to say your item.name. So here I'm going to say number of lines is going to be equals to 2, and class name font of semi-bold. That's looking fine. Again, we're going to have the item.quantity as well as the item.price. Let me just add the design for that. So I'm just going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. Save the file. And I've also added the entire design for the view block. You can take a look at it as well. So save the file. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking good. So now for the outermost view, let's pass in the design. It needs to have a BG of white. So I'm going to say BG white. Rounded is going to be 2XL. Some internal spacing, padding of 4 as well as a shadow, and save. Let's reload. I'm going to say come back to fish, view cart, proceed to checkout, and then just like that, this is looking good. So for the order summary, it needs some spacing. So class name, I'm going to say text gray of, let's say, 700, and font is going to be semi-bold, empty of 6 as well as a MB of 3. Save. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This part is done. So let's come back over here. So the next design is going to come below your flat list, that is with respect to the totals. I'm going to design that. So having a view over here, this in turn is going to have your another view, which is going to have two pieces of text. The first one is going to say subtotal. Okay, and here below that, we're going to have in one more piece of text, which is going to say your cart total price. I don't think that's initialized yet. Yeah, let's do that. Here I'm going to say const cart total price is going to be equals to your cart items dot apply your reduce method, taking the sum and the item. It's going to be sum plus your it dot quantity, passing the initial value, that is going to be 0. Similarly for your next one, I'm going to say const cart total price is going to be equals to your cart items dot apply your reduce method, taking your sum as well as your it item. Here multiply it with the quantity as well. So sum plus it dot price, multiply this with your item dot quantity, or 0, passing the initial value as 0 over here. Okay, so for both the variables I've given the same name, so we cannot do that. So the next one is going to be, the first one is going to be your cart total items essentially. So add in that. So let's come back over here, and below the subtotal, we're going to show the design for this. That is going to be your cart total price dot to fixed of 0. So cart total price dot to fixed of 0. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for this design, I'm going to say class name flex of row, justify of between. Here I'm going to say class name. This is going to say text gray of, let's say, 600. Here again, class name font is going to be semi-bold. Save. There you go. That's looking pretty good. So now below the view, we're going to have in one more piece of view. Here having a text which is going to say delivery fee. Having one more text which says free. same class name for this as well. Apart from that, it's going to have an empty of 2 for the spacing. So here for this piece of text, I'm going to say, class name. This is going to have text gray of 600. For this again, class name, font of semi-bold, save. All right, that's looking good. So the final view, add in that. Here we're going to show the total price. So I'm going to say over here, total. This is going to say cart total price dot to fixed of 0. And I'm just going to get the rupee symbol, and also I'm going to provide the style for the view over here. Let's add it just over here, and then let's try to save. And there you go, just like that. This is looking good. Okay, I think I messed up with the design for the color. It should be text gray, not text green. So now it's looking pretty neat. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is to show your payment note over here. Or you can actually skip that. We can actually add the sticky continue button which says, proceed to payment over here. So let's add that. That's going to come below your scroll view design. Having a view, this in turn is going to have a pressable, which in turn is going to have one more view. Here I'm going to have a piece of text which is going to say proceed to payment. All right, and over here I'm going to have in one more piece of text which is going to say your cart total items here it should be item, and if my cart total items is not equals to 1, question mark s, else empty string, this for the plural, and I'm going to say option dot use that, and here we're going to show the price, that is cart total price dot to fixed of, let's say, 0, and save. There you go, that design is being shown to the screen, which is looking nice. So yeah, below that we're gonna have a button or a view that is over here, which is gonna say text. If at all is processing is true, we're gonna say processing, else it is gonna say continue, save. As you can see, is processing is by default false, so we are able to see continue. That's good. So class name over here, I'm going to say absolute left of 4 and then right of 4 as well, and a bottom of 0. Okay, so for this pressable, it's going to have a design. Let's add this, make use of backtext initially. This is going to have a BG green, so I'm going to say BG green of, let's say, 600, rounded off to XL, PY of 4, flex is going to be row, justify between items of center, PX of 5, as well as shadow LG. Okay, and here I'm going to say if is processing is true, then I'm going to say opacity of 50, else it's going to be empty. Save. Reload once. So come back over here, that is fish, and then view cart, proceed to checkout, and there you go, that's looking fine. So now for the view, let's pass on the design, for the text. So class name over here, it's gonna have essentially text white and a font of semi-bold. For this piece of text, class name text of white, and it's gonna have a text of SM and opacity of 90. Okay, so for the continue, that is towards the right most part, I'm going to say class name This in turn is going to have bg white and px of, let's say, 4, py of 2, and your download is going to be lg. So let's format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, I think it is almost going towards the bottommost part. Let's try to add in the bottom value. Let's say bottom 6. Okay, yeah, I think this is looking good. So yeah, we are done with the checkout screen. So I think I need to stop the video over here because almost my max space is out. I'm not able to record more videos. I'll be, adding the remaining features in the next session, that is in part 2, where we're going to have the Razor payment gateway. And we also need to choose the model where the user is going to select their address or even add their address. And also on the admin panel of the application, there are still few more features left to be done. That is to show the users in the application, as well as if at all an order is placed, we also need to define the order functionality, your Google sign in as well. So there are a lot of features that is going to be coming in part 2. Okay. So yeah, before we complete, we can actually, design the splash screen. That is going to be simple itself. Let's do that. So let's come back to your root navigator.tsx. And let's design that splash screen. So over here, I'm going to first of all check the condition stating that if at all your is loading is true, then over here we can directly say return the splash screen. You can actually include a new screen, or we can design it onto the top itself. Anything is fine. Okay, so let's say above your root navigator over here, I'm going to say const splash screen is going to be equal to normal function. Here I'm going to say return a safe area view. Pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have flex of 1, and then a bg green of, let's say, 700, and justify of center, items of center as well. Okay, here I'm going to have in one more image, import image from React Native, and I'm going to get the link for the image. And apart from that, this in turn is going to have in a view, which in turn is going to have one more view where we are going to show the icons, import from vector icons. The name is going to be equals to leaf outline. Size is going to be equals to 26. Color is going to be equals to this color code. So I'm going to say hashtag 7C3AED. Here I'm going to say text, which is going to say fresh to home. All right, and yeah, let's actually try to style the text out. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of 2XL, font of extra bold, and let's say text green of 600. And for your view over here, I'm going to say class name, empty of 10, pb of 8, as well as items of center. For the inner view, which is going to have in your icons, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have, flex of row, items of center, safe. Let's give a gap of 2 as well. That's looking good. So this is going to have bg green actually. We can make this white. Let's look how exactly it's looking. Yeah, that's looking fine. And you can actually add an activity indicator, and we can add an image over here. Yeah, currently I do not have the image. Yeah, but for now this is working. So let's try to reload now. It should be working fine. There you go, fresh to home. Okay, so some issue with respect to the splash screen. Okay, got it. So my bad over here. Token is not, brought from your use auth store. So that's the reason it's not working. Save, reload now. It should be navigating. And there you go. Just like that, once you reload, it's going to check if all the token is valid and each authenticator is set to be true. Automatically, the user is going to be, navigated to your home screen. And for that particular time frame, we're going to show the splash screen over here. So reload, And there you go. So like that is looking good. So yeah, we have implemented most of the features in part 1. So in part 2, as I said, once you come to view card, proceed to checkout. First of all, we're going to look into the address, and we're also implementing the Razorpay payment gateway. That is, once they press on pay online and then continue, we need to implement the payment processing that we saw in the demo part of the video. And once the order is placed, again a email is going to be sent to the user's device. And once that happens, we're also going to show the orders as well as users information within the admin panel. That is not yet done. We need to implement that. So the next part is going to be all of these features, and also we are going to implement the Google login, even that is pending. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So hope you found this interesting and useful. If you like this video, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in part 2, and then thank you for watching.